Our story opens with a single, damning online post, its words poised to unravel alike. Our protagonist, engrossed in the glow of his phone screen, scrolls through the latest update. His attention is seized by a scathing review, a patient's venomous words painting a grim picture. The reviewer accuses his clinic, his livelihood, of harboring a dangerous secret, a breeding ground for COVID-19. The post alleges that the clinic is teeming with infected patients, a ticking time bomb of contagion. The comments section below erupts with fear and revulsion, a chorus of voices echoing the reviewer's alarm. Potential patients declare their intentions to steer clear, their trust shattered by the online accusation. The clinic, once a beacon of hope, is now branded as a plague house, a place to be avoided at all costs. Meanwhile, our hero, the clinic's owner, absorbs the toxic words of the post and its ensuing commentary, feeling the crushing weight of despair descend upon him. The clinic, his dream, is failing, suffocated by the relentless grip of the pandemic. The cruel irony isn't lost on him. He opened its doors just as COVID-19 began its devastating sweep. 3 years of relentless dedication, 3 years poured into his medical career, now seem to hang precariously in the balance, leaving him grappling with the unfairness of it all. Why him? Why now? The questions torment him, a relentless echo of his despair. The thought of patients potentially contracting the virus within his clinic's walls adds another layer of anguish. The negative comments, like salt on an open wound, deepen his pain and amplify his sense of failure. Suddenly, a jarring sensation jolts him from his despair, a profound shift in his surroundings. The world tilts on its axis, leaving him with the disorienting feeling that the sky itself lies beneath his feet. After a moment, his expression goes blank, and with that, his extraordinary transformation from an ordinary Korean doctor to a legendary divine physician begins now. The story unfolds. His system, however, is evolving in a peculiar, almost bizarre manner. It's granting him the ability to enhance his power, unlock incredible skills, and even summon fantastical creatures, all by boosting his HP. To achieve this, he must embark on a journey to heal his internal organ. His current HP? A critical 0. With that stark realization, his eyes snap open. Memories flood back, the chilling plunge into the Han River. A blurry silhouette comes into focus. He assumes it must be his rescuer. Despite being burdened by crippling debt, thousands upon thousands, relief washes over him at the simple fact of being alive. Then, it hits him. He finally notices his surroundings. This isn't a hospital. Far from it. It feels more like he's stumbled onto the set of a medieval period drama. Suddenly, a figure overcome with emotion startles him. When he inquires about their identity, the person's emotional outburst intensifies. They seem bewildered, questioning how he could possibly forget his own personal physician, Garden. Meanwhile, our bewildered protagonist remains blissfully unaware of his extraordinary circumstances, casually requesting a glass of water from Garden. Instead of an ordinary glass, Garden presents him with a luxurious vessel, encrusted with dazzling diamonds. Oscar, momentarily distracted, wonders if the shimmering stones are genuine. As he takes a sip, his gaze falls upon his reflection in a nearby mirror. A wave of dread washes over him as he realizes the face staring back is not his own. With dawning horror, he recognizes the features as belonging to Crown Prince Raquel Adria Magentano, a prominent character from Demon Sword Emperor, the very novel he was engrossed in before his fateful night out. Struggling to comprehend the impossible, he clings to the hope that he's merely experiencing a drunken hallucination. Desperate for clarity, he asks Garden to slap him. The loyal Garden is horrified by the request, unable to bring himself to strike his master. Seeing Garden's hesitation, Oscar delivers the slap himself. The sharp sting of pain brings with it the chilling realization that this is no dream. Overwhelmed with the exhilarating prospect of reincarnation, and no less, as a crown prince, he revels in the thought of escaping his previous life, burdened by debt. With newfound hope, he attempts to rise from his bed, but collapses weakly. Alarmed by his sudden fall, Garden rushes to his side to assist him. Looking down at his trembling hands, he realizes with a jolt that this body is alarmingly frail, far weaker than even a typical 40-year-old, despite his youthful appearance. A chilling realization dawns upon him. This character, the one he now inhabits, is perpetually bedridden, a mere fleeting presence in the novel he remembered. And worse, a devastating premonition surfaces. He dies at the young age of 22. Fear gripping his heart, he anxiously asks Garden his age. Garden's reply, 21, strikes him like a thunderclap. He bites his lip hard, the news a bitter pill to swallow. Just moments before, unaware of this character's fragile health, he had felt an immense relief at escaping his debt-ridden past. The joy of leaving his former life behind had been palpable, replaced now by a gnawing dread. He had envisioned a life of luxury and power as the crown prince, but now, a chilling realization washes over him. He has only 1 year to live. His thoughts drift to the novel, recalling the tragic fate of the crown prince. Despite receiving the finest medical medical care in the world, and blessings from the most powerful cleric. Nothing could avert his demise. He met his untimely end, his last breath taken while gazing into a mirror. Staring at his own reflection, Oscar concludes that all signs point to a single, desperate solution. With this grim determination solidifying in his mind, he summons Garden and issues an unusual request: bring him as many needles as possible. Regardless of their size, he declares, he intends to try a radical treatment on himself. Having made this momentous decision, he retreats to his bed, seeking solace in quiet meditation. He checks his pulse, his fingers searching for a clue to the nature of his mysterious ailment. His focus narrows, concentrating on his 10 unusual pulse points, seeking the source of the illness that threatens his life. If any of them exhibit irregularity, it could indicate an internal injury, offering a glimmer of hope. Just then, Garden returns, interrupting his intense concentration, carrying the requested needle. He lays them out before Oscar, a collection of sharp points gleaming in the dim light. After carefully inspecting the needles, he selects one. Observing him meticulously warming the needle, Garden expresses his curiosity, inquiring about its intended purpose. With a touch of haughtiness, he replies that he intends to pierce his own body with it. His words leave poor Garden horrified, convinced that his master is about to inflict self-harm. Panic-stricken, Garden pleads with him to reconsider. Our young protagonist attempts to calm Garden's fears, assuring him that this seemingly dangerous act serves a greater purpose. He implores Garden to trust him in this matter. Garden reluctantly acquiesces, his worry still evident. With a resolute air, he removes his shirt and lies down upon his bed. He knows the first needle must pierce his most vital breathing organ. To achieve this delicate task, he must first regulate his breathing, slowing it to a steady rhythm. He focuses his attention, calming his mind and body. Near his shoulder lies the crucial point known as Tai. This specific point lies along the lung meridian of the hand. With precision, he inserts the needle into the Tai point. A slight twinge of pain registers, a consequence of the needle's thickness. Now, his concentration shifts to other vital acupoints, beginning with the lung meridian. He progresses to the cloud gate point and finally, the upper arm assembly. Upon completing the first sequence, he opens his eyes, seemingly imbued with the knowledge of precise acupuncture technique. By applying this newfound skill to his own body, he aims to stimulate healing. A subtle improvement in his lungs' condition is noticeable. Suddenly, a bizarre and comical scene unfolds. His lungs, personified and jubilant, dance merrily, giving him a double thumbs up. This peculiar display is accompanied by a notification, plus 100 HP. This translates to an increase of 100 power point. Bewilderment washes over him as he stares at the information displayed before him. He meticulously absorbs every detail of this newfound data. Intrigued, he continues to examine the status window floating in front of him. Witnessing this unusual behavior, the poor gardener assumes Oscar has lost his mind. Overwhelmed with worry, he bursts into tears once more. Annoyed by the gardener's outburst, the prince sharply commands him to compose himself, ignoring the distraught doctor. Oscar focuses his attention on another acupoint located near his shoulder blade. This specific point is known as the young man acupoint. Executing the technique flawlessly, a sense of relief washes over him, easing the tension in his chest. He then directs his attention to several acupoints on his arm, each press sending a sharper jolt of pain through his body. He grits his teeth, enduring the agony. The vision of Garden fuels his determination. Overwhelmed with concern, Garden offers a silent prayer for his well-being, both physical and mental. Meanwhile, our protagonist progresses to the next stage, stimulating the crucial Youngji acupoint. With each precise touch, a cascade of sensations flows through him, as if his lungs are being luxuriously kneaded by a skilled masseuse. A wave of irritation washes over him as his internal screen flashes with absurd pronouncement. He silently wishes for something more practical, a tangible boost to his HP, perhaps. His focus shifts to the Chai's acupoint, nestled in the center of his palm. This final touch marks the culmination of his effort, successfully completing the acupoint treatment for his left lung meridian. Suddenly, a bizarre sensation overwhelms him. His lungs, now inexplicably personified, launch into a vigorous tap dance inside his head. The unexpected performance is nothing short of irritating. He waits patiently, steeling himself for the strange interlude to end. But the incessant rhythm continues longer than he'd like. This relentless tap dancing exodus from his lung awakens another organ, one responsible for bowel movement. This organ, the large intestine, suddenly manifests as a human and joins the lungs' impromptu dance party. As the tap dance continues, his large intestine synchronizes perfectly with the rhythmic beat. As a result, he receives a boost, 100 HP from the large intestine, and 200 HP from each lung. His HP skyrockets to a total of 600. This significant increase in HP unlocks a new ability. A prompt appears on his screen: would you like to shop for skill? To decipher this, he recalls countless fantasy novels where protagonists gain warrior or mage skill. Intrigued, he decides to explore the option, but contrary to his expectation, and much to his surprise, the available skills are all related to medicine and healing. He reflects on his past life experiences, wondering if they might hold the key. Scanning the available options, he decides on the pulse reading skill. This skill will allow him to diagnose illnesses by analyzing a patient's pulse, forming the crucial foundation for all subsequent treatment and prescription. Mastering this skill will grant him 500 HP. He invests in the first stage of the pulse reading skill. With this newfound ability, he gains the power to perform preliminary diagnoses of his patient's health condition. He then receives the results of his own basic overall health check report. Intrigued by the report's findings, he decides to take his own pulse once more. He carefully reviews his report, and the system delivers a devastating blow. His body is in critical condition. The prognosis is grim. He has a mere 3 months to live. The news is so shocking, it feels even shorter than a mobile phone contract. Refusing to surrender, he redoubles his focus on acupressure treatment. He contemplates a new technique, inserting the needles clockwise, twirling them with a combination of reinforcing and reducing method. He plans to exhale slowly during this process, and then extract the needles, using a technique combining respiratory supplementation and a draining method. With a deep breath, he begins the procedure, and marvels at the result. His lifespan has increased by a full day. Driven by exhilaration, he attempts the procedure on his other hand. However, this impulsive act results in bleeding. Unlike the initial attempt, his system now issues a stark warning: he has overdone the acupuncture. The system recommends a more cautious approach, performing the acupuncture only once every 3 days. Suddenly, a vivid and disturbing image flashes before him, his internal organs scattered across the floor. He deduces a crucial requirement for the treatment: patients must possess a stable constitution to withstand the continuous strain of acupuncture. His own weakened body is clearly ill-equipped to tolerate such an intense procedure. Taking stock of his precarious situation, he realizes that despite the initial success of the acupuncture, his compromised health severely limits its effectiveness. In his current state, the acupuncture can only extend his life by a mere month. Death, it seems, is merely postponed. After a period of somber contemplation, he concludes that medicinal treatment is crucial to fortify his body. He turns to Garden for help, a skilled physician in this world. He requests a particularly potent ingredient, causing Garden to hesitate. He inquires specifically about the availability of wolfsbane root, but Garden explains that since they are within the confines of his palace, acquiring these items must be done through official channels from the main palace store. He agrees to make the request, but with a hint of suspicion, inquires about Oscar's intended use for such peculiar ingredient. Oscar responds with a deadpan expression, stating simply that he intends to eat them. Upon hearing this, the poor doctor pales, practically begging Oscar to reconsider. He attempts to allay the doctor's fears, explaining that it's solely for medicinal purposes, a crucial component of his own treatment. However, Garden remains unconvinced, his reluctance evident. Oscar elaborates on the situation, beginning with a question: "Are you aware," he asks Garden, "of the inherent toxicity of wolfsbane root?" Garden confirms his knowledge, noting its common use in poison. Oscar specifies his need for the daughter root of the wolfsbane, a significantly smaller and rarer variant. At this, Garden's expression turns grave. That, he states flatly, can stop your heart. Undeterred by this stark warning, Oscar acknowledges the truth of Garden's statement, but insists on his understanding of a specific method capable of transforming this potentially lethal tonic into a potent medicine. Garden remains skeptical, finding the notion outlandish. Oscar continues his explanation, detailing the process as detoxification, a method by which he claims he can transform the poison into a potent medicine. He pauses, looking at Garden intently. "Do you understand?" Garden, with refreshing honesty, admits his complete bewilderment. "Not a word," he confesses. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickers in his eyes. But, if it might help Master, he agrees to try anything. While Garden hurries to the pharmacy to procure the necessary root, his thoughts are consumed by the relentless progression of his master's illness. Time is running out, and nothing seems to halt the inevitable decline. Desperation fuels a fragile hope in this unconventional treatment, but loyalty overrides all else. Garden resolves to test the concoction himself first, ensuring its safety before allowing his beloved master to consume it. With the root secured, Oscar expertly prepares the tonic. However, Garden's apprehension is palpable. The strange, unsettling liquid unnerves him. He eyes it with trepidation, voicing his concern, but it's made from poison. Panic rising, he pleads with Oscar to reconsider. "Please, don't drink it." Witnessing Garden's heartfelt distress, a mischievous glint sparks in Oscar's eyes. He decides to have a little fun. "Why don't you try it first, Garden?" he suggests, a playful challenge in his voice. To Oscar's amusement, a look of pure horror washes over Garden's face. Driven by a personal curiosity to experience its effects firsthand, he readily agrees to be the test subject, his enthusiasm evident. Witnessing Garden's unwavering loyalty, a willingness to risk his own life, Oscar is suddenly struck by a chilling realization from the novel. Garden's unwavering devotion to the Crown Prince borders on reckless. Initially, Garden wasn't even the Crown Prince's personal physician, starting merely as an assistant. Yet, as time passed and countless physicians, promising cures, abandoned the Crown Prince, Garden remained steadfast. His loyalty never wavered. However, this unwavering devotion comes at a devastating price. The novel reveals a tragic fate. Following the Crown Prince's demise, Garden is executed, falsely accused of being responsible for his death. Observing Garden, Oscar recognizes a man deserving of a better life, a happier ending. Sharing his precious tonic, however, is a different matter altogether. He remains unconvinced, hesitant to part with his creation. Finally, after meticulous work, the tonic, known as ephedra aconite, is complete. A decoction prepared specifically for serum, Garden prepares to consume it. But at the last moment, Oscar intervenes, advising that it should be consumed chilled for optimal effect. Suddenly, Garden voices his concern, questioning how the Crown Prince, a mere boy, could possibly know the intricate recipe for such a potent medicine. Quick-witted, the young prince offers a clever excuse, claiming a vivid dream, in which a wise mage revealed the secret formula to him. Despite verbally expressing his belief in the prince's fantastical tale, Garden's dubious expression betrays his true feeling. Glancing nervously at the time, he hastily consumes the entire concoction in one large gulp, leaving the poor doctor utterly speechless and petrified. Turning to the stunned physician with wide, innocent eyes, the prince innocently declares that he has finished the medicine. Suddenly, his heart begins to race within his chest, a premonition that something significant is about to occur. Just then, a system notification informs him that the consumption of the perfectly brewed ephedra aconita cerone decoction has resulted in a significant reduction of soreness and coldness within his body, along with a noticeable boost to his metabolism. But the effects don't stop there. He has also awakened something extraordinary: Azrahan core energy. The unfamiliar term immediately captures his attention. The Azrahan core energy, a formidable technique, was developed by the legendary Grandmaster Javier Azrahan and his esteemed subordinate, Lloyd. This technique, a hallmark of the imperial family, is a closely guarded secret, passed down exclusively to direct descendants of the imperial bloodline. Residing within the Crown Prince's very being, this inherited power was undoubtedly instilled within him from a tender age. He has now unlocked the first level of this profound technique, allowing his mana to flow and coalesce around his heart, amplifying his ability to both absorb and generate mana. His mana now surges at 120% capacity, yet he requires 1000 HP to ascend to the next level of mastery. He can sense the vibrant pulse of the mana circling his heart, a tangible energy coursing through his veins with every breath. Exhilaration washes over him as he revels in this newfound power. Suddenly, a searing pain erupts in his chest, a terrifying pressure building as if his heart might burst from his rib. Witnessing the prince clutching his chest in agony, Garden is instantly gripped by concern. Simultaneously, a dire warning reverberates within the prince's mind. His heart could cease beating at any moment, because the constricting pressure from his mana circle is taking its toll. A sudden realization dawns upon him: the imbalance between the growth of his mana circle and the natural expansion of his heart. He surmises that the restricted size of his mana circle, tightly encircling his heart, might be the root cause of his affliction. Its suffocating embrace around his heart triggers a poignant memory of Raquel's condition. Her debilitating illness had prevented her from expanding her own mana circle since childhood. The parallel is chilling: a constricted mana circle, relentlessly squeezing the heart, threatening dire consequences if left unchecked. Driven by this alarming realization, he resolves to take drastic measures. He must expand his mana circle, break free from its suffocating grip. With unwavering determination, he journeys into the ethereal realm of his own heart, confronting the pulsating organ and the relentless mana circle that threatens to crush. He lunges towards his heart. Seizing the reins of the constricting circle with both hands, he resolves to accelerate its rotation, to force its expansion. But the agonizing pain and overwhelming pressure that surge through him are almost unbearable. But the crushing weight of his past life's failures bears down on it. His clinic, shuttered, his patients, lost, and even his hair, thinning with each passing day, a testament to the stress. Crippling debt, a constant companion, suffocating him under its weight. Loans pile up, an insurmountable mountain of financial despair. He teeters on the precipice of losing everything, forced to consider selling his beloved home. The thought, a bitter pill to swallow, lingers in his mind. With a resolute sigh, he steels himself, accepting the inevitable. This is it. His eyes flutter open, meeting the concerned gaze of his doctor. Worry etched upon the doctor's face, a reflection of Oscar's precarious state. A system notification pings, his heart, awakened by the surge of positive stimulation. The aftermath of his decision triggers a profound physiological change. His heart, the king of his internal domain, makes a grand, flamboyant entrance, welcomed by the large intestine with open arms, while the lungs offer a less enthusiastic, even disdainful, shabby greeting. Their bickering irks him, a fleeting annoyance, but irritation quickly fades, replaced by astonishment, as the system announces a momentous discovery. He is the sole individual in all of history to possess something extraordinary, something called the mana circle slot. He's completely baffled by the new feature, hazarding a guess that it might be similar to an empty equipment slot in a game. Meanwhile, Garden, still deeply concerned, inquires about his well-being. Oscar's appearance ashen and contorted suggests a man enduring excruciating pain. Garden voices his worry, questioning if this agony is a side effect of the medicine. Oscar offers a flimsy excuse, claiming he simply choked on phlegm, but Garden isn't convinced. He insists that Oscar was clearly in immense pain, complaining that, as the doctor, he should have been the one to test the medicine first. Oscar retorts with a sardonic suggestion: if Garden is so eager to try it, he can have poison next time. If Garden's that desperate, that is. This prompts a flustered protest from the doctor, who clarifies that he didn't mean it literally. Oscar nonchalantly instructs him to clean up the mess on the floor then, since Garden doesn't want it. But before leaving, Oscar turns and offers a sincere thank you to his doctor, leaving the doctor utterly speechless with shock. He fears that the poison might be driving Oscar to madness. Meanwhile, as Oscar walks away, Oscar is practically brimming with excitement over his newly discovered mana slot. Mana slots? Imagine internal reservoirs capable of storing material, each infused with mana, with a capacity of up to 10 liters. The catch? He needs to consume the material to store it within these slots. After a period of meditation, Oscar's mind races with possibilities, eager to experiment with this newfound ability. But initially, he's stumped. What should he store? His gaze falls upon a nearby jug of water, sparking an idea. He'll start with something simple: staring at the water. A term flashes into his mind: median lethal dose, LD50. It's a measure used to quantify the toxicity of a substance. He knows consuming 50% of the LD50 is a dangerous gamble. It could be fatal, or, at the very least, excruciatingly painful. He begins to analyze the situation. Based on his calculations, he estimates that there's approximately 5.4 liters of the median lethal dose present in 60 kilograms of water. Adjusting for his own size and weight, he determines the equivalent dose for him would be around 3.9 liters. With a newfound determination, he reaches for the jug, intending to drink the water. But the jug proves unexpectedly heavy, too much for his currently weak physique to lift. Despite the struggle, he manages to drink it. Believing he'd found a practical use for his mana slot, he's taken aback to discover he doesn't feel full, even after consuming an entire liter of water. Intrigued, he decides to push the boundaries of his experiment and fill his 10-liter slot. After filling the slot to its maximum capacity with 10 liters of water, he discharges a mere 0.1 liters and finds himself surprisingly satiated. This leads him to the humorous conclusion that he's become a human equivalent of a camel, capable of storing vast quantities of liquid within himself. Having successfully experimented with water, his curiosity now turns to trying the slot with tonic soup. However, he faces a predicament. He still has 9.9 liters of water stored, and his body obviously wouldn't be able to handle releasing such a large volume of water all at once. Just then, inspiration strikes. He decides to utilize the Azrahan core technique to discharge the water. This technique allows him to absorb, amplify, and discharge mana, offering a potential solution to his watery dilemma. By amplifying and discharging the water using this technique, he aims to release it externally, rather than internally, focusing intently on expelling the water from his body. As the Azrahan core technique begins to work its magic, the next step requires Oscar to carefully pour the water back into the jug. However, as he attempts this delicate maneuver, he loses control of the potent technique, causing the jug to shatter in his hand. The sudden crash alerts the guards stationed nearby. They immediately burst into his room. Meanwhile, Oscar frantically tries to understand what went wrong with his experiment, specifically the Azrahan core technique. He had naively assumed the released water would flow like a gentle stream from a tap, but instead, it erupted with the force of a pressurized water cannon. Garden, the head guard, rushes in along with the other, taking in the scene of destruction and anxiously inquiring if a terrorist attack has occurred. Oscar's mind races, desperately trying to concoct a plausible explanation. He blurts out a hastily fabricated story, claiming he smashed the jug in a fit of anger. Surprisingly, the guards seem to accept his flimsy excuse. One guard even expresses concern, asking if Oscar sustained any injury. Feigning nervousness, Oscar replies that he only suffered a minor scratch on his foot. The guard then turns to Garden, requesting that he escort Oscar to room 2. Garden agrees to assist, but only after ensuring Oscar's minor wound is properly attended to. As Oscar enjoys a piggyback ride on Garden's back, he reflects on how easily the guards believed his obviously fabricated story. They accepted it without question. He concludes that his status as the crown prince must have played a significant role in their leniency. Gently laying Oscar on the bed, Garden excuses himself. He suggests that Oscar get some rest as well. Once alone, Oscar begins to contemplate the events that transpired during his training. He replays his attempt to master the Azrahan technique in his mind. He had tried to amplify his mana and discharge it through his hand, but the result was an uncontrolled outburst of energy, akin to a water cannon. Deciding to rest and approach the technique with more caution next time, Oscar drifts off to sleep, determined to keep his training a secret. He doesn't want to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, news reaches the Emperor of Oscar's self-inflicted injuries with needle, and his disturbing habit of willingly consuming poison. The Emperor is enraged, utterly baffled by his son's inexplicable behavior. The following morning, Oscar successfully brews a full 10 liters of his potent medicine. He's prepared to drink it all, but Garden is standing beside it, making Oscar hesitant to consume the concoction in his presence. He anticipates Garden's likely fainting spell upon witnessing the ordeal. Oscar asks Garden to wait outside for a moment. Garden responds with a deadpan expression, stating the obvious: Oscar is simply going to drink it. He reminds Oscar of the intense pain he endured the last time he consumed the medicine. He even brings up the excuse Oscar used to explain his condition afterward, feigning a coughing fit and blaming it on stubborn phlegm. Old Man Garden, however, expresses his genuine concern over the sheer quantity of tonic Oscar has brewed. Quick-witted as ever, Oscar offers an excuse, explaining that he's conducting a crucial experiment and will only be consuming a small dose for testing purposes. He emphasizes the impossibility of drinking the entire batch in one sitting. Garden attempts to laugh it off, agreeing that consuming it all would be an impossible feat. But Oscar, growing impatient with the old man's well-meaning but unnecessary fuss, ushers him out of the kitchen without further ado. With the door firmly shut behind Garden, Oscar swiftly downs all 10 liters of the potent tonic in a single gulp, storing it within his spatial mana slot. The crucial next step, carefully discharging the tonic into his system. He begins the slow and deliberate process of releasing the tonic, seamlessly integrating it into his daily routine. As the potent medicine flows through him, a noticeable improvement begins to take hold. His internal organs feel stronger, revitalized by the tonic's effect. The positive changes manifest as a tangible increase in his HP, reaching 500 HP. A surge of both tension and excitement courses through him. He's on edge, yet driven by the burning desire to extend his lifespan. To achieve this longevity, he frequently administers the medicine to himself. Meanwhile, within the intricate landscape of Oscar's organ dimension, the heart inquires of the large intestine about the day's menu. The large intestine reports a rather unappetizing offering, Fedra Akinet Aosara. And to make matters worse, this uninspired dish is the only option, not just for the entire day, but for the following day as well. Upon hearing this dreary culinary forecast, Oscar's internal system issues a dire warning. His organs are revolting against the monotonous diet of a Fedra. They've had enough of the aconitane serum, day in and day out. Annoyed by their complaints, Oscar retorts that they'll consume whatever he provides, without question. Midway through this internal dispute, as Oscar partakes of his own meal, his system delivers a surprising update. His lifespan has been extended by 50 days. He now has 133 days remaining. Overwhelmed with elation, Oscar abruptly rises from his seat, startling the nearby maid, who erupts in a torrent of frantic apology. Confused by her excessive remorse, Oscar wonders why she's pleading for forgiveness so desperately, over the mere shattering of a cup. The chilling truth dawns upon him when she begs him to spare her the whip, as he did last time. A wave of tension washes over Oscar. As the horrifying realization hits, this crown prince has been brutally whipping the girl. He seeks reassurance, asking if she truly committed the offense. Hoping for a denial, he's met with a negative response. She confirms his fear. Relief washes over him momentarily, until she clarifies she didn't commit the act herself, but was punished for it. Confused and outraged, he demands to know what seemingly minor infraction could warrant such severe punishment. Her answer is simple, yet chilling: she dared to spill a single drop of water on the crown prince's sleeve. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, forcing him to contemplate the implication. The incident paints a vivid picture of the crown prince's cruelty and capricious nature. Disgusted by the unveiled truth, he finds the situation increasingly unbearable. He sinks onto his bed, the weight of the situation settling upon him, and dismisses her with a curt instruction to leave. He watches as she diligently tidies the room, restoring order to the chaos. A flicker of relief and gratitude brightens her face as she finally takes her leave. Turning his attention to Garden, who has remained silent throughout the ordeal, he inquires about his own past behavior, both towards Garden and the other servants, his memory shrouded in a disconcerting fog. He admits to a significant gap in his recollection, seeking clarity about the person he once was. Garden hesitates, attempting to soften the harsh reality, but he cuts him short, issuing a stark warning: any attempt at deception, and he will consume the entire vial of poison before him. The threat is palpable. Faced with the unwavering demand for truth, Garden reluctantly reveals the full extent of his past cruelty and rudeness towards the servants, leaving nothing unsaid. The weight of these revelations crashes down upon him, leaving him consumed by frustration and self-reproach. He even grasps why the guards accepted his flimsy excuse for breaking that bottle. But this raises another, more pertinent question. Why does someone as capable as Garden remain so fiercely loyal to him? He poses this question to Garden directly, noting his apparent lack of fear. Garden's response is soft, yet profound. He understands the true potential that lies within Raquel, the man he could be, and in this knowledge, he places unwavering trust. A flashback reveals a poignant scene from Raquel's childhood. Young Raquel, shielding a small, vulnerable chick from the relentless rain, completely drenched himself in the process. The memory fades, and Garden continues, his voice filled with conviction. He believes Raquel will reclaim that inherent kindness. As his health improves, he envisions Raquel's gratitude, a silent promise fulfilled. A premonition of impending doom washes over Garden. He's offered a pastry, which he accepts hesitantly. In this poignant moment, he silently vows to protect Garden, ensuring he's never implicated in his potential demise. Survival becomes paramount, not just for himself, but for Garden's sake. Suddenly, the door bursts open, the abrupt noise shattering the tense silence. Someone calls out urgently, a servant breathlessly delivering a summons from the emperor. The scene transitions to the grandeur of the royal palace, where Raquel approaches his father's court. He offers a respectful greeting, but before he can utter another word, the emperor keenly observes Raquel's awakened Azrahan technique, the power radiating from him. He also detects a current of nervousness emanating from his son. Meanwhile, Raquel, weary from maintaining the deep bow required in the emperor's presence, patiently awaits the moment he can rise. The emperor inquires about Raquel's life in the side palace, seeking assurance that his son's accommodations are satisfactory. Raquel offers an affirmative response. However, beneath the veneer of respect, irritation simmers. The prolonged bowing is taking its toll. Continuing the conversation, the emperor probes further, asking Raquel what he has heard about it, as he pierces his skin with the needle, secretly consuming poison within the confines of his own home. Despite his attempts at denial, the emperor launches into a rambling tirade, lamenting the loss of his dignity as a crown prince. He proclaims that if the burden of succession proves too heavy, it can be passed to his second son. Completely taken aback by this unexpected proposition, our protagonist politely declines. The emperor's fury ignites at this refusal. However, our protagonist pauses, lost in thought. A sudden realization dawns upon him. The emperor possesses the absolute authority to strip him of his status as heir, yet he refrains from exercising this power. He now comprehends the emperor's true motive for offering the succession to his brother. It's a calculated move to publicly demonstrate his son's supposed willingness to step aside for his younger sibling. He sees through the emperor's devious political maneuvering, but he refuses to be a pawn in this game and prepares to fight back, regardless of any perceived weakness he might possess. The emperor, on the other hand, is consumed by fury, rising from his throne in a fit of rage. He accuses Oscar of bringing shame and dishonor upon the imperial family. Driven by the unwavering belief that Oscar clings to the title of crown prince, Oscar scoffs at this accusation, utterly indifferent to the coveted title. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from the novel he's read, he understands the true peril that lies ahead. According to the novel's prophecy, the second prince lacks the necessary competence to navigate the impending age of child, a tumultuous era soon to descend upon the empire. Consequently, the second prince's reign will inevitably lead to the downfall of both the imperial family and the empire itself. Turning to the enraged emperor, Oscar calmly expresses his true intention, clarifying that his concerns lie not with personal title, but with the enduring prosperity of his family and the empire. He boldly proposes a chance to prove his worth, an opportunity to demonstrate his superior capabilities compared to the second prince. The scene then transitions to the serene side palace, where a certain individual in the garden anxiously awaits news. Eager to understand the reason behind the emperor's summon, Oscar recounts the events to him, culminating in the shocking revelation. News spreads like wildfire. A sword duel has been declared between Oscar and the second prince. The impending duel sends the prince's anxious physician scrambling to pack his belongings, prepared to flee the moment his master is inevitably defeated. Meanwhile, the emperor contemplates Raquel's word, a newfound curiosity piqued by this unexpected display of courage from his seemingly frail son. Intrigued and perhaps hoping to witness this transformation firsthand, he grants Oscar's audacious request for the duel. The following day, the entire empire holds its breath. Its citizens gathered en masse to witness the clash of brothers, steel against steel. Among the spectators, the young women present find themselves drawn to the dashing second prince, Theodore. As Theodore takes the stage, radiating confidence and princely charm, Oscar is found diligently preparing for the impending confrontation, honing his skill. Theodore approaches Oscar, his countenance etched with concern. He implores Oscar to reconsider, insisting there's no need for this dangerous display. Theodore confesses his worry for Oscar's well-being, his voice laced with genuine anxiety. He reveals his true intention, to legitimize his brother's claim to the throne through this orchestrated duel. After all, the outcome seems predetermined in Theodore's eye. He pleads with Oscar, urging him not to make a needless sacrifice, for a cause already decided. But Oscar, his resolve unshaken, is ready to face his brother. He silences Theodore with a haughty retort that both father and son have completely misinterpreted his intention. He has no intention of losing this duel. As the duel is about to commence, murmurs ripple through the crowd. The spectators find it baffling that the crown prince would dare challenge the second prince. After all, the second prince holds a significant advantage. His Azrael hand core, already within a single circle, grants him immense power. They believe the crown prince stands little to no chance against such a formidable opponent. A flashback reveals our protagonist diligently training, with Garden observing him closely. Garden believes this duel to be nothing more than a fool's errand, a hopeless endeavor. Our protagonist counters, stating that no one expects him to win, which, ironically, alleviates the pressure. It allows him to fight without the weight of expectation. However, Garden hesitantly offers words of encouragement, expressing a dubious belief in his victory. Our protagonist, perceptive as ever, recognizes the insincerity in Garden's expression and knows he's lying. He reassures Garden, explaining that victory hinges on a simple strategy. He only needs to withstand 3 of his brother's attacks. Successfully blocking those 3 blows will secure him the win. Back in the present, Garden offers a silent prayer for his master's safety. The duel begins, and the emperor outlines the rules of engagement. Victory will be declared for our protagonist if he can successfully defend himself against his brother's attacks for a mere 5 minutes. Otherwise, victory will belong to the second prince. The 2 brothers now face each other, tension thick in the air. Theodore, eager to swiftly conclude the match, waits for the signal to begin. The moment arrives, and, to the astonishment of all present, the crown prince casts his sword aside. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. Has he surrendered already? Theodore, witnessing this unexpected action, feels a momentary wave of relief. Perhaps he won't have to raise a hand against his ailing brother after all. But then, doubt creeps in. Such a forfeit would bring shame upon himself and his entire family. He hesitates, conflicted. Should he goad his brother into a proper fight, preserving some semblance of honor? His question is answered as the crown prince raises his shield, a resolute glint in his eye. The realization dawns on Theodore: his brother intends to endure, not attack, to withstand his blows. For the required 5 minutes, a purely defensive strategy. A smirk spreads across Theodore's face. This fight will be over sooner than he thought. Driven by this thought, he marshals his mana and launches himself towards his brother. The emperor observes his second son's ferocious attack, his eyes keen and analytical. He grimly concludes that his eldest son, in his current state, wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. The second prince, in a surprising display of consideration, aims his strike downward, attempting to spare his brother the humiliation of being flung ignominiously to the ground. But, to the astonishment of everyone present, Oscar deftly evades the attack. A sardonic voice from the crowd remarks on the second prince's apparent kindness, suggesting he deliberately weakened his blow to allow his frail brother a chance to dodge. Enraged, the second prince unleashes another attack, this time with unrestrained force. The impact sends Oscar flying, but somehow, he manages to remain on his feet. Oscar's condition deteriorates, his body is weakening with each passing moment. Yet, his determination to win this duel remains unwavering. Years spent honing his reflexes as a police officer have ingrained in him the instinct to dodge. He strategically positions himself behind his shield for a brief respite. The second prince charges forward once more, absorbing mana at a rate that surpasses even Oscar's expectation. However, a knowing grin spreads across Oscar's face, hinting at a plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the second prince, fueled by his own burning determination, charges his attack, launching himself into the air with a ferocious leap before crashing down towards our protagonist with devastating force. But Oscar, ever prepared, absorbs the impact with seemingly effortless ease. His rigorous lower body training, undertaken in anticipation of this very moment, pays off. Not only did he commission a custom-forged shield from the blacksmith, enhancing his defenses, but he also wisely stored a potent concoction within his mana slots, ready for use. Concerned for his younger brother, his system prompts him, inquiring how much of the concoction he wishes to share. Calculating the precise amount needed to turn the tide, he decides on a dose of 0.2 liters. With that command, his brother's mana slots are instantly filled with the powerful liquid. The second prince's face flushes crimson, a clear indication of the potent bruise effect. A sudden hiccup escapes his lips. Theodore, completely bewildered, struggles to comprehend the strange sensations overwhelming his body. Meanwhile, Raquel recalls a crucial detail from the novel. Theodore possesses an extreme aversion to any form of alcohol. Anticipating this weakness, Raquel cunningly filled his own slots with a variety of alcoholic beverages, and strategically unleashed them into his unsuspecting brother's system. Fueled by a desperate need to prove himself, Theodore fights to overcome his brother. But a strange, unfamiliar drive consumes him. He's unsure of its origin. He's determined to take control, to master this newfound intensity. His goal, to finally earn his father's recognition and approval. He craves the adulation of the citizens, the prestigious title of crown prince. In his mind, securing the throne is the only path to a brighter future for everyone. Becoming crown prince isn't just a desire, it's a responsibility, a necessary sacrifice. This conviction hardens his resolve. Victory is paramount. He lunges towards his brother, a whirlwind of determination. His brother stares in disbelief. Theodore has not only withstood the cocktail bomb, but retaliates, unleashing another 0.1-liter cocktail bomb. The scene abruptly shifts, transporting the second prince into a bizarre, surreal landscape, the realm of his brother's internal organ. Here, he's offered a drink, served not by a hand, but by a beating heart. The heart reveals the drink's origin, a mysterious figure. He turns to face the figure, only to find his own brother standing before him. His brother raises his glass in a mocking toast. Witnessing this impossible scene, Theodore is utterly bewildered, convinced he's succumbed to a vivid hallucination. The sight of his brother, so drunk and disoriented, only deepens his confusion. In a surprising turn of events, the crown prince comes to his aid. He prepares to unleash the potent energy he's stored within his mana slot, directing a torrent of mana at his brother. With a ferocious attack, he unleashes the full force of his power, sending his brother crashing to the ground. A stunned silence falls over the onlookers, each witness completely bewildered by this unexpected display. The situation has taken a dramatic and unforeseen turn. Before their very eyes, a fierce battle unfolds between the emperor's son. The emperor himself immediately discerns the truth. Raquel has harnessed the power of the Azrael core. His earlier suspicions, once dismissed as mere doubt, are now confirmed. Even amidst the crowd, he can distinctly sense the potent energy of the Azrael core radiating from Raquel. The energy signature is unmistakable, despite the presence of hundreds of people. Meanwhile, Theodore opens his eye to find his brother standing over him, victorious. Raquel claims to have purified Theodore's impure mana, but Theodore instantly recognizes the true source of the power, the Azrahan core. Confusion and disbelief wash over him as he questions how his frail, sickly brother could wield such power. In response, the supposedly weak brother offers a nonchalant reply, claiming to have simply mastered it a little later in life. His gaze falls upon his fallen sword. Theodore mutters in disbelief, I lost. His brother, still catching his breath, remark, You still don't believe it, do you? His gaze then falls upon the trickle of blood on Theodore's forehead. Oscar explains calmly, That's from when you nearly took my head off. I barely managed to block it. The realization of his own arrogance during the fight dawns on Theodore. He had been so consumed by overconfidence, blindly assuming victory without acknowledging his brother's strength and skill. Oscar rises to his feet, extending a hand. Are you all right? Theodore misinterprets the gesture, his voice thick with shame. I am so ashamed. However, Raquel quickly interjects, he's asking if you're injured, Theodore. Understanding floods Theodore's face, and he bows deeply before Oscar. It is a formal acknowledgement of Oscar's prowess, a recognition of his rightful place as crown prince. The crowd watches in stunned silence as a translucent screen materializes before Oscar. He pumps his fist in the air, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Finally, Theodore mistakenly interprets Oscar's celebration as gloating over his defeat. A wave of emotion washes over the garden's caretaker upon seeing Oscar. Our internal system chimes in, congratulating Oscar for extending his generosity to someone other than himself. The system reveals that he's unlocked a new skill called requested medical treatment fee, or perhaps more accurately, life extension through healing. This remarkable skill grants Oscar a small increase in life expectancy every time he heals another individual. However, a hint of disappointment flickers across his face as he realizes the gain is minimal, a mere single day per healing. Extending his lifespan through this method proves to be a frustratingly slow process. Despite the slow progress, Oscar accepts the skill, deeming it a more reliable method of prolonging his life than solely relying on the unpredictable effects of acupoint techniques or invigorating tonic. His contemplation is interrupted by his father's arrival. His father inquires about the use of the Azrahan core in the recent fight, a question to which Oscar readily admits the truth. Pressed further on how he acquired such a rare item, Oscar offers a vague response, claiming ignorance of its true origin. He's forced to conceal the truth from his father, unable to reveal that the Azrahan core was a reward, a skill granted to him for healing his own severely damaged body. His father, however, appears to believe his son's explanation, adding that he himself had engraved this very power into his son's body at birth. He explains that due to a debilitating illness, he was unable to utilize this power. The emperor continues, declaring that his son has miraculously overcome his physical limitation and accessed this inherent ability. Believing his father's words to be praised, the young prince expresses his gratitude. However, his father abruptly interjects, stating that this unexpected development has completely ruined his meticulously crafted plan. Confusion washes over the prince, left to ponder the cryptic meaning behind his father's words. The emperor turns his back to his son, assuring him that despite this unforeseen circumstance, he will honor his promise and acknowledge his son's rightful position as crown prince. A pregnant pause follows. Before the emperor delivers a chilling warning, he will be watching his son closely, evaluating his every move to determine if he is truly worthy of inheriting the throne. Anger simmers within the young prince at his father's distrust. The emperor, equally frustrated by his son's passive silence, explodes, demanding a reaction, any sign of emotion. Instead of directly answering his father's outburst, the crown prince calmly begins to offer his father unsolicited advice, suggesting he continue sword fighting regularly to combat the stiffness setting into his muscle. He further advises a diet richer in vegetable and the abandonment of his tobacco habit. The emperor, taken aback, demands to know who his son thinks he is to offer such unsolicited advice, but Oscar sincerely replies that his words stem solely from genuine concern for his father's well-being. Later, riding in his carriage, the emperor contemplates his son's unexpected behavior, a scoff playing on his lips, yet a hint of bewilderment in his eye. Beneath the imperial facade, a father's worry surfaces. He reflects on Oscar's reckless use of the Azrahan core technique and the potential danger it poses to his health. The weight of his high expectations for Oscar weighs heavily on his mind. Even amidst his own illness, today's events have sparked a flicker of hope for his son's future, a glimmer amidst the darkness. Meanwhile, on his journey home, Oscar's thoughts drift to his own father, long deceased. He remembers the heart attack that claimed his life, a consequence of neglecting his studies for the allure of play. The devastating news arrived via a phone call, forever etched in his memory. Consumed by regret, yet knowing it's far too late to change the past, he contemplates the emperor, clinging to the sliver of hope that remains for him. Resolved, he decides to protect not only the emperor but his own father as well. He will utilize his unique skill, a power that will safeguard his father and, incidentally, extend his own life. Just then, Garden reappears, his face etched with emotion. Overwhelmed, Garden implores his master to inquire about the source of his tears. A wave of awkwardness washes over him, but he obliges nonetheless. Garden pours out his heart, expressing immense pride in his master's triumphant victory, regardless of the hardships endured. Brushing aside Garden's concern with a gentle reassurance, he announces his need for rest, explaining that a busy day awaits him tomorrow. Sensing Garden's confusion, he elaborates, revealing a scheduled meeting for the following day. Later, we find Garden accompanied by a mysterious individual. At Sorrentino's, one of the capital's 10 most prestigious restaurants, the stranger inquires about Garden's familiarity with the establishment. Garden casually responds that he frequents the restaurant. To our surprise, the enigmatic companion is revealed to be none other than the Crown Prince, cleverly disguised to conceal his true identity. When the waiter approaches to take his order, Oscar makes a peculiar request. He asks for something nonsensical, like grape wine without the grape, and declares his intention to eat until sunrise. His words seem to be a coded message, because the moment he finishes speaking, the waiter directs him to follow. Both rise from their seats, leaving Garden utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Oscar calmly instructs Garden to follow the waiter, assuring him that all will be explained soon enough. After a short walk, the waiter leads them to a hidden staircase. Confusion continues to cloud Garden's face. He wonders how the Crown Prince could possibly know about this secret place, a place Garden himself only discovered through the pages of a forgotten novel. Garden ventures a question: why are we here? Oscar's reply is cryptic: I'm here to collect some overdue treatment fees. His words only deepen Garden's bewilderment. Abruptly changing the subject, Oscar inquires, do you know someone named Damien? To which Garden offers a simple no. Instead of offering a further explanation to his concerned physician, he abruptly opens a door at the top of a flight of stairs. There, before them lies a hidden battle arena, two fighters locked in fierce combat, their every move punctuated by the roar of the enthusiastic crowd. Garden, intrigued, presses him for information about this clandestine location. With a playful smile, he reveals its secret nature. Then his eyes scan the arena, landing on a particularly imposing figure in the ring. Garden inquires if this formidable combatant is the Damien he had spoken of earlier, to which he shakes his head in denial. Just then, a distant door swings open on the far side of the arena, revealing the true protagonist of the novel he's been engrossed in. In the world within the pages, this individual is known as Damien Cayenne. A thunderous wave of cheers erupts from the crowd as Damien steps into the Colosseum. The announcer gestures dismissively to the previous fighter, ordering him to leave the ring. He then introduces Damien, the main event fighter of the evening, the one they've all been waiting for. At the tender age of 17, Damien plunged into the depths of the underworld, and over the course of the next 3 months, he vanquished all who stood against him. This unparalleled display of skill and dominance earned him the formidable title of Sword Genius. Then, the doors of the arena swung open, granting entry to Damien's opponent. A monstrous, roaring troll charged into the arena, its eyes fixed on Damien. Our protagonist, who had been observing the spectacle unfold, felt a shiver of fear run down his spine at the sight of the real troll. Even Garden couldn't suppress a gasp of protest. A horrifying thought gripped them: were they about to witness a human sacrifice to this monstrous creature? Meanwhile, on the arena floor, the berserk troll, consumed by rage, launched a furious assault on Damien. But Damien, with an almost preternatural grace, effortlessly evaded each brutal attack. His gaze locked onto the monster. Damien, with steely determination, drew his sword and, in a single, blindingly swift motion, cleaved the troll in two. A stunned silence fell over the spectators before erupting into a cacophony of awe and disbelief. Above the arena, our hero revised his initial assessment of Damien. This man was far more formidable than he'd anticipated. Then, a realization dawned on him. Of course, such prowess was to be expected. After all, this was Damien, the protagonist of the novel, a prodigious sword genius, rumored to be the rival of history's most legendary grandmaster swordsman. With a newfound sense of urgency, he instructed Garden to follow and strode purposefully forward. Moments later, their progress is abruptly halted by a formidable, bulky man, issuing a stern warning against proceeding further. But the imposing barrier melts away as the Crown Prince discreetly slips a hefty gold brick into the man's palm. The path now clear, they are granted passage inside. They find themselves seated before a figure whose presence evokes an involuntary tremor of fear in our protagonist, which he fights hard to suppress. With feigned confidence, he retrieves a bottle of painkillers, holding it up for inspection. He directs a pointed question to the imposing figure: surely, you don't intend to rely on these common, cheap painkillers? Damien interjects, demanding to know the purpose of their visit. He curtly asks if they're merely peddling medicine. The response is evasive, a vague affirmation that their purpose is something like that. Damien, growing impatient, attempts to dismiss them, claiming he's had his fill of their kind. Undeterred, our protagonist boldly asserts that such pedestrian remedies are utterly useless against the relentless, throbbing pain that plagues the back of his head. Finally, he has captured the imposing figure's attention. He begins to meticulously describe the agonizing pain, explaining how the symptoms typically originate in the back of his head. He complains of a stiff, itchy sensation around his neck and head, and asks Damien if he experiences any numbness in his shoulders and neck. Noticing a suspicious glint in Damien's eye, our protagonist realizes Damien is already familiar with these symptoms. He elaborates on his condition, adding that a searing pain throbs in his temples and between his eyes. But the agony doesn't stop there. He describes feeling goosebumps erupting across his skin and his eyes bulging from their socket. To further emphasize his plight, he dramatically acts out each symptom, providing a vivid, if somewhat exaggerated, portrayal of his suffering. Under Damien's intense scrutiny, our hero continues his theatrical performance, attempting to convince Damien that, instead of addressing the underlying cause of his ailment, he's merely masking the pain with medication. He stresses that painkillers are not a sustainable solution. Damien, growing increasingly irritated by the theatrics, briefly contemplates silencing him permanently. Exasperated, he finally snaps, urging Damien to verbally respond. This only fuels his frustration further, as Damien seems to believe he's the one preventing him from speaking in the first place. Damien inquires about the young man's identity, who, with a playful smirk, reveals the truth: he is the crown prince. Damien's irritation flares at this seemingly absurd claim, prompting the prince to fabricate a new story. He's been sent by Kuzma, a prominent sponsor of Damien's. He elaborates, feigning concern, that Kuzman is deeply worried about Damien and their current lack of sufficient ingredients. He attributes the scarcity to the season, leaving Damien utterly bewildered. Amidst the young man's rambling, Damien, thoroughly confused, questions the meaning behind his words. With a sudden shift in demeanor, the young man declares he's discovered a new method to alleviate Damien's pain. Intrigued, Damien asks if this involves new medicine. The young man solemnly replies that conventional medicine cannot address this particular ailment. The root of the pain must be eradicated. He instructs Damien to remove his shirt and lie down, promising to explain the treatment process. Complying, Damien follows the instructions without further protest. As he lies barebacked, a network of scars is revealed across his skin. The young man asks, a hint of amusement in his voice, if Damien is afraid. Annoyed by the question, Damien answers with a resolute no, asserting his identity as a seasoned warrior who has both inflicted and endured pain, effectively silencing him. Oscar then scoops up a generous amount of moxa, and with a playful smirk, asks Damien if he's ever experienced anything quite like this. With practiced ease, Oscar places the moxa on Damien's back, then ignites it, sending a plume of smoke curling into the air. Damien, attempting to maintain his composure, nonchalantly remarked that such a simple treatment couldn't possibly faze a seasoned warrior like himself. However, his bravado quickly fades as moments pass, and he finds himself trembling uncontrollably from the intense heat. Oscar can't help but chuckle at Damien's sudden change in demeanor, though inwardly, he sincerely hopes Damien can endure the agonizing pain. His thoughts drift to the cursed mark etched onto Damien's back, the very reason Damien remains trapped in the unforgiving underworld. Each time Damien is forced to fight, the curse flares, inflicting unbearable agony. To combat the relentless pain, Damien resorts to consuming copious amounts of painkillers, a desperate measure that plunges him deeper into debt, forcing him to accept more fights to repay what he owed. This vicious cycle has become Damien's life, a bleak reality that fuels Oscar's anger. He silently curses Councilman Kuzan for condemning Damien to this cruel fate. With renewed determination, Oscar meticulously works the moxa across the cursed mark, a glimmer of hope sparking within him. If he can heal Damien, break this cycle of pain, not only will he gain an extended lifespan, but he'll also secure the Vice Tower Master's unwavering support. Later, Oscar decides to provide treatment for the other gladiators as well. Once Damien's treatment is complete, Oscar instructs him to rise. His gaze focuses intently on the mark on Damien's back, which he has successfully cauterized. He then inquires about Damien's current physical sensation, his expression filled with a hint of anticipation. Wearing a look of disbelief, Damien confesses to feeling remarkably refreshed, a sensation he hasn't experienced in years. Oscar explains that multiple treatment sessions will be necessary for complete healing. He emphasizes the importance of avoiding any contact with the blisters on his back during this time, along with abstaining from oily foods and strenuous physical activity. Damien is taken aback by the final instruction. Oscar clarifies that Damien must refrain from fighting, a declaration met with immediate protest. Such a condition is simply unacceptable to Councilman Kuzma. Oscar calmly assures Damien that he will personally handle the matter. Realization dawns on Damien. Oscar is not who he claimed to be. He pointedly questions Oscar's true identity. A look of utter bewilderment paints Damien's face as our audacious young man proudly declares himself a crown prince. Skepticism clouds Damien's features. He doesn't believe a word. He counters with a pointed remark, suggesting there must be a compelling reason for such a clandestine identity. Choosing to sidestep the issue for now, Our protagonist directs Damien to follow his instructions without question. He emphasizes a crucial order: under no circumstances should Damien approach the Colosseum, regardless of any events unfolding there. He assures Damien that remaining away from the Colosseum ensures his safety. Finally, he adds a cryptic note: this is the sole method for them to maintain contact. A blush creeps onto Damien's face upon hearing this revelation, and he eagerly agrees as they begin their journey back. Meanwhile, Gardine's mind buzzes with countless questions about this illicit establishment. He pushes them aside for the moment, focusing on a specific request for assistance. When Gardine inquires about the nature of the task, he's instructed to locate a man with distinct features: jet black hair, styled in a ponytail, and piercing slit eyes. After a thorough search, Gardine finally spots the individual within the dimly lit confines of a bar. He takes a seat directly opposite the man and wastes no time in getting to the point. Stating his intention to purchase Damien's contract, he demands full disclosure of Damien's outstanding debt, including the precise cost of contract termination. Kuzman audaciously sets the price at a staggering 9 trillion magic, a sum so exorbitant that only someone with the wealth of a crown prince could afford it. Oscar boldly declares himself to be the crown prince. Kuzman erupts in laughter, ridiculing the claim. He scoffs, saying that if Oscar is a crown prince, then he himself is the very embodiment of royalty, the crown prince of medicine vendors. He dismisses Oscar, telling him to leave if he's not serious about buying. As Oscar departs, Kuzman summons a henchman, ordering him to investigate Oscar's true identity. He demands a thorough inquiry, leaving no stone unturned. He authorizes the use of torture, granting his henchman free rein to extract the information by any means necessary. He wants the truth, no matter the cost. Just 1 hour later, the very henchman Kuzman sent to torture Oscar is thrown back into Kuzman's presence, battered, bruised, and bleeding. Kuzman is utterly shocked and demands to know who dared to inflict such damage. Suddenly, he finds himself confronted by a contingent of royal guard. Their arrival is heralded by a grand announcement. The secret royal inspector stands before them. With a flourish, our quick-witted protagonist removes his wig, revealing the gleaming royal badge beneath. Rewinding an hour, we find Garden and our hero embarking on a clandestine journey. Fully aware that Kuzman's watchful eyes are upon them, they proceed with caution. A shadowy figure trails their every move. Maintaining a facade of normalcy, he instructs Garden to act as if unaware of their pursuer. Their performance is crucial to avoid arousing suspicion in the tailing spot. He had anticipated Kuzman's inevitable attempt at surveillance. In fact, this very expectation was the catalyst for his initial interaction with Kuzman. Just then, as the stalker turns a corner, he stumbles directly into the path of the secret royal inspector. The royal guards immediately seize the unsuspecting stalker, accusing him of a grave offense, attempting to assassinate the crown prince. The scene now shifts to Kuzman's presence. Our resourceful hero discreetly returns the royal badge to its rightful owner, the secret royal inspector. Confusion clouds Kuzman's face as he struggles to comprehend the rapidly unfolding event. Before Kuzman can mount a response, our hero issues a decisive command to the royal guards: raid the premises. His primary objective, the apprehension of Kuzman. The order ignites a flurry of activity as the guards surge forward, swiftly overwhelming and subduing all resistance. Observing the unfolding scene before him, Garden contemplates the possibility of a genuine transformation in the crown prince. A newfound concern for the security of his kingdom weighs heavily on his mind, prompting his relentless pursuit and dismantling of underground organization. Meanwhile, the crown prince appears genuinely delighted by the presence and well-being of those around him. Their injuries present him with a unique opportunity, a chance to heal them, and in doing so, potentially extend his own lifespan. Concealed in the shadows, Kuzman observes the unfolding event, his mind grappling with the complexities of the situation. He wrestles with the crown prince's peculiar interest in acquiring Damien, especially amidst Damien's desperate attempt to escape. As he makes a hasty dash towards the gate, Kuzman resolves to remain hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge. But the moment he cracks open the door, he finds himself confronted by a menacing array of drawn swords. Simultaneously, our protagonist engages in a wager with his physician, confidently asserting his ability to emerge unscathed from the gate. He boldly demands 500 megan from the unfortunate doctor, then steps forward with unwavering determination, and launches into a rambling explanation about the critical importance of covering the cost of a particular medicine, when Kuzman abruptly cuts him off, demanding to know what nonsensical gibberish he's spouting. Flustered, the man clarifies that his intentions are purely benevolent, explaining that he's there to settle Damien's outstanding medical expenses, and extends a generous offer. But Oscar, in a shocking display of arrogance, throws it back. Enraged by this blatant disrespect, the offerer lunges forward, fist raised to strike. However, his attack is intercepted by the iron fist of a royal guard, the blow landing squarely on his face. He's shoved roughly to the ground, a stern warning ringing in his ear. Trapped, with no avenue for escape. He resorts to a desperate measure, a concealed capsule of potent poison held within his mouth. After an agonizing 5-second countdown, he spits the capsule out. This is no impulsive act, it's a calculated maneuver. The capsule, upon release, will unleash a paralyzing agent, immobilizing everyone within its radius. Under the cover of this induced paralysis, he plans to escape and assassinate the crown prince. He revels in the perceived perfection of his plan. The countdown begins, each second bringing him closer to freedom. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But just as he's about to unleash the poison, a hand clamps over his mouth, silencing him. It's Raquel. Terror grips Kuzan as he realizes Raquel has anticipated his every move. The countdown reaches 0. The capsule detonates inside his mouth. The paralyzing agent begins to take hold, but only on it. And the poisoned Kuzman desperately needs the antidote, and fast. Hands trembling, he frantically fumbles in his pocket, searching for the vial. But our hero, armed with the knowledge gleaned from reading the novel, anticipates Kuzman's every move. With a swift motion, he snatches the antidote from Kuzman's grasp. He then offers a tantalizing question. Curious how I knew that, are you? A look of pure horror washes over the goon's face. Unfazed, our protagonist calmly drinks the antidote right in front of him, punctuating each sip with a pointed jab. Let's just say, he says with a smirk, I'm not inclined to share my secret. Adding insult to injury, he makes a show of grimacing. Ugh, bitter, he remarks, further taunting the desperate Kuzman. Kuzman's desperation mounts as he pleads for the antidote. With a casual flick of the wrist, our hero tosses the empty vial over his shoulder. The message is clear, there will be no antidote for Kuzman. Not from him. After all, it was Raquel who orchestrated the poisoning in the first place. Our protagonist has a different plan. He intends to utilize his advanced medical knowledge to prolong Kuzman's suffering. Now that he has access to the man's pressure points, he's secured the antidote's effects within his own system. Focusing his attention on the area beneath the fifth thoracic vertebra, he applies precise pressure, approximately 1.5 inches on either side. He targets the vital heart transporter point. The effect is instantaneous. Kuzman violently expels the poison from his system. Then, expertly administering the antidote's remaining potency within Kuzman, he waits for it to take full effect. Just a few seconds later, the man loses consciousness, Oscar's treatment proving successful. As a reward for saving his life, Oscar receives a remarkable gift, an extension of his own lifespan by 118 days. Despite the life-saving act, the man orders his guards to arrest Oscar and his companion. With this obstacle overcome, Oscar sets his sights on the true purpose of his visit. The scene shifts to the gladiatorial arena, where Damien leads his fellow fighter. They clash fiercely with the guards, inflicting significant casualties upon their rank. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Raquel appears before Damien, who instantly recognizes it. Suddenly, the scene transitions into a dreamscape. Young Damien stands before the lifeless form of his mother. He's trapped in a recurring nightmare, reliving the agonizing day he was left alone in the world. A voice urges him to awaken, breaking him free from the tormenting memory. He opens his eyes to find himself facing Garden. Garden introduces himself to Damien. Damien reciprocates, shaking Garden's hand as he states his own name. Their introductions are cut short by the arrival of the crown prince. The prince beckons them to follow, explaining that there's much to be done. They soon arrive at a simulated augmentation clinic. They soon discover they are not alone. Other gladiators are present in the clinic. Damien, seeking to understand their surroundings, inquires about the nature of the place. He's informed that they've been brought to a treatment clinic. Another gladiator, observing the scene, expresses bewilderment at the benefactor's generosity towards them. After all, he didn't just provide them sanctuary within his palace, boldly rescuing them from the depths of the underworld, but is now offering them much-needed medical treatment. Observing the gladiators, a thought crosses his mind. His primary motivation for treating them, he realizes, stems from the desire to liberate them from their debilitating curse mark, and in doing so, he can potentially extend his own lifespan by drawing upon the youthful vitality of the gladiators, most of whom are still young. Their youth, he believes, holds the key to bolstering his own dwindling life force. He begins by clarifying that altruism isn't his driving force. He's forthright about his own precarious health, a fact well known to those present. One gladiator confirms this, stating his ailment is common knowledge throughout the kingdom. Internally, our protagonist vowed that this particular outspoken gladiator will endure the most agonizing treatment he can devise. He continues speaking, explaining his unorthodox approach. Since the physicians have failed to provide a cure, he's taken matters into his own hand. Turning to Damien, He asks if he understands the situation. Damien responds with a chilling observation: they are his test subject. The confirmation of their fears sends a wave of anxiety through the room. Undeterred, Oscar counters by asking Damien about his experience after the previous treatment. Damien reports a significant reduction in nerve pain. A collective sigh of relief fills the air. Damien's testimony seems to favor the Crown Prince's method. With renewed confidence, Oscar addresses the group, inquiring if anyone feels apprehensive about the treatment. Met with silence, he instructs them to remove their shirt and lie on the beds. 6 grueling days pass. Each gladiator is now in a deplorable state, their bodies ravaged by the affliction. They writhe in agony, vomiting and drenched in cold sweat, the result of foregoing painkillers. Oscar, a mix of anticipation and anxiety etched on his face, awaits the outcome of his treatment. He turns to Damien, his voice laced with concern, asking if he's experiencing any dizziness or nausea. Damien confirms that he is. But he's recovering now, regaining his composure. He understands that Damien is an exception to the rule, a unique case, being the protagonist of the novel for a reason. After all, destiny favors the chosen. He then dismisses everyone, instructing them to return to their quarters. However, he instructs Sergio to remain behind. He remarks on Sergio's poor condition, recognizing the evident withdrawal symptoms plaguing him. Sergio attempts to brush it off, insisting he's perfectly fine. He then produces a needle, holding it up for Sergio to see. He assures Sergio that he intends to help him alleviate his suffering. Meanwhile, his thoughts betray his uncertainty. He's unsure if the acupressure treatment will be effective on Sergio, given the severity of his condition, but he knows he must try. Sergio has been relying on the painkiller for the longest period, making him the ideal, albeit necessary, test subject for this experimental treatment. He contemplates targeting the pressure point near Sergio's stomach, a crucial juncture for pain relief. Lost in these thoughts, planning his next move, Sergio suddenly rises from his position. He stands there, radiating an unexpected and formidable power. With a sudden burst of strength, Sergio lunges forward, seizing our protagonist by the throat with both hands. Raquel struggles to breathe, his airway constricted in Sergio's iron grip. But just in the nick of time, Damien intervenes, forcefully knocking Sergio away, extending a hand to help him up. Damien inquires about his well-being. Raquel quickly reassures him, confirming that he's unharmed. Damien's gaze falls upon Sergio's unconscious form, and he deduces that, due to the severity of his withdrawal symptoms, Sergio's nervous system is in a hypersensitive state, reacting intensely to even the slightest stimulation. This heightened sensitivity explains why a simple needle prick would feel like a piercing sword. The solution, Damien realizes, lies in utilizing significantly thinner needle. Later, we find Damien in his study, absorbed in a letter from a blacksmith. In essence, the letter conveyed the blacksmith's sincere apologies for his inability to forge the required quantity of exceptionally thin needles, as fine as thread. He explains that only a dwarf artisan, renowned for their unparalleled precision, possesses the skill to accomplish such a delicate task. Just then, a system notification abruptly appeared, issuing a stark warning about Damien's dangerously high stress level. The notification cautions that prolonged stress could result in a debilitating nervous illness. Internally, his organs work overtime to cool down his racing heart, subtly attempting to offer a solution. Observing Damien's distress, the system helpfully reminds him of his ability to summon a monster, or even unlock a new skill by expending his HP point. He decides to select the Summon Gacha option, a gamble costing him 300 HP. Confirming his purchase with a tap, he hopes to summon something extraordinary. Note, changed summon to summon assuming it's a typo. The system prompts him to vocalize the specific quality he desires in his summoned creature. He demands a creature capable of providing him with a multitude of needles, each of uniform thickness. After his request is recorded, the system presents him with 3 bizarre options, each with a peculiar name. The choices include a happy summon that oink, discharging iron, and a discharging cactus. Note, assuming discharge is intended. The system then informs him that only one of these summon guarantees a 100% chance of fulfilling his needle requirement. The other 2 have significantly lower chances, 50% and 0%, respectively. Reading the probabilities, he realizes the inherent gamble of the summon. He weighs his options, contemplating which summon to choose. Indecision plagues him, but after a moment of deliberation, unable to logically choose, he throws caution to the wind and lets his gut feeling lead him to the discharging cactus. As the system prepares his chosen reward, with a fervent prayer, he beseeches the gods for a worthy summon. Suddenly, an adorably tiny porcupine tumbles into his outstretched palm. His system immediately activates, outlining the unique qualities of his newfound companion. He learns he can control its size through a special diet, red sunflower seeds for colossal growth, or blue seeds to shrink it back to its miniature form. The blue seeds will return the porcupine to its original, diminutive size. Its name, he discovers, is gosu, and it possesses the remarkable ability to generate an endless supply of thorns, launching them with precision at its enemy. He politely requests 3 thorns from gosu, each of a distinct color, and the obliging creature complies. Examining the white and brown thorn, he finds the white thorn inflicts a mild pain sensation. He deems it suitable for use on the gladiator. However, the black thorn, possessing a much higher pain threshold, gives him pause. He decides against testing it on himself, opting to experiment on someone else later. He then proceeds to his clinic garden, spotting him warming up a needle, inquires about his summon, prompting a proud introduction to gosu. Thinking on his feet, he quickly fabricates a story, instructing Garden to inquire about the remaining details directly from the summoned being itself. With that, he departs, leaving a thoroughly bewildered Garden behind. Garden's confusion stems from recognizing the creature as a summoned monster. Creatures of legend. Ancient tales speak of a legendary builder from 300 years past who commanded summon monsters as his loyal servant. These beings are shrouded in mystery, incredibly rare and seldom seen. Garden is completely baffled as to how his master managed to acquire one. The realization dawns on him. There's a hidden depth to his master, a secret side he knew nothing about. Back inside the clinic, Sergio offers a sincere apology for the previous day's mishap. Brushing off the apology with a wave of his hand, he assures Sergio that the pain is no longer an issue. Thanks to the numerous needles now embedded in his body, Sergio is taken aback by this revelation, as he appears to be completely unaffected by the procedure. To demonstrate, he presents his arm, showcasing the precise points of the acupressure treatment. He explains that he's been diligently applying this treatment to everyone since then. The rewards for healing Damien and the other gladiators are substantial. Oscar's life expectancy increases by a remarkable 171 days. Furthermore, his healing skill levels up, a direct result of utilizing it on a larger group of individuals. This news fills Oscar with a palpable sense of satisfaction, evident in his jubilant body language. Witnessing Oscar's unconcealed delight, Damien remains oblivious to the Crown Prince's true motivation. He's left pondering the reason behind the Crown Prince's elation at their recovery. Now that Raquel has completed their treatment, with their recovery secured, Oscar begins formulating his next plan. The scene transitions to the Emperor, who is receiving a report concerning his son's activity. He learns that the Crown Prince has enlisted 14 gladiators as his personal bodyguards, officially recognized as Royal Guard. The Emperor is further informed that Oscar is providing them with salaries and benefit. Upon hearing this, the Emperor erupts in laughter at his son's expense, imagining him defying doctor's orders to remain in bed, and instead busying himself with assembling a private army. However, the next piece of information delivered instantly sobers him. The report continues, revealing whispers circulate throughout the palace, alleging that the Crown Prince has a peculiar habit of summoning every servant and guard to his side, only to subject them to the prick of a needle. The scene unfolds, the Crown Prince, playing doctor, surrounded by a nervous assembly of servants. He gestures towards one, a pointed needle held delicately in his hand. "Tell me," he inquires with a disarming smile, "does this prick cause you any discomfort?" The servant, compelled to appease, offers a hesitant, "No, Your Highness." The lie hangs heavy in the air, contradicted by the winces and apprehensive glances exchanged between the surrounding guard. Unfazed, the Crown Prince calls for his next patient. Shifting to a few days prior, we find Damien standing before the Crown Prince. The Prince, ever inquisitive, probes Damien about his experience with the mock ascension treatment. Damien, choosing his words carefully, offers a demure response, "It still stings a little, Your Highness." A triumphant grin spreads across the Crown Prince's face as he delivers what he deems to be good news. "You're cured," he declares, leaving Damien utterly bewildered. The treatments are no longer necessary. Confusion clouds Damien's features as he attempts to process the abrupt declaration. He begins to offer his thanks, but the Crown Prince raises a hand, silencing him. "Patience, Damien," he interjects, a glint in his eye. "Hear me out." The air thickens with anticipation as the Crown Prince leans forward, a proposal on his lip. He desires Damien's exceptional swordsmanship, his loyalty. Such talent, the Prince insists, must not be allowed to languish. He then extends an unexpected offer, a position as his personal bodyguard. The position comes with a generous salary and a comprehensive benefits package. Instead of appealing to sentiments like loyalty or friendship, he takes a pragmatic approach. He understands Damien's potential and foresees his rapid advancement in swordsmanship, culminating in the inevitable sword master syndrome. This syndrome heightens a swordsman's senses to an extreme degree, amplifying pain and suffering beyond anything previously experienced. particularly for those bearing a curse seal, as Damien does. This curse seal further intensifies the effects of the syndrome. Driven by concern, he desires Damien's proximity when this critical point arrives. The bodyguard position, therefore, serves as a convenient pretext to keep Damien close and offer support. He sweetens the deal further, adding numerous enticing perks to the contract. Seeing Damien's hesitation, he delivers the final, irresistible blow: a 4-day work week. This announcement triggers a chorus of cheers from the onlookers behind Damien. Overhearing the exceptional terms of the offer, the others clamor to employ Damien themselves. They veil their true intentions under the guise of repaying their debt to him. He wryly observes their eagerness, recognizing their motivation stems not from gratitude, but from the allure of the lucrative salary and accompanying benefit. With a chorus of enthusiastic agreement, they readily admit that he's hit the mark. Their honesty pleased him, a refreshing change. He'd often found that those who proclaimed unwavering loyalty often harbored hidden resentment. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision: he would hire them. The existing royal guard remained loyal to his father, a potential source of conflict. It was strategically advantageous to cultivate his own personal guard. He christened them the SRG, his own elite squad. The newly appointed SRG members were visibly delighted. Turning away, he sighed inwardly, a shadow passing over his face. The grim reality of his dwindling lifespan weighed heavily on him. A mere 18 days remained. His frail body further complicated matters, leaving him too weak to continue his search for more patience. Later, he was found in the quiet solitude of his study, where Damien and Garden awaited him. He announced his intention to establish a clinic within the palace wall. Garden's surprised exclamation interrupted him, praising the nobility of his cause. To establish a clinic, driven by a desire to alleviate suffering, was truly commendable. He wholeheartedly agreed with Garden's sentiment. His primary focus, he explained, was to provide care for those residing within the palace. He doubted the common citizenry would readily trust. He reasons that even those living outside the palace walls will feel comfortable visiting. Garden concurs, agreeing with his assessment. Oscar explains his need for this strategic location, emphasizing that word of mouth will serve as powerful, organic advertising for his clinic. He envisions a steady stream of patients flocking to his side palace's traditional medicine clinic, seeking treatment and ensuring a thriving practice. However, his current reality is far from ideal. He's frustrated by the robust health of the populace. Despite treating 500 individuals, he's only earned a paltry 2-day bonus to his lifespan. His frustration mounts as he laments his desperate need for a truly sick patient. Suddenly, inspiration strikes, halting him mid-sentence. He abruptly orders Garden to gather information on the families of all the servants employed within his palace. He's convinced that somewhere among their relatives, illness must surely exist. His frustration returns as he scans the records, finding only healthy individuals. With only 10 pages remaining, hope dwindles, but he persists, determinedly checking each entry. Damien's arrival interrupts his search. Damien expresses his profound disappointment with the crown prince. Oscar listens, completely baffled by Damien's word. Damien presses further, inquiring if the crown prince views patience as the necessary tool in this endeavor. He adds, understandingly, that extensive research demands considerable patience. However, Damien observes pointedly, the crown prince's current approach seems more akin to searching for someone on their deathbed. Garden, fiercely loyal, interjects, defending his master's methods, insisting there must be a well-conceived plan in place. Yet, the crown prince unexpectedly sides with Damien, gently correcting Garden, acknowledging the accuracy of Damien's rather blunt assessment. Damien, feeling a pang of remorse, protests, pointing out his own rudeness towards Garden. Garden, in a surprising twist, attempts to defend the crown prince, retorting that Damien's words were indeed disrespectful. Witnessing this unexpected bickering, the crown prince, with a touch of exasperation, promptly dismisses both of them from his chamber. Alone at last, he returns his attention to the remaining 10 pages, his gaze quickly drawn to a particular entry. The questionnaire describes an 8-year-old boy whose body is seized by violent tremors, accompanied by foaming at the mouth, occurring once or twice a week. Despite thorough examinations by both doctors and clerics, the boy's condition remains a baffling mystery. As the crown prince finishes reading, a surge of satisfaction washes over him. He has finally found what he's been searching for. The next day, he finally meets the young boy, who looks a little apprehensive in his presence. He approaches the boy gently, closing the distance between them. Offering a warm smile, he greets the boy and tells him to call in Raquel. Understanding that this is George's first time visiting the Grand Palace and meeting the Crown Prince, a daunting experience for any child, Raquel strives to put the young boy at ease. He produces a brightly colored candy, instantly capturing George's attention and bringing a smile to his face. But instead of reaching for the treat, The boy's expression suddenly clouds over. George solemnly informs Raquel that he cannot touch the crown prince. When Raquel inquires why, George reveals a heartbreaking truth: he believes he is cursed. He explains that this perceived curse is the reason he's ostracized and bullied by other children. They call him weird and strange. Upon hearing this, Raquel attempts to reassure George, gently refuting the idea that he is cursed. The boy recounts an incident from the previous day, explaining that when the other children were teasing him, he tried to defend himself, but the confrontation ended badly. Afterward, everything went dark, and he began to tremble uncontrollably, feeling as though he had been violently thrown to the ground. When he finally regained consciousness, he felt weak and disoriented. In a surprising gesture of compassion, the crown prince suddenly embraces George. He commends George's bravery for enduring such hardship. Tears welling in his eyes, George recoils, pleading with the crown prince not to touch him. He warns of the malevolent spirit residing within him. Intrigued, the crown prince immediately begins to examine George. His advanced diagnostic system indicates that George is physically healthy. Aside from exhibiting symptoms of seizures, likely triggered by irregular brainwave activity, he concludes that George suffers from epilepsy. However, a crucial piece of the puzzle remains elusive: the underlying cause of these erratic brainwaves. Acknowledging George's evident skepticism, the crown prince assures him that his disbelief is understandable. Raquel interjects, reminding George with unwavering confidence that he's in the presence of the crown prince, whose pronouncements are infallible. Now faced with a new dilemma, the crown prince grapples with the next course of action. Without knowing the root cause of the irregular brain activity, and lacking the necessary diagnostic tools, such as an MRI machine, he's at an impasse. Just then, a sudden cry from George breaks the tense silence. George calls out, his voice strained. The crown prince watches in alarm as George is seized by another convulsion. He swiftly and gently lowers George to the ground, despite Garden's frantic protest, who vehemently insists on keeping a distance from the afflicted boy. Damien raises his sword, a calculated move to gauge their reaction. He bellows at the frightened onlookers, fiercely asserting that George is merely ill and in dire need of care, emphasizing the boy's current suffering. With a commanding voice, he orders them to fetch a pillow immediately. Gently, Damien lays George down on the provided pillow as all eyes remain fixed on it. Garden, concerned, offers to wipe away the foam forming around George's mouth. Damien declines, explaining that in George's current unconscious state, he might inadvertently swallow the hand towel. He stresses the importance of patience, explaining that they must wait until the seizure subsides before taking further action. Suddenly, Damien senses a surge of mana emanating from George. He quickly realizes the source: his own unique Azrahan core technique, which possesses an acute sensitivity to mana fluctuation. With newfound determination, he resolves to utilize this heightened sensitivity to pinpoint the root cause of George's epilepsy. Focusing intently, Damien delves into the intricate flow of mana surrounding George. He meticulously examines the boy's nerves, searching for any irregularities, but finds nothing. The effort begins to take its toll, and fatigue sets in. Finally, his focus lands upon George's heart. With a surge of urgency, he concentrates his attention on this vital organ. At last, he pinpoints the origin of the erratic brainwave, isolating them to the vagus nerve. With a quiet urgency, he directs his subordinates to bring a blanket, instructing them to gently cover George. He emphasizes the importance of not disturbing George's slumber. Exhausted from the intense concentration of the diagnosis, he suddenly collapses. Alarm washes over the faces of those around him as they witness his sudden fall. Despite his physical collapse, a wave of relief washes over him, knowing he's uncovered the root of George's affliction. He loses consciousness, succumbing to exhaustion, and remains asleep for several hours. He awakens with a throbbing headache, slowly regaining awareness. He suspects his Azrahan core, pushed to its limits during the diagnosis, activated while he slept. He's startled by Damien's presence at his bedside. Damien informs him that he's been unconscious for half a day. Immediately concerned, he inquires about George's condition. Relief floods him as Damien confirms George has awakened. He learns, however, that George is weak and fatigued, struggling to rise from his bed. He reflects on the successful diagnosis, a testament to the power of his Asperger's core. His mind already races, formulating a treatment plan centered around stimulating the vagus nerve. As he reaches for his coat, ready to begin George's treatment, his purpose is renewed. Startled, Damien inquires where Oscar intends to go in the dead of night. A manic grin spreads across Oscar's face as he replies, "I'm going to be struck by lightning." Moments later, he and Damien arrive at the gates of the main palace. The guards stare in utter disbelief at the unexpected arrival of the crown prince. Oscar calmly requests an escort to Sir Zanato's chambers. They proceed swiftly through the palace, making their way to Sir Zanato, the esteemed palace mage. Sir Zanatos is astonished to find them at his door at such an unreasonable hour. He inquires as to the purpose of their late-night visit, with a mischievous glint in his eye. The crown prince asks the mage to strike him with a bolt of lightning. The outlandish request leaves the poor mage utterly bewildered. Sir Xanatos recalls a conversation from the previous day with the emperor, who had expressed concern over the crown prince's recent erratic behavior. The emperor had confided in him about Oscar's increasingly strange action. A worried smile etched on his face, the emperor had admitted, "I fear what my son might do next." Observing the emperor's troubled expression, the mage had, annoyed, the mage thinks. Even the emperor has become a fool for his son. Meanwhile, the young prince furiously shakes the exasperated maid, demanding, "Strike me with lightning, now!" The mage internally laments, just how mad has the crown prince become? He protests vehemently, "Your Highness, I can't. You could die. I'd be held responsible. An execution for regicide is not a fate I desire." The crown prince scoffs, "No need for such drastic measures. I simply require a mild electrical stimulation, for 3 hours. The mage's annoyance only intensifies at this bizarre request. "Lightning magic is inherently destructive," he explained. "Minimizing it and maintaining that delicate balance for 3 hours straight requires an impossible level of control." He fixes the prince with an incredulous stare. "Does your Highness have any conception of the difficulty?" The crown prince replies with a confident smirk, "Of course. That's precisely why I came to you. No one else in the empire possesses such refined skill." Flattery momentarily sways the mage, he's almost tempted to comply. But lingering doubt remains. "But what if I injure you, your Highness?" The crown prince, seeking to reassure the mage, guarantees his safety, pledging that should any harm befall him during the procedure, the mage will bear no responsibility for his death. He underscores his promise by gesturing towards the guards present, who will serve as witnesses. He further reveals his motivation, explaining that he's undertaking this risk to save another life. Satisfied by the prince's assurance, the mage accedes to his request, inquiring when they should begin. The crown prince, with unwavering resolve, declares that they must proceed immediately. He positions himself before the mage, who asks if he's prepared for the procedure. The prince nods in affirmation, but his thoughts betray a hidden concern. He cannot, in good conscience, subject a child to such a dangerous, experimental treatment. He resolves to become the subject of the experiment himself. As the mage begins, channeling a precisely measured electrical current towards him, the crown prince prepares to harness the electric current, converting them into electrodes and then transforming them into finely tuned electrical signals. His intention is to utilize these manipulated signals to correct the irregularity, disrupting George's vagus nerve. Ultimately, he will meticulously control these signals, guiding them with precision. As he mentally reviews his plan, he marvels at the power of the Azrahan core technique, which grants him the confidence to believe he can achieve success on the first attempt. Suddenly, he instructs the mage to halt the procedure, playfully suggesting he could continue the treatment indefinitely. The following day, a gaggle of notorious gossipmongers congregates outside George's room. One of them cautiously opens the door, revealing the entire group standing before George and his physician. Crown Prince Raquel presents George with a needle, offering a candid warning that, as a necessary medical procedure, it will cause some discomfort. He quickly qualifies this, assuring George that the pain will be minimal, pointing out that he already inserted one needle into George's neck unnoticed. However, Raquel adds with a mischievous grin, "What comes next will most definitely hurt." Just then, the mage unleashes a surge of electric magic upon Raquel, who dramatically absorbs the current into his chest. He concentrates the potent energy within his heart. Garden watches, feeling faint at the sight of his master's precarious condition. Yet, amidst the chaos, Raquel remains focused on the gossipmongers, keenly anticipating that they will disseminate news of his unorthodox treatment method far and wide. The crucial moment arrives, the transfer of the amplified mana into George. But tension grips him, a knot tightening in his stomach, as he senses a dangerous instability in George's mana flow, a chaotic fluctuation that sets his teeth on edge. Dread washes over him as he recognizes the ominous signs. George is on the verge of a seizure. With precious seconds ticking away, he must stabilize George's erratic nerve before disaster strikes. A weak voice, George's, breaks through the tension. "How much longer must I endure this?" 3 minutes, he responds, his voice strained but firm, "if all goes well." 1 minute, if things take a turn for the worse. He adds, a touch of reassurance in his tone. The entire procedure, however, should be complete within 30 minutes. The thought of pausing, of taking a moment to regroup, flickers through his mind. But he swiftly dismisses the idea, several compelling reasons solidifying his resolve. The prying eyes of the gossip mongers, ever present and eager to spread distorted rumors, weigh heavily on his decision. Coupled with the uncertainty of the mage's continued assistance, the risk of interruption is too great. Stealing his nerves, he makes his decision. He turns to the mage, his voice filled with urgent determination. Triple the power, he commands. Increase the magic's intensity threefold. The mage's voice, laced with caution, warns him, the pain will be significantly great, but he dismisses the warning with a wave of his hand. Pain is a small price to pay. This time, however, the surge of power is not a gentle flow, but a jolting shock, like a bolt of lightning searing through his vein. Yet, amidst the searing pain, his focus remains unwavering, fixed on the critical task at hand. He needs to absorb mana rapidly, crucial for completing the procedure with utmost speed. Frantically, he searches for the karata, the precise point for electrode placement, knowing that a mere 5 seconds stand between him and the onset of the seizure. Just as George teeters on the precipice of a seizure, on the verge of convulsing, he miraculously stabilizes, his body returning to normal as he gazes at the crown prince. A wave of astonishment washes over everyone, especially George's sister, as they witness the averted seizure, a moment of breathtaking relief. Meanwhile, the crown prince, though outwardly composed, feels the silent drain of the relentless electrical stimulation. Yet, a congratulatory message from his system breaks through the fatigue, announcing the successful completion of the vagus nerve operation. A reward is granted, a precious 3-day life bonus. But that's not all. His Azrahan core technique, pushed beyond his body's limitations, ascends to a new level, achieving level 2 within a single circle, a remarkable feat. This breakthrough also amplifies his mana circle, enhancing his power. A further notification arrives, revealing that his lungs and large intestine have absorbed metallic energy and achieved complete immunity to wood magic. Harnessing this potent wood energy, his newly formed organ, the liver, began to awaken. In that pivotal moment, a remarkably arrogant and furious liver emerged, entering the sacred realm of his organ. The large intestine rejoices, celebrating his graduation from newbie status. But instead of sharing in the merriment, the liver delivers a swift slap to the large intestine, deadpanning. Who said you could stop being a newbie? Do you have a death wish? And then, in a surprising twist, the liver grants our protagonist a boost of 300 HP. The other organs, welcoming their new compatriot, contribute another 500 HP. A warm welcome indeed. The celebration continues as the organs, brimming with joy, bestow an additional 300 HP upon our hero. It seems they're throwing a birthday party for the liver, and everyone's benefiting. Overwhelmed with gratitude, our protagonist revels in these unexpected achievements. Basking in the glow of newfound HP, he wonders if there might be more surprises in store. But his system dashes his hopes with a resounding no. Suddenly, George appears, peering at him with suspicion. Are you all right? You seem a bit strange. The young boy explains that usually, these strange sensations lead to a loss of control. But this time, something feels different. Raquel reassures him, don't worry, that won't happen anymore. You're free from those fits now, she promises. To emphasize the gravity of her words, she even swears on her title as Crown Prince. Taking in these astonishing pronouncements, overcome with emotion, George's sister, standing amongst the onlookers, begins to weep tears of joy. Turning to her, George envelopes her in a warm, loving embrace. Raquel addresses the crowd, announcing the successful completion of the operation. Her words ignite a wave of emotion, bringing tears to the eyes of many. Raquel expresses his hope that news of George's miraculous recovery will spread far and wide. He anticipates a deluge of patients seeking his expertise, envisioning a future overflowing with opportunity. This influx of patients, he believes, will translate into a substantial increase in his bonus life. Suddenly, his vision blurs and distorts. He collapses, losing consciousness. The immense stress and exhaustion his body has endured finally take their toll. Night falls. Raquel awakens to find Garden, the palace mage, and Damien standing vigilantly by his bedside. He manages a weak jest, inquiring if they have nothing better to do than watch him sleep. Garden's somber expression deepens as he reveals the gravity of the situation. Raquel has been unconscious for 2 days. The news leaves Raquel utterly bewildered. Just then, the palace mage interjects, his voice laced with accusation, claiming Raquel intended to execute him. Panic rising in his voice, the mage continued, demanding to know how Raquel plans to explain this to the emperor. The air crackled with tension as the mages discussed the crown prince's precarious condition. The lightning magic Oscar had employed, while seemingly successful, had left the prince in a fragile state. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Oscar offered a sincere apology to the assembled mages. His voice laced with worry, he inquired about young George's well-being. As if summoned by his name, George suddenly appeared at the doorway. Beaming, he explained how he had persistently persuaded the garden staff to allow him entry. With a shy smile, George presented Oscar with a small, intricately carved wooden lock. Witnessing the boy's heartfelt gesture, a wave of shame washed over Oscar. He realized his initial motivation for helping George hadn't stemmed entirely from altruism, but rather from a desperate desire to extend his own life. He opened his mouth to speak, to confess perhaps, but George's innocent voice interrupted his thought. The boy declared his aspiration to emulate Raquel, to dedicate his life to helping others. George's simple statement left Oscar utterly speechless. Recovering slightly, he praised the beauty of the handcrafted necklace. He confessed that seeing George restored to health was a reward greater than any he could have imagined. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dismissed the concerned onlooker. Expressing his need for rest, he requested some solitude. The mages filed out of the room, George lingering a moment to offer a cheerful farewell. Once alone, he examines the necklace with a look of disdain, wondering aloud, who in their right mind would wear something so utterly plain? Yet, later, as sleep claims him, as if in a cruel twist of fate mocking his earlier judgment, he finds the very same necklace adorning his own neck. The scene transitions abruptly to a humble commoner's home. A mother greets her son with a questioning look, asking why he's home, when he should be at work. The young man enters, offering cheerful greetings to both parents, and explains he's been granted a special leave of absence by none other than the Crown Prince himself. It appears he's part of a select group, tasked with spreading news and gossip throughout the kingdom. The Crown Prince has specifically commissioned him to disseminate information regarding his rather unconventional methods of treatment. The young man elaborates, explaining to his parents how he and the others in this unique group were granted a generous 5-day leave. He further reveals the Crown Prince's peculiar behavior, specifically his sudden desire to personally treat the populace. As proof, he presents them with a piece of paper, a pamphlet, to be exact, announcing the grand opening of the Crown Prince's own medical clinic within the confines of his side palace, offering a sanctuary of healing, providing all manner of treatment without charge. Meanwhile, back in the main palace, our young protagonist eagerly anticipates witnessing the rumored results firsthand. His anticipation is interrupted by Garden, who announces that it's time for them to depart. Garden remarks on Oscar's unusual early rising. Oscar's response is simple: "It's my first day at the clinic." Garden assures him that all necessary medicinal preparations have been made, including the hard-to-acquire licorice root. Oscar praises Garden's foresight, adding that licorice is essential for a multitude of remedies. He instructs Garden to maintain a plentiful supply. Garden nods in agreement, then voices his curiosity about the Crown Prince's surprising knowledge of specialized practices like potion making and acupressure treatment. He emphasizes his own medical background as the source of his intrigue. He confesses to countless sleepless nights spent poring over texts, searching for the origins of the Crown Prince's method. But to his growing frustration, his research has yielded no answer. The lack of progress deeply troubles him, both as a physician and a scholar. Raquel, understanding Garden's frustration, empathizes with his struggle to grasp these unfamiliar medical concepts. In a surprising revelation, he confides in Garden that he originates from another world. He explains that he once ran a bustling traditional medicine clinic in his former life, attributing his vast medical knowledge to this experience. However, Garden remains skeptical, pressing Raquel for the true source of his expertise. He insists on hearing the whole truth. Raquel insists on his story's veracity, questioning Garden's relentless pursuit of the truth. Why is it so important to him? With unwavering determination, Garden declares that he desires the deep satisfaction of surpassing his current abilities and becoming a truly exceptional doctor, just like Raquel. In response to Garden's fervent ambition, Raquel assures him that he's already well on his way to achieving greatness. He encourages Garden to continue his diligent work, dismissing the matter with a simple, "Go on, now." As Garden departs, Raquel reflects on how Garden's unwavering drive has been the catalyst for his own remarkable progress. His thoughts then drift back to his old medical clinic, and a silent prayer escapes his lips, hoping for a bustling waiting room filled with patients. A flicker of worry crosses his face as he imagines the overwhelming stress and the potential for a PTSD relapse. Pushing aside his anxieties, he throws open the door with a cheerful greeting, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. But his initial enthusiasm falters, and his face pale. Finding the hall eerily empty, he wondered where the patients were. Garden, however, directed his gaze downwards, towards the commotion outside. To his astonishment, a massive throng of people had gathered below, desperately trying to gain entry to the clinic. Moments later, While diagnosing a patient, his servant inquired about the overwhelming workload. He instructed his servant to attend to the waiting patient, assessing their needs and prioritizing their care. He then turned his attention to a maid who was struggling to prepare medicine correctly. He recognized the inadequacies of the current nursing system and understood that establishing a smooth and efficient workflow would take time. After examining several patients, his accumulated experience led to a significant advancement. His pulse reading skill leveled up. Now, he could not only evaluate a patient's overall health, but also pinpoint specific symptoms related to their internal organ. His own internal organs, remarkably, became instrumental in his diagnosis, allowing him to detect abnormalities in the patient's organ. By essentially consulting with the patient's own organs, he gained unparalleled insight. The scene then transitioned to the extraordinary realm of his own internal organ, a place where each organ is preparing for a blind date with its patient counterpart. The heart declares its disinterest in anyone younger or older than 4 years old, firmly setting its age preference. However, the liver interjects, reminding everyone that their current appointment is with an older individual. A wave of disappointment washes over the organs as they contemplate the prospect of examining an older patient. Despite their initial reluctance, they diligently proceed with their examination and deliver their finding. Initially, they report no significant abnormalities, noting only a mild case of constipation. But the liver interrupts, revealing that the patient exhibits clear symptoms of hepatitis. The diagnosis is clear: the patient must abstain from alcohol. The liver elaborates further, delivering a sobering prognosis. The old man's liver has, at best, 5 years of functionality remaining. The doctor is stunned by this revelation, recognizing the profound impact this information will have on the course of treatment. Driven by the urgency of the situation, he decides to awaken the remaining organ. Turning to his patient, he reveals the dire condition of his liver and prescribes a 10-day course of medication. Finally, with a somber expression, he delivers the blunt command: stop drinking, adding grimly that the man has but 5 years to live unless he changes his way. He then commands the patient, with the unwavering authority of the Crown Prince, to abstain from alcohol completely. The consequence of disobedience? Imprisonment. The man, visibly shaken, is rendered speechless by the stark ultimatum. Following the tense encounter, Oscar dismisses the remaining non-critical patients, allowing them to return home. As he does, the servants turn to him, their faces a mixture of awe and relief. They shower him with effusive praise, humbly apologizing for any perceived shortcomings in their service. Oscar, slightly flustered by the attention, offers words of encouragement, acknowledging their diligent effort. Lost in thought, he contemplates the necessity of establishing a formal nursing system. Such a system, he realizes, will be crucial to handle the anticipated influx of patients. A wistful sigh escapes his lips as he longs for the expertise of his skilled nurses from the modern world. Just then, Garden bursts through the door, his urgency palpable. He breathlessly informs Oscar of a patient requiring immediate medical attention. The patient's son, his voice thick with desperation, pleads with Oscar to save his mother. After gently laying the woman upon a bed, Oscar turns to her son, inquiring about her symptoms. The son explains that his mother's fever began in the afternoon and has steadily worsened since then. Upon examining her veins, a look of horror washes over his face. A chilling realization dawns upon him: she might be afflicted with the same devastating illness that decimated 40,000 soldiers of Napoleon's mighty army, a historical tragedy. With a growing sense of dread, he diagnoses her with epidemic typhus fever, a highly contagious disease. This acute, febrile illness is caused by a bacterial infection known as rickettsia. He hesitates momentarily, grappling with the gravity of the diagnosis. But then, liver, the embodiment of his medical knowledge, confirms his suspicion, revealing the presence of rickettsia bacteria in her bloodstream. He gulps, the weight of the situation settling upon it. Turning to the patient's son, he inquires about her bathing habits, specifically when she last bathed. Yesterday, the son replies, seemingly ruling out poor hygiene as a contributing factor. He then probes further, asking about the cleanliness of her bedding. The son assures him that his mother is a meticulously tidy and clean person. Finding no answers in her immediate environment, he shifts his line of questioning, asking if she had recently been in any location potentially infested with lice or fleas, known carriers of the disease. The son recalls that his mother had been forced to sleep in a former couple's bed due to a carriage breakdown 15 days prior, during her journey home. With this crucial piece of information, he begins to analyze her situation. Observing her symptoms, he delivers a grave diagnosis: epidemic typhus fever. He gently informs her son of his mother's dire condition, explaining that the disease is spread by light. Considering her advanced age and dangerously high fever, he further postulates that she may also be suffering from pneumonia, or potentially even damage to the central nervous system. He grimly warns of the possibility of necrosis, the death of body tissue. Without delay, he instructs the maids to meticulously cleanse the patient with warm water, and to dress her in clean patient garments. He orders them to immediately burn her contaminated clothing and bedding. As a crucial precaution, the maids are also commanded to thoroughly bathe and burn their own clothes. Afterwards, he reinforces the gravity of the situation, threatening severe punishment, including dismissal, for any disobedience. He then directs her son to inform their family of her critical condition. Later, we find him in the kitchen, diligently preparing a soothing kuzu root tonic soup, a traditional remedy known for its fever-reducing property. He tenderly administers the first dose of the soup to his patient. 3 agonizing days pass, filled with constant care and unwavering attention. But tragically, despite his efforts, her condition remains critical, the relentless fever refusing to break. A wave of understanding washes over him. The simple soup remedy is insufficient to combat this illness. He diagnoses the root cause, a severe imbalance of yin and yang within her. Her yin energy, the vital life force, has been dangerously depleted. Realization dawns: he must procure medicine imbued with potent yin energy to restore equilibrium and save her life. His mind races, desperately searching for the source of such a powerful remedy. A glimmer of hope ignites: his father's secret treasure vault, a repository of rare and potent artifacts. Without hesitation, he summons Garden and orders a carriage prepared immediately. Uncertainty gnaws at him. There's no guarantee the vault holds the answer. Yet, he clings to the hope that his privilege as crown prince, combined with his father's potential aid, will grant him access. Moments later, he stands before his father, offering a respectful greeting. His father, surprised by the late-night visit, inquires about the urgency. He lays bare his request: permission to enter the forbidden secret palace vault. Sensing his father's bewilderment, he reveals the dire condition of his patient, clinging precariously to life. His father, deeply concerned, questions the connection between the girl's illness and the secret vault. He explains his desperate search for a life-saving medicine hidden within its depth, and might find a solution within its depth. His father responds with a disbelieving scoff, suspecting that Oscar is merely fabricating an excuse to gain access to the vault for his own personal gain. Meanwhile, the emperor finds amusement in his son's desperate predicament, a fact that the crown prince observes with growing irritation. Exasperated by his father's playful antics, Oscar attempts to reason with the emperor, insisting that he lacks the time for this prolonged charade. However, his outburst fails to convince his father, who believes that due to Oscar's lack of formal education, he shouldn't suddenly be presuming to treat anyone. To prove his capabilities, the emperor challenges Oscar, demanding that he demonstrate the accuracy of his diagnosis. Oscar retorts, "Are you asking me to prove myself?" The emperor affirms. He then commands Oscar to diagnose the ailment of royal knight Captain Roberto, who has recently fallen ill. If Oscar's diagnosis proves correct, he will be granted access to the coveted vault. With his father observing intently, Oscar checks the captain's pulse, who, in his arrogance, assumes Oscar incapable of diagnosing his condition, believing the secret held solely by himself, the captain, and the captain's wife. After a brief pause, our young protagonist declares that the captain suffers from partial baldness, a revelation that sends shockwaves through both the captain and the emperor. The emperor, bewildered, gestures towards the captain's seemingly full and lustrous head of hair. In response, Oscar, with a flourish, swiftly removes the captain's wig, leaving the humiliated captain on the verge of tears. Turning to Damien, Oscar commands him to escort them to the vault without delay. Damien, taken aback, remarks on Oscar's rather harsh treatment of the captain. Oscar nonchalantly replies that he'll attend to Damien's own ailments next. As they continue their conversation, they finally arrive at the vault entrance. The guards present Oscar with the secret pass required to enter. Inquiring about the consequences of entering without the pass, the guard explains that it triggers powerful attack magic within the vault. Furthermore, the pass monitors the time spent inside. Should anyone exceed the allotted time, death awaits them within. He's informed that his access to the vault is limited, permitted only until daylight. The news strikes him like a bolt of lightning. They have mere hours to accomplish their task. He rushes towards the vault entrance, adrenaline coursing through him, only to be abruptly halted by the guard. The guard informs him that he's mistakenly heading towards the intermediate access area, not the basic level. Annoyance flares. His carefully crafted plan has crumbled before it even began. Suddenly, he remembers. His father's explicit instructions echo in his mind, access granted solely to the basic vault area. And with that restricted access comes another limitation: only one item can be taken. Frustration boils over. He inwardly fumes, feeling tricked by his father's deceptive test. His father had conveniently omitted mentioning the crucial detail of level restrictions during his assessment. The sting of his father's manipulative tactics lingers, fueling his resentment. He resolves to rely solely on his own resourcefulness from now on, refusing any further assistance from his deceitful father. Stepping inside the vault, they're both taken aback by its sheer immensity. He sets an alarm to ensure they utilize every precious minute of the night and turns to Damien, seeking his aid. Damien poses the critical question: how will they locate the specific item they need within this vast expanse? The answer is concise: their target possesses distinct ice properties. Anything exhibiting such characteristics is their goal. Damien's task is clear: meticulously note the location of any item displaying ice-related attribute. This will allow for a focused examination later, maximizing their limited time. With a shared understanding of their strategy, they divide and conquer, each taking a side of the massive vault. However, despite his best efforts, our protagonist's search yields nothing of value, and hopes Damien might uncover something of use. His bodyguard steps forward, obscuring him momentarily, and he inquires about the list. Damien promptly presents, but to his dismay, the man realizes the script is indecipherable. Damien, ever resourceful, guides him directly to the shield's location within the vault. It's the sole item possessing ice properties within the entire chamber. His gaze falls upon the shield's description, which details a seemingly basic item that, when infused with mana, can manifest a protective barrier of ice. Its unassuming appearance resembles a simple coffee buzzer more than a formidable shield, yet his eyes remain fixated on the intriguing description. He rereads the details of how mana infusion triggers the formation of the ice shield, a fascinating concept. Driven by curiosity, he begins channeling his own mana into the device, eager to test its capability. The buzzer vibrates with the influx of his mana, humming with nascent power. He proceeds cautiously, careful not to overload the device. He's aware of the shield's mana capacity and the potential consequences of exceeding its limit. He attempts another infusion of mana, this time with even greater precision. It's as if he's fine-tuning the temperature of a shower, drawing on the muscle memory of a past life. A sudden chill permeates the air around him, culminating in the formation of a shimmering ice shield before him. With a satisfied grin, he turns to his bodyguard, requesting his assistance for a later endeavor. For now, their immediate priority is attending to his bonus HP. In other words, his awaiting patient. Moments later, the guards observe Damien and his bodyguard emerging from the vault. Their eyes are drawn to the gleaming sword conspicuously displayed at Damien's belt. One guard begins to inquire about the sword's selection, but their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the crown prince. He appears resplendent, adorned with a dazzling array of jewels and a luxurious velvet cape fit for an emperor. As the guard shifts his gaze towards the opulent prince, he is met with an irksome observation. The guard, with a hint of annoyance, points out Damien's supposed abstention from such extravagant embellishment. Later, within the serene confines of the side palace garden, Oscar awakens from his slumber, roused by a nearby commotion. He opens his eyes to see Damien and the crown prince returning together. A sense of contentment washes over him at the sight of their camaraderie. He believes Damien possesses the strength and ability to protect Raquel, and that Raquel, in turn, has found a true friend and ally in Damien. Lost in thought, he prepares some tea, intending to bring it downstairs and share it with them. However, his thoughtful gesture is abruptly interrupted. The sight of Raquel activating his shield causes him to drop the tea in shock. Simultaneously, Damien launches an attack, his sword aimed directly at Raquel. He declares Damien's actions to be an act of treason. To understand this shocking turn of events, let's rewind a few minutes. The scene unfolds with the crown prince approaching Damien, requesting his assistance in a critical matter. Damien, deeply impressed by the crown prince's genuine compassion and dedication to his people, is prepared to comply with any request, without hesitation. However, the crown prince's request, to strike Raquel with his sword repeatedly, until the ice shield shatters, is met with a stark change in Damien's demeanor. Annoyance and confusion replace his initial loyalty. This echoes the earlier argument Garden had partially overheard from his room, the details of which remained unclear to him. Damien vehemently protests, questioning the crown prince's intentions and whether he truly wishes to brand him a traitor. The crown prince attempts to explain his reasoning, stating that Damien's attack is necessary to break the shield. Only by shattering the shield can his plan succeed, and he plans to utilize the residual energy from each strike to enhance the medicinal properties for his patient. Damien then suggests placing the shield on the ground, reasoning it would provide a more stable target. The crown prince explains that this is impossible, as maintaining the shield requires a constant infusion of mana. Damien, with a flash of understanding, concludes that the Crown Prince needs him to break the shield without inflicting any harm upon him. Ever the shrewd negotiator, Damien demands compensation for each successful strike he lands. He explains that fulfilling the Crown Prince's request would essentially brand him a traitor, a risk he's unwilling to take without appropriate remuneration. He emphasizes that such a compromising act necessitates compensation. Raquel, with a touch of disdain, questions whether Damien expects payment for simply striking the Crown Prince. Damien politely counters, expressing his profound respect for the Crown Prince and acknowledging his selfless contribution. However, he firmly reiterates that this situation is unique and warrants payment. The Crown Prince recognizes the validity of Damien's demand. Fully aware of the numerous financial hardships Damien has endured, he understands that these struggles have been a source of considerable suffering for Damien. His request for something in return is hardly unexpected under these circumstances. Raquel then embraces Damien, exclaiming joyfully that he's precisely as the stories describe. Damien's expression sours at this seemingly innocent remark. With a gesture, he activates the shield and explains that Damien will receive a day's salary for each successful strike against it. Damien expresses his hope for prompt payment, simultaneously launching his first sword strike. Meanwhile, bearing witness to this unusual spectacle, our unfortunate garden faints after the very first impact. Damien announces his intention to increase the force of his attack, explaining that his current strength might be insufficient to breach the shield. He pauses his assault, glancing at the Crown Prince, who appears to be in considerable distress. Damien reminds him that the true attack hasn't even begun yet. His subsequent strike, however, fails to shatter the shield. Damien inquires if a further increase in strength is necessary, but then our quick-witted protagonist accuses him of inflating his potential earnings with each strike. With a surprisingly weak attack, he manages to provoke his bodyguard, whose retaliatory strike finally shatters the ice shield. The moment the shield breaks, our hero erupts into a celebratory dance, anticipating the bonus life the shield's destruction will grant. Turning towards the palace entrance, he stumbles upon Garden, lying unconscious on the ground, and wonders what could have happened. A short time later, we see him preparing his signature kuzu tonic soup, to which he adds a few fragments of the shattered ice shield. He then carefully stores a portion of the concoction in his mana slot. A system notification informs him that he has acquired a new skill, tonic concoction. This valuable skill not only increases the effectiveness of his tonics by 10%, but also grants him the ability to analyze their properties, including toxicity and potential side effect. As he selects the newly created tonic, the system prompts him to utilize his new skill for analysis. He readily agrees, and the system begins its analysis, revealing the tonic's ability to restore water energy and reduce fever, along with cautionary instructions for its safe usage. He's understandably pleased with the results of the analysis, relieved he no longer needs to test the experimental medicine on himself. His analysis confirms the potion's ability to restore water energy, filling him with confidence that it will help Madame Din Rear recover. With newfound determination, he carries the carefully prepared soup to her room. He inquires about her condition from her son, who responds with a disheartening sigh, revealing she hasn't improved at all. Witnessing her further depleted energy, he clings to the hope that this specially crafted soup will provide the needed breakthrough. Gently, he coaxes her to take a sip of the revitalizing tonic. Although she wrinkles her nose at the bitter taste, he reassures her, explaining that potent medicine often carries a bitter flavor. For the next 10 days, he dedicates himself to her care. Everyone is astonished to witness him personally, feeding Madame Din Rear and attending to her every need, all without assistance. His unwavering dedication earns him the profound respect of his subordinate. Meanwhile, he battles his own exhaustion, driven by the desire to survive long enough to claim the promised reward of a bonus life. So close to achieving his goal, his system finally announces his triumph, informing him that he has successfully cured his patient of the devastating epidemic. His tireless efforts in combating the typhus fever outbreak earned him the profound respect of his subordinate, and, as a result, his medical skills dramatically improved. His effectiveness as a healer surged, amplified by a factor of 1.5. With each patient he successfully treated, he not only witnessed their recovery but also gained a substantial reward, 146 days added to his own lifespan, plus an 8-day bonus. The revelation that he could extend his life in this manner sparked a bold idea. Oscar impulsively contemplated cultivating a carefully crafted persona, one designed to garner widespread admiration and respect. This meticulously constructed image, he reasoned, would translate into even more precious bonus life. The scene transitions to a carriage traversing a wooded path, with Oscar lost in thought within its confines. He pondered the necessity of enlisting professional nurses. While he had managed admirably thus far, he recognized the unsustainability of his solo effort. After some time, Madame Dinryo and her son disembarked from the carriage. Expressing her gratitude for the transport and for her recovery, Madame Dinryo confessed her uncertainty about how best to repay him. A subtle smile played on Oscar's lips as he contemplated the bonus life he had accrued, and offers a polite response, asserting that witnessing her restored health is reward enough. His genuine words deeply touch Madame Dinryo. Moved by his kindness, they exchange farewells and prepare to depart. However, it appears our protagonist has other intention. Stopping her son, he extends an invitation into the carriage, expressing a need for a private conversation. Madame Dinryo's son, Denryo, hesitates, uncertain of the propriety of such a discussion, with his back turned to the crown prince. But the prince dismisses his concern with a casual gesture. Denryo waits for Oscar to explain his purpose, but Oscar remains silent for a moment. Suddenly, he begins to lament his physical exhaustion, describing the countless hours of sleep sacrificed while caring for his mother. Upon hearing this, Denryo feels compelled to offer compensation for his mother's treatment. However, our cunning hero demurely insists that accepting payment from a patient would be unethical, as it could irrevocably tarnish his reputation. However, the nobleman's son remains steadfast in his insistence, adamantly expressing his genuine desire to reciprocate for the life-saving treatment. Touched by the young man's sincerity, our hero gladly accepts the offer of assistance, rationalizing that since the son isn't technically his patient, accepting help wouldn't violate any ethical boundary. With a plan forming, he requests a specific type of assistance from the grateful son, revealing a hidden talent of Denryo's. He's a skilled artist. A few days later, in the bustling front plaza, a nagging landlord suggests to a young man that he seek employment with the crown prince, who is currently seeking staff. However, the young man remains utterly unconvinced and cheekily taunts the landlord, boldly pointing out that his rent is current, despite his current unemployment status. The landlord swiftly counters this argument, revealing the young man is, in fact, 2 months behind on rent. Panic sets in and the young man abruptly rushes off to procure the overdue rent. Meanwhile, concealed within the shadows of a hooded cloak, a mysterious young woman observes the entire exchange, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The scene transitions to the elegant interior of an art gallery. The scene unfolds in a bustling gallery, where a crowd has gathered around a particular display of artwork. Our protagonist, accompanied by the anxious artist, Denryo, stands amongst the onlookers. Raquel approaches, offering her heartfelt congratulations to Oscar on his newly achieved professional artist status. However, a palpable tension hangs in the air as Denryo appears visibly uncomfortable. A glance at the displayed artwork reveals the source of his unease. The subject matter of Denryo's paintings makes it painfully clear why the poor artist is hesitant to showcase his work. Several of the pieces feature the crown prince in a series of unconventional portraits. The first painting depicts the prince in a rather flamboyant pose beside a captain, boldly captioned with the phrase "I want you." Other canvases showcase the prince in a variety of equally striking and unusual poses. One painting portrays him alongside his companion, while another, rendered in meticulous detail, depicts him as a weeping maiden. This last piece is so embarrassing that Damien threatens to destroy it. Denryo nervously questions whether his unique artistic style will truly aid him in his quest to find an earth. However, the crown prince, unfazed by the peculiarity of the painting, confidently assures Denryo that his work will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. To further bolster his point, he reveals his own painting, a portrait of Raquel surrounded by a formidable entourage of robust-looking nurses, featuring a prominently displayed captain in the corner, captioned with the bold word, "Show me Ganho." The painting further includes a compelling description, actively encouraging individuals to pursue a career in nursing, enticing them with the promise of a generous salary generously offered by the crown prince himself. Witnessing the persuasive power of the painting, a multitude of people eagerly step forward, signing up to become nurses. The scene transitions to a bustling stall, where Garden diligently registers applicants for the upcoming nurse selection test. A long queue of hopeful individuals eagerly await their turn to apply, drawn by the irresistible allure of the exceptionally high salary. Rumors swirl amongst them, whispering of a wage so substantial that it could cover 2 years' rent with a single month's earning. Meanwhile, the enigmatic young woman we encountered earlier patiently waits in line at the application stall, her eyes carefully scanning the listed requirement. A momentary flicker of hesitation crosses her face as she reads the stipulation that applicants must be residents of the empire, but it quickly resolves into an expression of unwavering determination. Elsewhere, our young protagonist beams with unrestrained delight at the sight of so many individuals vying for the nursing position. When Damien inquires about the source of his evident joy, Oscar eagerly explains his excitement stems from the prospect of more nurses translating to more patients he can heal. Each successful cure, he adds, brings him closer to his ultimate goal, extending his own lifespan. Damien, on the other hand, is genuinely touched by the apparent selflessness of Oscar's motivation, particularly considering the generous salary being offered alongside the position. 6 days later, the grand event known as Shomi Genho commences. This momentous occasion will see the Crown Prince personally assess the assembled candidate, rigorously testing their suitability for the demanding role of a nurse. Amongst the hopeful participants, the mysterious young woman makes her entrance, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she expresses relief at arriving just in time. With a commanding presence, the host announces the commencement of the proceeding, confirming the gathering of all the aspiring nurses before a hushed audience. The moment of truth arrives as the first task of the rigorous nurse selection test is unveiled. However, a twist is revealed. The true nature of the task will be announced the following week. After a week of anticipation, the host finally unveils the first challenge in the rigorous nurse selection process. An urgent command is issued: all candidates must immediately rush to the designated interview area. To facilitate the process, the 50 aspiring nurses are swiftly divided into 5 groups. The challenge, a race towards the main building of the side palace. But there's a crucial catch: only the first 10 candidates from each group to successfully reach the side palace will advance to the next stage of the competition. The remaining 40 will face immediate disqualification. This shocking revelation ignites a frenzy of activity as the candidates surge forward, each determined to be among the first 10. The moment the 10th candidate crosses the threshold of the designated area, the guards swiftly close the doors, leaving the remaining hopefuls behind, their dreams dashed. Without pause, the next task commences. Designed to test the candidates' keen observation and knowledge of proper storage technique, hidden amongst a vast array of ingredients lies a single item improperly stored, waiting to be discovered. Amidst the flurry of activity, one candidate suddenly collapses to the ground. All eyes turn towards the fallen figure, a moment of silent contemplation hanging in the air. A silent question hangs heavy in the room: should they help, or should they remain focused on the task at hand? Despite the internal struggle evident on their faces, not a single candidate rises from their table to offer assistance. Observing the scene unfold, our protagonist watches with a serious, contemplative expression. Garden then declares the examination concluded, bringing the tense atmosphere to an abrupt end. He informs the candidates that they will be notified of the results in due course. Several days pass, filled with anxiety and anticipation. Each candidate grapples with the uncertainty of their performance, their thoughts consumed by the impending result. Yet, throughout this period, the fallen candidate remains unattended, a stark reminder of the prevailing indifference. It becomes apparent that this incident was a carefully orchestrated scenario, a test devised by our hero. His intention, to gauge the candidate's compassion and willingness to help others, qualities that extend beyond mere magical prowess. As soon as the last candidate departs, he rushes to the side of the ailing individual. The fallen candidate is revealed to be Damien, who anxiously awaits feedback on his performance in the orchestrated scenario. Our protagonist informs Damien that his portrayal was a touch too dramatic, advising him to strive for a more natural and convincing performance next time. To further illustrate his point, he proceeds to demonstrate, comically feigning illness with exaggerated flair in front of a bewildered Damien. He then inquires about the candidate's progress, to which Damien somberly reports their unanimous failure. Our hero interjects, asserting that compassion and character are more vital for a nurse than mere technical skill, as those can be acquired through training and experience. They proceed to evaluate the next group of hopefuls, who also fall short of expectations. In fact, disappointment follows as every single group fails to produce a suitable candidate. This string of failures leaves our protagonist utterly dumbfounded. He's particularly troubled by the apparent apathy towards the dismissed candidates, a disheartening lack of empathy. Seeking clarity and a respite from the mounting frustration, he decides to take a stroll. As he walks, the gravity of the situation weighs on him. There are no viable candidates left, and finding a qualified nurse is now an urgent, critical necessity. Reaching the gate, he's met with an unexpected scene, his guard embroiled in a heated argument with a young woman. The guard adamantly refuses the girl entry, declaring her ineligible due to her supposed non-human status. The girl vehemently retorts, emphatically asserting her humanity. Witnessing this dispute only amplifies his frustration. Not only is there a dire shortage of applicants, but now a potentially qualified individual is being turned away. At this point, Damien interjects with a deadpan revelation: the girl is a werewolf. He points out a seemingly obvious flaw in her application, the lack of a tail. Damien, ever the quick-witted one, interjects, suggesting that she might be cleverly concealing it beneath her loose-fitting attire. Damien suspects a deeper reason for the guard's skepticism. He believes Raquel harbors an underlying prejudice against the idea of a werewolf nurse. However, our opportunistic protagonist, desperate to secure a qualified caregiver, sees the werewolf as an ideal ideal candidate, possessing unique strengths for the role. He envisions her enhanced abilities as invaluable assets. Meanwhile, the young woman vehemently defends herself, asserting her rights as a citizen of the nation. The guard remains stubbornly unconvinced, dismissing her as nothing more than a beast. Their heated argument is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the crown prince. He swiftly reprimands his guards, ordering them to cease their discriminatory behavior. He emphatically states that the girl, as a citizen of the capital, is entitled to the same rights and opportunities, including applying for the position. He then commands the guard to offer a sincere apology for his disrespectful conduct. The unexpected turn of events leaves the young woman utterly speechless. Adding to her astonishment, the crown prince personally extends his own apologies on behalf of the guard. Recovering from her surprise, she introduces herself as Agnes. The prince informs her that the next step in the process is an immediate evaluation of her skill. Her baffled expression reveals her surprise when he explains that her werewolf heritage grants her exceptional stamina, but he desires to witness this firsthand. He proposes a test. He challenges her to a race against one of his own guard. The race, a sprint to the fountain and back. The victor will be the first to return to the starting point. Agnes's competitive spirit ignites. She turns, facing the guard, ready to accept the challenge. Both Agnes and the guard stand poised, determination etched on their faces. The race is on. They explode off the starting line, Agnes immediately taking the lead. In mere moments, she reaches the fountain, slapping the designated marker before turning back. As she easily overtakes the guard on her return trip, she observes his slower pace and confidently assumes victory is hers. But then, disaster strikes. The already anxious guard twists his ankle and crumples to the ground. Agnes sees him fall. A fleeting thought crosses her mind. Did he dislocate his shoulder? Driven by her desire to win, she initially tries to press on. However, her conscience prevails. She hesitates, then turns back towards the fallen guard. With a sharp twist, she relocates his shoulder, eliciting a pained cry from the guard. Amidst the guard's yelp, Oscar seizes the opportunity to congratulate her, confirming her employment. He then presents her with the exquisite necklace crafted by George. Following this, they move inside, where the crown prince presents her with the official hiring contract. She observes that the document appears rather complex, prompting the prince to gently encourage her to peruse it at her own pace. His eagerness to secure her services is palpable. His interest extends beyond her impressive physical capability. Her personality equally captivates him. He believes her to be an ideal candidate for the position. After all, he witnessed firsthand her method of resetting the guard's shoulder, executed with a subtle hint of deliberate, almost playful, pain, a technique likely to ensure the patient's future discomfort. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, he desires more individuals possessing similar quality. Having carefully reviewed the contract, she addresses the prince with a serious expression, declaring her intention to add a clause of her own. She reveals a surprising detail: she is the leader of her tribe. This revelation causes the avaricious prince to practically drool with anticipation at the tantalizing prospect of having 50 more skilled individuals like her at his command. Then, she throws a curveball, demanding that these potential recruits also undergo a rigorous nursing examination. He readily agrees, eager to please, and she seamlessly transitions to a more pressing concern, a long-standing issue that has plagued her and her people for generations. He inquires if the problem stems from resource allocation or rationing. She shakes her head, a simple but firm negative. The true source of their troubles, she reveals, lies in their expressive, uncontrollable tales that possess a life of their own, swaying and twitching with unrestrained autonomy. Intrigued, he questions whether this truly poses a significant problem. With a hint of sadness, she explains that their tales are a window to their souls, betraying their every emotion. This involuntary display of feelings, she continues, makes them vulnerable to manipulation and exploitation. Their emotions, laid bare by their tales, become tools for others to use against them. Suddenly, it all makes sense to him. This must be why she conceals herself beneath such loose, baggy clothing. He proposes a seemingly simple solution. Why not just bind the tail to her leg? She sighs, explaining that the tail stubbornly resists any such attempts at constraint. It behaves, she says, as if possessed of its own independent will. More than just an appendage, the tail functions like a separate entity, operating under its own unique set of rules. Growing increasingly desperate, he poses a more radical question: could surgical removal be an option? She explains that severing her tail would hinder her ability to walk. Furthermore, she adds, it would regenerate within a month anyway. Initially, he attempts to dismiss the matter, hoping it will resolve itself, but a chilling realization soon dawns upon him. Agnes expects him to find a solution to this peculiar predicament. If he wishes to employ her and her fellow tribesmen, grasping the gravity of the situation, he fights the urge to tear his hair out in frustration. He's utterly baffled, completely at a loss as to how to address this unusual problem. In a desperate attempt, he offers Agnes the position of their society's guardian. When she presses him for clarification, he explains that he can leverage his influence and authority to provide them with protection. However, Agnes swiftly rejects his proposal, pointing out that their situation could worsen if something were to happen to him, or if he reneged on his promise. It's merely a temporary fix, a band-aid on a deeper wound. Exasperated, he asks if she desires a solution that addresses the root cause of their tail predicament. She confirms, her gaze questioning whether he intends to offer genuine assistance. He answers candidly, admitting that, given the circumstances, he doesn't have much choice, but he remains completely unaware of her true nature. Determined, he sets out to uncover the truth. Hearing his genuine uncertainty, she assumes he possesses an honest character. Impressed by his refusal to offer false promises, she attempts to take her leave. But he graciously extends an invitation for her to stay at his palace. The moment she departs, he erupts in another frustrated outburst, lamenting the potential loss of exceptional talent like that possessed by Werewolf. Later, we find him in the library, utterly exhausted, his search yielding no results. Suddenly, a thunderous yell from the garden shatters the silence, scaring him half to death. He angrily rebukes Garden for the constant, heart-stopping surprises. Unfazed, Garden advises him against stressing himself out, warning him that it could lead to illness. He retorts that Garden's constant frights are the true cause of his impending sickness, each one feeling like a near-fatal heart attack. Initially, Garden dismisses the accusation, but then swiftly changes tactics, teasingly suggesting that worry will soon etch wrinkles onto his face. Despite the doctor's serious demeanor and persistent frown, Oscar can't help but offer a soft smile. He understands the doctor's theatrical antics are all in good humor, meant to ease his discomfort. With a nonchalant air, Oscar remarks that if the frowning leads to wrinkle, there's always the option of Botox. Garden, understandably perplexed, prompts Oscar to explain this unfamiliar term. He begins to elaborate on the procedure but abruptly stops, a spark of realization in his eyes. Could Botox be the key to Agnes's predicament? Botulinum toxin, a potent neurotoxin capable of inducing paralysis, might hold the answer. To test this theory, Oscar decides to experiment with a localized poison to paralyze the werewolf's tail. Kuzmin poison, a readily available option, becomes the chosen agent for this daring experiment. He instructs Garden to fetch the Kuzmin poison and bring it to Agnes's room. Arriving at Agnes's room, Oscar confidently announces that he has devised a potential solution to her distressing transformation. However, before proceeding with the treatment, he must thoroughly examine her physiology in both human and werewolf form. The crucial first step is to pinpoint the precise location for administering the poison. To effectively paralyze the tail, Oscar meticulously analyzes Agnes's acupressure points and mana flow, noting subtle differences compared to human anatomy. He observes a significant variation in the placement of her governor vessel. He observes that the acupressure points on her hips are unusually far apart, likely a result of her unique physiology and the presence of her tail. Between these two crucial acupressure points, he locates a key blood vessel directly connected to her tail. To further his examination, he requests that she transform into her wolf form. He wants to compare the location and nature of the tail's acupoint in both her human and beast form. This comparative analysis is crucial for his understanding. Complying with his request, she transforms into a werewolf. Observing her transformed state, he remarks, with a touch of humor, that she's surprisingly smaller than his own dog, Dang Chill. His offhand comment irritates her, but she remains silent. He quickly realizes that her silence is due to the change in her mouth structure that occurs during transformation, rendering speech temporarily impossible. Following the examination, they share a light-hearted moment of play. With the checkup concluded, he retires to his study to meticulously prepare for the second phase of the procedure. He needs to precisely identify the ingredients of the poison in order to calculate the exact dosage required for Agnes. His goal is to paralyze her tail temporarily, and he contemplates seeking the necessary information from Kuzma, but dismisses the notion, acutely aware of the alchemist's untrustworthiness. Instead, he opts to secure the vial within his mana slots, a spatial storage accessible through magic. The moment he opens his mouth, intending to test a minuscule drop, a chorus of protest erupts from within, his internal organs screaming in unison for him to cease. Deep within his body, his organs anxiously discuss Raquel's reckless behavior. They seem deeply concerned that he appears determined to experiment with the poison on himself. His liver, in particular, pulses with anxiety, knowing full well the perilous health risks associated with such a dangerous experiment. It emphatically adds that the burden of detoxifying any ingested poison will inevitably fall upon its already overworked shoulders. In a desperate plea, his liver implores him to test the substance on a summoned creature instead. Raquel responds with a dramatic gasp, exclaiming, "How could you suggest such a thing? He feigns offense at the mere thought of subjecting an innocent, adorable creature to such a fate. His internal organs erupt in another wave of vehement protest, adamantly insisting he cannot recklessly endanger his own body as a test subject. Then, his liver offers a more sensible alternative, informing him that certain summoned beings possess specialized abilities in analyzing various ingredients, including potentially lethal poison. This practical suggestion gives Raquel pause, forcing him to contemplate the wisdom of his liver's word. Intriguingly, the liver mentions a prior encounter with this specific summoned creature, a chance meeting in a mysterious waiting room. This revelation immediately piques Oscar's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further about this enigmatic waiting room. The liver explains that it serves as a dormant sanctuary for unawakened organs and unsummoned creatures, existing in a state of suspended animation. This information deeply fascinates Oscar, but both his liver and his system swiftly inform him that access to further details regarding the waiting room is strictly restricted. His attempts to delve deeper are effectively blocked. Undeterred, Oscar tries to coax the liver into divulging the specific traits and abilities of the summoned creature he encountered, hoping to gain a strategic advantage for his next summoning opportunity. The liver, however, nonchalantly refuses to comply. Adding insult to injury, the other organs erupt in laughter at Oscar's expense, much to his irritation. In a fit of pique, Oscar decides to assert his dominance by holding his breath, attempting to show his organs who's truly in charge. His actions trigger immediate panic in his lungs and heart, who begin to suffer from the sudden lack of oxygen and teeter on the brink of unconsciousness. Observing this heartwarming scene, a crucial realization dawns upon him. He finally discerns the specific trait he desires in his summon. After a period of focused concentration, he successfully summons a peculiar creature, a sunfish affectionately named Bob. He watches with keen interest as Bebo and Bob playfully interact with Gosu. Then, with a calculated move, he entices Bobak to consume a capsule containing a potent poison, deceiving the innocent creature with promises of a delectable treat. This callous act earns him the deserved title of Heartless. Dismissing any lingering guilt, he shifts his attention to his poison summon. Bobak, fortunately, possesses the extraordinary ability of immortality. Therefore, even after ingesting the deadly poison, Bobak revives, miraculously documenting the experience in a detailed journal. More specifically, after each resurrection, Bobak meticulously records every nuanced trait of the venom onto a card. With tear-filled eyes, brought on by the ordeal, our protagonist meticulously analyzes the documented traits and ingredients of the venom. He arrives at a groundbreaking conclusion. This particular venom possesses the remarkable ability to counteract and weaken Botox. Recognizing the immense potential of this discovery, he prepares to meticulously synthesize the venom. His ultimate objective, to paralyze Agnes's tail. He summons Garden, who materializes before him seemingly out of thin air. Garden is taken aback, witnessing another summoned being in the presence of his master. Our protagonist hastily fabricates a clumsy lie, claiming that the summoned sought him out due to his supposed widespread renown. Garden remarks that Raquel bears a striking resemblance to a legendary figure, Lloyd Frontera. This illustrious individual was the architect who elevated the kingdom to the status of an empire. Our protagonist concurs, having read accounts of the legendary builder and his 5 summoned companions. With a hint of caution, he inquires about Lloyd's true character. Garden explains that Lloyd, while laying the foundation of the empire, was curiously known for his popularity on Friday. Perplexed by Garden's cryptic statement, our protagonist instructs him to bring Agnes to him. As Garden escorts Agnes to the Crown Prince's chamber, she harbors doubts about Raquel's ability to resolve her predicament. Observing Garden's demeanor, she remarks on his apparent nervousness. He retorts that her own anxiety is equally palpable. She playfully accuses him, attributing his unease to having glimpsed her tail. Recognizing his blunder, he offers a sincere apology, which visibly lifts her spirits. The air cleared, they properly introduce themselves to one another. Following the introductions, they continue on their way. As they approach the designated room, he nervously cautions her, preparing her for a potentially shocking revelation. He explains that her surprise might stem from the unconventional treatment procedure the Crown Prince has specifically arranged for her. This prompts her to contemplate the nature of the treatment that awaits her. She enters the room, and he gestures towards a seat, inviting her to sit. As she settles into the offered chair, she voices her lingering doubts, questioning his ability to devise a solution so swiftly. With unwavering confidence, he assures her that he has, urging her to trust in his ability. Still apprehensive, she presses him to elaborate on his intended method of treatment. He casually reveals his plan, to repeatedly poke her tail with a needle, followed by injecting a potent poison into the punctured area. Upon hearing this unorthodox approach, the onlookers erupt in cheers of support. Meanwhile, she glances towards Garden, seeking reassurance. Garden responds by advising her to place her faith in Raquel's expertise. Her gaze then sweeps across the room, meeting the eyes of others who echo the same sentiment of trust in it. Overwhelmed, Agnes inwardly exclaims, "They're all mad." She includes the seemingly charming prince in her judgment, finding his trustworthiness questionable at best. Despite her reservations, Agnes decides to proceed, clinging to hope for her people. If the treatment proves successful, their suffering will finally end. Driven by this desperate hope, she agrees to undergo the procedure. With her consent given, the treatment preparations begin. The maids carefully cover Agnes's body with a sheet, delicately guiding her tail through a strategically placed opening. As the prince begins his examination, he's once again captivated by the intricacies of the Azrahan core technique. This ancient art allows him to visualize acupoint, invisible to even the most advanced modern medical technology. The precise mapping of these hidden points is a constant source of fascination for him. His deep understanding of traditional medicine guides his every move. Drawing upon his knowledge, he begins the treatment by carefully threading a needle into the crucial Zhōnshu acupoint. With precision, he introduces exactly 0.0110 milliliters of a potent muscle-paralyzing poison from a specialized slot. His next target is the vital Mingmen point. Finally, with precision, he injects the poison 2.4 centimeters deep into the Yao Yang Quan acupoint, effectively opening a pathway for mana to flow through the Zhōnshu point. From there, the mana will diverge, coursing along both sides of her erector spiny muscle. However, the challenge lies not just in initially paralyzing the tail, but in maintaining that paralysis for an extended period. As anticipated, the tail begins to regain its mobility. To counteract this, he accelerates the process, culminating in a precise strike to her Nadkong point. This unexpected move clearly irritates Agnes, who can't believe he's attempting to manipulate her head. Simultaneously, her tail goes limp, falling still. Yet, at that very moment, a subtle twitch in her pinky toe betrays a lingering connection. With this final observation, he declares the procedure complete, a resounding success. Agnes rises from the bed, her expression a mixture of uncertainty and curiosity about the outcome of the treatment. He inquires whether she senses any change in her tail. Her eyes widen in surprise as she notices her motionless tail, the stillness a stark contrast to its usual responsiveness to her emotion. Raquel clarifies, explaining that he has successfully paralyzed the nerve controlling her tail and focused it intently on her smallest toe, transforming it into a functional, if unconventional, tail. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, she began to weep. The tears are released from the generations of burden she and her people had carried, all because of their so-called tails. His expression softened, touched by her raw display of emotion. Gently, he inquired if her gratitude had been sufficiently expressed, and if they might now formalize their agreement with the hiring contracts. He reminded her, as per their prior discussion, to bring her tribe to the hospital. With a persuasive glance and a reassuring smile, he coaxed her to sign the contract. Gazing into his face, she realized with a newfound certainty that he possessed an extraordinary aura, far beyond that of an ordinary man. A few days later, our hero was overcome with unrestrained laughter, a maniacal glee echoing around him. Gordon, observing this exuberant display, remarked on his overwhelming happiness. Finally, Oscar exclaimed, "I've secured the services of 50 werewolf nurses." These newly recruited nurses were presently undergoing a rigorous and comprehensive training program in professional nursing technique, covering everything from basic care and emergency treatment to the intricacy of herbal medicine, including storage and the preparation of potent tonics. This intensive training ensured they would be fully prepared to efficiently run the hospital. Just then, a nurse presented him with the updated shift schedule. A satisfied smirk spread across his face as he noted their progress. Finally, his clinic was operating around the clock, 24/7. And more importantly, the tribe had finally adapted, learning to move their toes instead of relying on their tails. His internal system chimed in, congratulating him on the successful toe operation. However, no life bonus was awarded this time, as the procedures hadn't been life or death situation. Regardless, he received a standing ovation from his own internal organs, celebrating his accomplishment. The celebratory moment was interrupted by a notification. A new organ had just been activated. His stomach, manifested as a rather plump baby, had awakened upon entering the organ realm. Immediately, it began demanding a feast of junk food from the modern world. A litany of specific junk food requests poured forth, followed by cravings for unique Japanese delicacies only found in the modern era. A pang of longing resonated within him. He too yearned for these treats, but alas, they were non-existent in this world. He urged his stomach to practice patience and self-control. After a moment of negotiation, his stomach compromised, settling for something sweet. He indulged in a piece of candy, a bittersweet experience as he contemplated his stomach's desire. Has the palate of an elementary school child. Consuming this surprisingly grants his stomach a boost of 300 HP. His other organs, rejoicing at the revitalization of their youngest member, contribute an additional 700 HP, bringing his total to a robust 1000. A wave of satisfaction washes over him as he senses his organs, primed and ready for the upcoming consultation. With renewed vigor, he can now confidently address the persistent stomach issue. A system notification alerts him to a level increase in his Azrahan technique, a direct result of his meticulous precision in treating the werewolf tail. The surge of newfound power expands his mana circle, increasing his mana capacity. He feels a distinct pressure in his chest, akin to a water balloon steadily expanding. Overall, a sense of contentment settles over him, fueled by the significant HP boost he's received. His moment of quiet satisfaction is interrupted by a hurried nurse. She informs him of a new patient presenting with a high fever and an unusual, concerning odor. Duty calls, and he sets off to examine the patient, a quiet sense of accomplishment accompanying him. He reflects with pride on the solid foundation he's finally laid for his clinic. The scene transitions to Sir Pavar, the esteemed chief butler of the side palace. Engrossed in his work, a sudden shift occurs, and his face contorts in a mask of horror. Scrutinizing the records, a wave of confusion washes over him as he tries to pinpoint where the error occurred. Disbelief etched on his face, he grapples with the realization that a monumental mistake has been made. The weight of the error settles heavily upon him. Panic propelling him forward, he bursts into the Crown Prince's office, his voice laced with urgency and alarm. Startled by the intrusion, the prince instinctively calls for his physician. Ironically, it's usually the doctor who brings him unsettling news, not the other way around. This time, however, it's the butler who offers a hasty apology for the abrupt disturbance. Lowering his voice to a hushed whisper, he delivers the devastating news: the side palace has run out of operational funds. A cry of outrage erupts from the prince, his composure shattered. Incandescent with fury, he demands an explanation, reminding the butler of his status as crown prince. Tension grips him as the implications of this news sink in. Without the necessary funding, the traditional clinic, vital for extending his lifespan, cannot function. His voice tight with anxiety, he presses the butler for the reason behind this financial crisis. He demands to know how such a catastrophic oversight could have occurred. The butler reluctantly reveals the truth. The prince himself, in a moment of impulsive generosity last autumn, drastically slashed the side palace's budget. The words hang heavy in the air, a cruel twist of fate. After a moment of stunned silence, the prince explodes in a fit of rage, cursing Raquel for her supposed involvement. The butler, ever composed, calmly reminds the prince of the circumstances surrounding his budget cut. As the reality of his own actions dawns upon him, a chilling fear grips the prince, the fear that his days are numbered. Secondly, the budget remained untouched, as he'd barely left the confines of his bed. His loyal butler attempts to console him, suggesting he should find solace in the fact that his health had significantly improved compared to the previous year. Oscar retorts dryly, his voice laced with sarcasm, "Solace? I find none." He dramatically collapses onto the floor, his mind consumed by the daunting reality of his financial ruin. Money, he muses bitterly, it's the lifeblood of everything. His thoughts then drift to Raquel, the architect of this devastating financial fiasco. Who else could be to blame? But wallowing in blame wouldn't solve anything. He resolves to find a solution. After all, he could understand Raquel's motivations, however misguided they might be. Complaining wouldn't replenish his coffers. Action was required. He turns to his ever-present butler, a glimmer of hope in his eye. "Is there any possibility," he inquires, "of requesting additional funds for the operating budget?" The butler's response dashes his hopes against the rocks. "I'm afraid that's quite impossible, sir." A grim expression settles upon Oscar's face, his anxieties deepening. With a weighty sigh, he confesses, "Without the continued operation of the side palace traditional medicine clinic." He pauses, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air, "I'm a dead man." The butler, taken aback, questions the connection between his master's mortality and the clinic's operation. Instead of a direct answer, with a heavy sigh, he inquires of the butler, "Is there truly no way to request additional funding?" The butler responds with regret, "I'm afraid it's strictly against protocol, Your Highness." He explains further, budget requests are only permissible at the year's end. However, the butler adds, "There is one exception to this rule, your father, the king." A spark of hope ignites in the prince's eyes. "Father, of course," he exclaims, determined. "I'll ask him for assistance." But his optimism is short-lived. Dejected, he returns empty-handed. His father, it seems, has no interest in funding his endeavor. A bitter sense of déjà vu washes over him. The memory of his clinic, forced to close its doors due to financial constraints, stings afresh. But this time, he resolves, history will not repeat itself. He will not be deterred by monetary obstacle. With renewed determination, he demands, "Bring me an inventory of the side palace asset." Taken aback, the butler inquires, "Your Highness, What purpose will that serve? I'm going to sell it all, the prince declares with unwavering resolve. Everything, he reiterates, the paintings, the silver, even the gold cutlery. A palpable sadness descends upon the butler as he contemplates the fate of these precious objects, treasures he has meticulously cared for over so many years, now destined for the auction block. One last time, he pleads with the crown prince to reconsider this drastic course of action. But the prince, ever callous, remains steadfast in his decision, refusing to yield. The prince's heartless response elicits a scathing remark from the normally reserved butler. A few days later, Oscar addressed his trusted advisors, gravely concerned about the palace budget. The sale of the palace's luxury items had provided some immediate relief, but it was a mere bandage on a gaping wound, no long-term solution to their financial woes. He emphasized that, while the funds from the sale offered a temporary reprieve, a more sustainable source of income was desperately needed. Without further action, even those funds would quickly dwindle, leaving them in a more precarious position than before. The butler, with a worried frown, pointed out the stark reality: there was nothing left to sell. With a completely straight face, Oscar declared their next venture, selling medicine. The audacious statement rendered his advisors speechless, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Taking in their stunned expressions, Oscar declared with a dramatic flourish, "I shall be a crown prince who provides for his people, even if it means selling medicine." Meanwhile, in the bustling Frontera Plaza, news of the extraordinary events unfolding at the side palace spread like wildfire. The crowd buzzed with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Word had reached them that the crown prince had sacrificed the palace luxury, selling them all to ensure the continued operation of the vital medicine clinic. Deeply impressed by his selfless act, the people began to sing Oscar's praises, their hearts filled with newfound respect and adoration. An act of unprecedented generosity, the likes of which have never been witnessed. Such selfless extravagance, purely for the sake of alleviating others' suffering, inspires spontaneous songs of praise, celebrating Oscar's magnanimity. Meanwhile, within the humble walls of the side clinic, a serious discussion unfolds, centered on the pressing matter of financial stability. The topic at hand, generating revenue through the sale of medicine. Raquel firmly believes that implementing such measures is crucial for the clinic's survival, and ultimately, for Oscar's well-being. The butler counters, suggesting that if budgetary constraints are the primary concern, a modest fee should be levied on patients seeking treatment, a small price for invaluable care. However, Oscar swiftly dismisses the proposition, reasoning that imposing fees would deter those in need, hindering their access to essential care. His objective is clear: maximize the life bonus he receives, a reward tied to the number of lives he touches. He unveils his alternative plan: crafting and selling exceptionally potent and exorbitantly priced medicine, elixirs so rare and valuable, they might be purchased not for consumption, but as prestigious display pieces, status symbols for the affluent. He announces his ambitious plan, the launch of his own exclusive medicine brand. Possession of his branded medicine, he declares, will become a symbol of prestige among the affluent. He elaborates further, revealing his intention to market super-luxury pharmaceutical, transforming essential remedies into coveted status symbol. Owning his medicine will signify not just health, but also elevated social standing and affluence. His ambitious pronouncements are met with blank stares from his two subordinates, clearly bewildered. The butler, voicing the unspoken question, inquires whether such a miraculous medicine truly exists. He unveils his creation, the Golden Minotaur, a potent calming pill. Derived from the rare gallstone of a minotaur, this exclusive remedy promises tranquility and well-being. He explains the cultural context, noting the widespread use of calming pills in Korea for stress relief. But the Golden Minotaur's purported benefits extend beyond simple relaxation. It allegedly cures brain ailment, alleviates heart conditions, and combats high blood pressure. En route, he shares the intricate details of the Golden Minotaur with Damien, who remains skeptical about its marketability and the willingness of consumers to embrace such an extravagant product. He confidently asserts the pill's inevitable success, attributing its allure to its carefully crafted scarcity and exclusivity. Presented as a limited edition luxury item, it will tap into the consumer psychology of desire for the rare and unattainable, compelling them to purchase at any cost. He emphasizes the genuine nature of the product, clarifying that it contains no deceptive ingredient. The key component, he reiterates, is the authentic gallbladder of a minotaur, thus inciting a fervent desire to purchase it. However, Oscar's brimming confidence is shattered by Damien's dismissive words, laced with skepticism. Damien scoffs, openly expressing his doubt that anyone would be foolish enough to buy it. Pressing his point, Damien challenges Oscar: if this medicine is truly so effective, why has he, a seasoned professional, never even heard of it? Raquel interjects, explaining that the medicine originates from the mysterious fallen kingdom. Calling Oscar Jason, Damien dryly remarks that he's never encountered this supposed kingdom either. At this point, the prince intercedes, claiming to have learned of the fallen kingdom and its remedies in a dream. He elaborates, stating that all his medical knowledge stems from these vivid dreams. All while gazing intently at Oscar's back, Damien inwardly dismisses Garden as hopelessly naive, believing him gullible enough to swallow any nonsensical tale the crown prince concocts. However, Damien's primary concern lies with receiving his salary on time. More pragmatic than idealistic, he hastily pursues the departing prince, demanding to know if he intends to practice medicine without a license. The pointed question forces the prince to abruptly halt in his track. Damien emphasizes the necessity of passing the rigorous doctor's examination to obtain a license, just as Garden had done. Turning to face Damien, the prince lets out a nervous chuckle, clearly caught off guard. While confessing his own ignorance on the matter, Damien declares that their first priority is securing the necessary funding. To achieve this, he explains, they require a Minotaur's gallstone. The prince interjects, pointing out the obvious lack of Minotaur gallstones at the herbal store. It appears the local apothecaries haven't exactly embraced bovine-based remedy. Damien, ever pragmatic, inquires about the prince's proposed solution to this predicament. With a dramatic flourish, the prince exclaims that he intends to acquire a live Minotaur for the sole purpose of harvesting its gallstone. His plan? A trip to Cremo, to attend the renowned monster auction. He'll secure his Minotaur at the auction house, he declared. Damien stares in disbelief. The prince, attending the auction personally? Unthinkable. The prince calmly asserts the necessity of his presence. He must personally assess the quality of the Minotaur, he explained, and, of course, the condition of its gallstone. Amused, Damien thinks to himself that the man standing before him is undeniably, gloriously mad. Just then, Agnes arrives with a waiting carriage, gesturing for them to embark. Still reeling, Damien questions the immediacy of their departure. Are they truly leaving now? The prince replies that time, in this instance, is far more valuable than gold. He urges Damien to hurry and board the carriage before Garden, presumably a pursuer or threat, catches up to them. As the carriage begins its journey, a figure comes bursting from the garden, desperately calling after them, demanding to know how they could leave him behind. The prince responds with a shout, explaining that he needs him to remain and oversee the clinic in his absence. As they travel onward, Damien remarks upon the surprising comfort of the horse-drawn carriage, to which the prince replies with characteristic arrogance, declaring that such luxury is only to be expected of a crown prince's carriage. However, a glimpse inside reveals that they are, in fact, lying in cramped, coffin-like compartment. Despite the prince's assertion, Damien persists, insisting that the experience feels decidedly strange. Their journey continues for 8 long days. Then, one evening, Agnes rises from her position atop the carriage, her senses instantly alerted by the distinct scent of the sea. She announces to the prince their arrival at Cremo port. At long last, they reach their destination, the renowned Cremo monster auction house. A young boy standing before the grand entrance instructs the driver to relocate the carriage, but the driver alights from his seat and issues a stern warning to the boy, implying that he is unaware of the carriage's true owner. He inquires about the carriage's owner, wondering if it belongs to the crown prince. At that very moment, as if summoned by his word, the crown prince himself greets him from the carriage window. The unexpected appearance leaves the boy utterly petrified. Recovering quickly, he rushes into the auction house and makes a beeline for the mayor. He discreetly points towards Raquel and informs the mayor of the crown prince's arrival, sending a wave of panic through the mayor as well. Without missing a beat, the mayor begins showering Oscar with flattery, eager to curry favor with the royal connection. When Oscar mentions his intention to purchase an item, the mayor immediately offers him a retinue of additional bodyguards. Oscar politely declines, stating that he has his own personal guard. He attempts to excuse himself, but the mayor, persistent in his efforts to impress, continues to prolong the conversation. Finally, Oscar manages to extricate himself, offering the mayor a non-committal promise to visit his home at a later date. As Oscar departs, the mayor promptly orders his staff to meticulously clean the entire building. Observing the frantic activity, Oscar wryly thinks to himself that the mayor's reaction is akin to the preparations for a visit from a high-ranking military commander. Meanwhile, inside the auction hall, Raquel and Damien settle into their seats. Observing the hushed atmosphere, Damien quietly explains the likely reason. Any excessive noise from enthusiastic bidding could awaken slumbering monsters. As bids are cautiously placed, he patiently awaits the appearance of the Minotaur. With the auction seemingly drawing to a close, a nagging doubt creeps in. Perhaps there won't be a Minotaur after all. Just at that moment, a carriage arrives, its cargo a caged behemoth, a truly formidable Minotaur. Our protagonist is awestruck by the creature's sheer size and raw power. The host announces the arrival of the auction's main attraction, a beast captured by the combined efforts of 7 elite hunting teams. However, our hero's initial excitement, the thrill of potentially owning such a magnificent creature, is quickly extinguished when the starting bid is announced, a staggering 50,000 mega. In disbelief, he turns to his aide, seeking confirmation. Did I hear that correctly? He points out that other monsters sold for a mere 50,000 mega, while this minotaur's starting price is 10 times that amount, 50,000 mega. Damien inquires about his funds. Do you have enough? He mentally calculates his available funds, 100,000 mega. But witnessing the fervent desire in the eyes of the other bidder, he expresses doubt, murmuring that he doesn't believe he can win the auction. Furthermore, he scoffs at the exorbitant price of the minotaur, deeming it far too expensive. After a brief moment of contemplation, he leans towards Damien, whispering a cunning plan into his ear. Damien's reaction is immediate. A clear expression of disapproval washes over his face. He presses Oscar, questioning whether he truly intends to proceed with such a risky scheme. Upon receiving Oscar's unwavering confirmation, Damien can't help but remark, his voice laced with incredulity, that the plan sounds like something concocted by a common thug. Oscar merely chuckles in response, unfazed. He nonchalantly dismisses the comparison to a thug, declaring that it's irrelevant, as long as the plan proves successful. With the plan in motion, Damien departs, leaving Oscar to observe the auction with bated breath. As the bidding price steadily escalates, a flicker of anxiety crosses Oscar's face. He silently hopes Damien returns before the price becomes unattainable. Some time passes, and the mayor arrives, greeting Oscar with a cordial air. Oscar, ever the master of deception, feigns surprise at the mayor's appearance. Observing the prince's expertly crafted expression, the mayor astutely recognizes the charade. Astutely recognizing the prince's desire for the spotlight, and eager to curry favor with royalty, the mayor eagerly plays along with the charade. With a flourish, the mayor addresses the supposed crown prince, offering him a grand escort of 100 bodyguards. The pronouncement hangs in the air, and all eyes turn to confirm the identity of the alleged royal. Our protagonist graciously accepts the mayor's ostentatious offer, while Damien cedes silently, his annoyance palpable. He watches the unfolding drama with thinly veiled disdain. Then, with a dramatic flourish, our hero remembers his intention to participate in the auction. He confidently places a bid of 60,000. The prince's expression screams royalty, daring anyone to challenge him. His unspoken message is clear: he will not be outbid. Witnessing this display of power, the audience reluctantly abandons all hope of acquiring the coveted minotaur. Meanwhile, a wave of nervousness washes over the auction host, faced with the prospect of selling their most prized item for a mere 60,000. But just then, a twist emerges. A gasp ripples through the crowd as a noble audaciously raises the bid to a staggering 70,000 mega. The shock reverberates through the room, leaving even the crown prince himself visibly stunned. Murmurs erupt as someone recognizes the bold bidder, none other than Guinness, a favored nobleman of King Manhwa of the Southern Kingdom. Meanwhile, Guinness, confident in his foreign status, believes he's beyond the prince's reach. He can't touch me, he thinks. I'm not even a citizen of this land. A wave of hope washes over the attendees. Many see Guinness as their unexpected savior. Whispers circulate amongst the crowd, recalling tale of the crown prince's infamous and long-lasting grudges. Across the room, the prince sees, a fire of anger burning in his eye. He's now fully committed to a showdown, determined to best this audacious challenge. Consumed by the desire to possess the minotaur, he retaliates with a new bid of 71,000 mega. Unflinching, Guinness counters with another 1,000, escalating the price to an astonishing 80,000. The relentless back and forth continues, each bid fueling the tension in the room. Finally, the auctioneer's voice booms through the hall, announcing that the coveted item has been sold for an unprecedented 250,000 mega. And the victor? None other than Guinness, who revels in his perceived superiority over the crown prince. He practically preens with the satisfaction of holding power over royalty. Meanwhile, our hero's face pales dramatically, all color draining away as if he's seen a ghost. Damien, sensing his distress, attempts to offer comfort, expressing his relief that Raquel didn't squander their entire fortune on a single minotaur. Upon hearing this, our hero's expression transforms, confidence in his financial stability returning. But beneath the surface, Damien harbors a secret anxiety, the timely arrival of his next paycheck. He's utterly dumbfounded when our hero casually remarks that Damien's continued employment hinges solely on a consistent and reliable salary. He reminds a bewildered Damien that it was he who rescued Damien from the perils of the underworld. Damien acknowledges his gratitude for the rescue, but emphasizes that the necessity of a stable income is an entirely separate issue. Our hero then turns his gaze towards his bodyguard, lost in thought as he recalls the last chapter he devoured in Demon Sword. After carefully reviewing the document, he arrives at the conclusion that Damien possesses unparalleled strength, surpassing all others in the world. The knowledge that such a formidable individual stands by his side brings him a sense of profound reassurance. However, his motives extend beyond mere protection. There's a deeper reason, intricately linked to securing victory in the impending final battle. This victory, he believes, is somehow inextricably connected to Damien's fate. He holds a firm conviction that ensuring Damien's well-being and providing him with a stable life will directly contribute to the stability and safety of the entire world. A bold assumption, perhaps. With unwavering sincerity, he turns to his bodyguard and emphatically declares that Damien's salary will always be paid promptly, without delay. He then abruptly turns to the mayor as they begin their journey towards his residence, but the mayor protests, questioning the reason for such unexpected haste. He confesses his eagerness stems from the shame of his defeat, especially after resorting to underhanded tactics. The scene transitions to a magnificent, opulent house. Within its walls, in a secluded room, the Minotaur lies bound and captive, having been sold earlier that day. Guinness approaches the creature, carefully assessing its condition. He can't resist boasting about his triumphant victory over the Crown Prince. Just then, another individual enters the scene, interrupting his gloating, summoning the most renowned taxidermist in all of Cramo. Tasked with preserving the magnificent beast, the taxidermist approaches Guinness, inquiring about his desired presentation. Guinness, envisioning a truly spectacular display, requests the most grandiose treatment possible. After all, this trophy is intended as a birthday gift for the king himself. To ensure the preservation is flawless, he further requests the assistance of a maid. And as if on cue, a mage enters, declaring the urgent need to commence the process immediately. Wasting no time, the mage initiates a powerful vacuum spell, intended to swiftly and cleanly end the Minotaur's life. In its final moments, the Minotaur's thoughts drift to its family, filled with anguish and lamentations over the cruelty inflicted by humans. In a surge of adrenaline and defiance, believing it has broken free from the mage's spell, the Minotaur snaps the chains that bind it. Meanwhile, back at the mayor's residence, our protagonist collapses onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Every muscle in his body aches from the relentless schedule. Yet, his determination remains unwavering. He will acquire the Minotaur tomorrow. He stubbornly insists he can manage on just one lackey, despite the evident skepticism of his concerned bodyguard. Their conversation is abruptly cut short by one of the prince's men, who delivers an urgent warning of imminent danger. Immediate evacuation is the only option. As Raquel demands an explanation, the wall explodes inward, revealing Damien standing defiantly before them. Without hesitation, Damien leaps to protect the prince, but the monstrous figure hurls him aside like a ragdoll. As the dust settles, a chilling realization dawns upon our hero. The monster is none other than the Minotaur, recently escaped from captivity. The sheer force of the Minotaur's breaking free from the mage's magical bond sends everyone sprawling. Everyone except the malevolent Guinness. He shouts at the Minotaur, boldly proclaiming his immunity to harm, declaring himself the beast's master. But the Minotaur, driven by rage and instinct, understands no master. It turns its fury on Guinness, giving chase, desperately seeking an escape. Guinness spots the mayor's house and makes a desperate dash for refuge. He dives behind a wall, shouting for help, in a desperate attempt to divert the Minotaur's attention. And to his partial credit, the gambit worked. The Minotaur now stands directly before him, poised to strike a fatal blow. Our hero braces himself for a desperate escape, but he abruptly halts, his eyes locking with the creature. For a fleeting moment, he sees not a monstrous beast, but a creature racked with pain, suffering immensely, mirroring the agony of one of his own patients. A surge of recognition floods the Minotaur's eyes. This is the one who dared to bite it. Enraged, the creature unleashes a furious attack, but the blow is intercepted by Damien's swift sword, who urgently commands the prince to flee. Refusing to yield, our hero declares he won't die now. Not after fighting so relentlessly to survive this long. Damien bravely engages the Minotaur, but his efforts to halt or defeat the beast prove futile. Amidst the chaotic struggle, he inadvertently shoves Raquel, sending her crashing into a wall. Simultaneously, Damien rejoins the prince, grimly stating their trap. The prince responds with a sardonic quip, dryly observing that the dire situation is rather self-evident. In a heartbeat, Damien's expression turns serious as he demands an extra bonus. Should they manage to escape this perilous situation with their lives? Oscar erupts, incredulous, demanding to know why Damien is bringing this up now. questioning what happens if he refuses. Damien coolly replies that he'll simply escape alone if necessary, leaving Oscar to his fate. He then announces his intention to confront the Minotaur head-on, creating a window of opportunity for Oscar to flee. Raquel hesitates, fear evident as the escape route remains blocked. With a nonchalant shrug, Damien suggests that Oscar simply jump from the precarious ledge. But for Oscar, such a reckless act is out of the question. Damien presses, emphasizing that a perilous jump is far preferable to being crushed alive by the monstrous Minotaur. He reasons that even if Oscar is injured, the guards will undoubtedly rescue him and ensure his safety. With that, Damien lunges at the Minotaur, engaging the beast in a fierce battle. Seizing the chance Damien created, Oscar scrambles towards the opening, desperation etched on his face. Anxiety twists his features as he climbs. But in his panicked state, he fails to realize that instead of scaling the wall, he's actually climbing the Minotaur itself. His ascent is abruptly halted by a jarring warning from his system. His system provides a comprehensive scan of the monstrous creature, and both the analysis and his own intuition scream a dire warning. The monster's heart is in critical condition. The diagnosis: stable angina pectoris. Crippling chest pain grips the beast, its heart teetering on the brink of complete blockage, clinging precariously to the monster's massive hand. A chilling realization washes over him: he's in no shape to offer aid, and his own life hangs by a thread. He's trapped in a deadly predicament, his own survival in jeopardy. A single leap could mean instant death, his body crushed beneath the monster's immense weight. Meanwhile, the Minotaur prepares to deliver the killing blow, its free hand poised to crush the prince like a helpless insect. He intends to swat the prince away as easily as one would a mosquito. But the monstrous blow is aborted, the Minotaur's attention momentarily diverted by Damien's sudden attack. Damien's strike narrowly misses the beast's eye. "Hold on," he shouts to the terrified prince, promising a swift rescue. "I'll have you out of there in a moment." Tears streaming down his face, the young prince cries out, "Hurry!" Damien charges towards the colossal Minotaur, his eyes scanning for a vulnerable point, a weakness in its shoulder or exposed flank. He unleashes a furious attack, striking the monster with all his might, desperate to free the prince from its deadly grasp. But suddenly, the prince is hurled from the balcony. The plunge leaves him believing his final moments have arrived. However, in a breathtaking moment, the crown prince is rescued by Agnes, who plucks him from the air in a daring mid-air catch. The moment her feet touch the ground, a contingent of guards rushes forward, escorting the shaken prince to safety. Meanwhile, a fierce battle rages between Damien and the monstrous Minotaur. The creature's attention is solely fixed on Damien, who fights with unwavering determination, driven by the promise of a substantial reward for victory. Damien's strategy hinges on exploiting an opening. He plans to strike the Minotaur's fist, then its arm, capitalizing on the brief vulnerability when the beast throws a punch. He lunges, aiming to slash at the monstrous fist and inflict as much damage as possible. But the Minotaur proves to be a formidable opponent, its resilience exceeding Damien's expectation. Amidst the furious clash of steel and brute force, a sudden distraction breaks Damien's focus. In a heartbeat, the Minotaur seizes the opportunity, unleashing a devastating blow that sends Damien hurtling sideways. He crashes into the wall, the monstrous Minotaur advancing menacingly. Damien struggles to rise, his leg trapped beneath the debris. Just as the Minotaur prepares to strike the final blow, Gosu intervenes, his powerful body slamming into the beast. Disoriented and winded, Damien struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events, until his gaze falls upon Gosu, bravely battling the monstrous creature. Meanwhile, our protagonist remains confident that Damien won't slip through his grasp, not after all the meticulous planning and effort he invested in acquiring it. He recalls feeding Gosu those red sunflower seeds, a strategic move to enhance his size and strength, preparing him for this very confrontation with the Minotaur. Suddenly, he bellows at his bodyguard to rise, sensing the imminent threat of encirclement. The bodyguard responds with a sardonic quip about a hefty payday, seemingly unfazed by the danger. But a grim reality sets in. Damien is incapacitated, his leg immobile. Across the chaotic scene, the Minotaur hurls Gosu through the air, sending him flying towards Damien. Raquel's voice pierces the pandemonium, urging Damien to grab hold of Gosu. It's their only chance for escape. Damien obeys, seizing Gosu just as the creature leaps from the second floor. They land before the crown prince, their desperate flight bringing them face to face with not only an ally, but also with a formidable enemy. The Minotaur follows, crashing down from the second floor with a terrifying roar. Hot on their heels, followed by a wave of pursuers. Amidst the chaos, Raquel anxiously inquires after Damien and Gosu's well-being. Damien assures her they're unharmed, but his thoughts are elsewhere. His mind races, fixated on the Minotaur and the precious medicine it possesses. But he dismisses the idea, knowing it could be a fatal mistake. He urges his companions to seek refuge in a safer location. But the mayor interrupts. declaring that he will personally escort them to the most secure sanctuary the city has to offer. Moments later, they arrive at the bustling port. The mayor explains that by embarking on a ship, they can effectively evade the Minotaur, as it cannot pursue them across the sea. Escape, he assures them, is within their grasp. Raquel, seeing the wisdom in the plan, agrees to this course of action. As they board the vessel and extend the offer of escape to the mayor, our protagonist is stunned when the mayor steadfastly refuses. With a grave expression, the mayor declares he will not abandon his post. He explains that the city and its inhabitants are his responsibility, and he will not shirk his duty. He will remain, he vows, and lead the guards in confronting the imminent threat. The mayor's unwavering resolve forces Raquel to re-evaluate her perception of him. He no longer appears to be the shallow, self-serving man she initially believed him to be. His newfound seriousness and dedication to his duty give Raquel pause, prompting her to reconsider her own judgment. Torn between his duty and the overwhelming chaos, Raquel questioned the morality of his escape. Observing the young prince's distress, Damien understands the turmoil raging within him. Emphasizing the urgency of their situation, Damien stresses the need for immediate departure. He reminds Raquel that every individual has a specific role to fulfill in this crisis, absolving the prince of any unnecessary guilt. A wave of clarity washes over Raquel as his bodyguard's words resonate deeply within him. The mayor's duty lies in safeguarding the city, while his own sacred charge is the protection of the imperial family. Survival is paramount. It is the linchpin upon which his duty hinges. With newfound resolve, he commands the immediate raising of the anchor. But just as a glimmer of hope appears, fate deals a cruel blow. The relentless Minotaur, fueled by rage, closes in on their fleeing vessel. With a terrifying roar, it leaps aboard the ship, its fury unleashed. Splintering wood and tearing through the deck, the monstrous creature sends debris flying. Raquel's urgent command rings out, ordering everyone to take cover from the devastating assault. Amidst the chaos, Raquel desperately searches for a viable escape route. Trapped in facing imminent danger, all avenues of escape seem closed. Meanwhile, a primal fear grips him, his very being trembling as his instincts scream of the impending peril. Trapped and desperate, he frantically searches for an escape route. Tears well up in his eyes, panic threatening to overwhelm him. Suddenly, a jolt of realization, he hasn't even begun to tap into his true potential, his awakened brain. Damien appears beside him, a sudden presence in the chaos. Get to the deck, Damien urges, hide there and don't move. What about you? Raquel demands, her voice laced with worry. Damien draws his sword, the blade gleaming as he turns to face the monstrous Minotaur. A cocky grin spreads across Damien's face. I'm about to make a fortune fighting this beast, he declared. So you better work for it, you overgrown cow, he taunts the Minotaur. With a battle cry, Damien charges towards the monster. Agnes, with me. But their combined strength, bolstered by the efforts of several guards, proves futile. The Minotaur effortlessly throws them aside like ragdoll. The beast remains standing, an indomitable force of raw power. Raquel's heart leaps into her throat as she witnesses the devastating display. Panic threatens to consume her, but she steels her nerves, focusing her attention on the Minotaur. Her keen eyes scan the monster, analyzing its movements, searching for a weakness. Just then, a system notification flashes before her eyes. Her Azerian core has reached its maximum potential. It has reached its limit. Caught in a desperate, unprecedentedly dangerous situation, Oscar has developed a remarkable new skill, acupoint scan. His innate Azerian core technique, seamlessly merging with his pulse-reading ability, grants him the extraordinary power to perceive the acupoints of any living being. This newfound ability allows him to anticipate their every move, and he immediately focuses his acupoint scan on the menacing Minotaur before him. A surge of confidence fills him as he realizes he can now evade the beast's brutal attack. But a critical weakness remains, his limited stamina. He knows he can't maintain this heightened state for long. With a tense expression etched on his face, Oscar frantically searches for an escape route, not just for himself, but for everyone trapped with him. His gaze falls upon Gosu, sparking a desperate, albeit uncertain, plan. Doubt lingers, but he knows he must act. He commits to the risky gambit, driven by the unwavering belief that his duty as crown prince is to protect them all. Just as the Minotaur prepares to unleash a devastating blow upon a helpless sailor, Oscar bravely intercepts the monstrous attack, throwing himself directly in the beast's path. Suddenly, a system warning flashes before his eyes. He has consumed the red sunflower seed, the very seeds intended to fuel his summoning ability. Thanks to the red flower seed, our hero undergoes a dramatic transformation, becoming a towering giant. Now, he stands face to face with the monstrous Minotaur, ready for a one-on-one showdown. However, his system throws a curveball, informing him that his current state isn't a summon. This can only mean one thing: the red flower seed has triggered unforeseen side effect. The situation calls for immediate medical attention, a doctor is needed, and fast. With a touch of dry humor, he reminds his system that he is a traditional medicine doctor. His system, unfazed by his quip, delivers a stark warning: his gigantic form will only last for 3 minutes. And worse, once the 3 minutes are up, a debilitating side effect will kick in, a coma. The gravity of the situation hits him hard. This isn't just a fight, it's a race against time. He has a mere 2.5 minutes to defeat the Minotaur, a feat that seems nearly impossible, leaving him staring death in the face. Failure could mean the end. As if to underscore the danger, the Minotaur unleashes a brutal punch, connecting squarely with his face. He reels from the impact, the pain undeniable. He voices his discomfort, but a chilling realization follows: under normal circumstances, that blow would have been fatal. A glimmer of hope remains. To gauge his chances, he retaliates with a headbutt, a desperate attack that injures both him and the beast. With the clock ticking down, victory feels increasingly distant. The time limit is a suffocating constraint. He needs a plan, and he needs it now. His mind races. His gaze falls upon his summon, exhausted and battered from the relentless fighting. He observes the raging Minotaur, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he wonders if his guards can contain its destructive frenzy. Panic rises. If the creature collapses, immediate action is crucial. He needs a solution, and fast. With urgency in his voice, he calls out to Gusium, requesting a supply of thorn. Thorns acquired, he swiftly maneuvers, securing the Minotaur's thick neck in a firm grip. His intent becomes clear: he's going to utilize the ancient art of acupoint stimulation. With precision, he pierces the first thorn into the TNU point, located strategically near the creature's neck. This specific acupoint is known for its influence over the flow of ascending and descending mana, the life force energy. But a crucial obstacle arises. The thorn, despite his efforts, fails to penetrate deep enough to effectively reach the Minotaur's robust mana flow. Thinking quickly, he barks an order to Damien: strike the exposed end of the thorn with force. Damien obeys without hesitation, delivering a powerful blow. His next objective is to quell the monster's mental turmoil, to bring a semblance of calm to its raging mind. He aims to achieve this by skillfully manipulating the creature's nervous system, reducing the stimulation of the sympathetic nerve, and concurrently increasing the stimulation of the parasympathetic nerves, responsible for calming the body's responses. He swiftly locates another crucial acupoint. Damien, he commands, drive the needle deeper. Moments pass, filled with tense concentration, as he systematically targets several more acupoints. Each precisely placed thorn serves to disrupt and redirect the Minotaur's surging blood and energy flow. A wry thought crosses his mind: the creature's thrashing and resistance reminds him of a stubborn child, fiercely refusing a necessary injection. He's decided to reward the beast with a treat if it cooperates during the stimulation of the final acupoint. This crucial point is known as the ermine point. Traditionally, it's used to alleviate various ear ailments. With the precise application to this final point, a wave of relief washes over the Minotaur as its agonizing pain abruptly vanishes. Oscar reflects that the timing was rather fortuitous, as if the creature's pain simply chose that exact moment to disappear. The Minotaur, now free from torment, turns to Oscar with gratitude, mistakenly believing him to be the sole reason for its miraculous recovery. Just then, Oscar collapses, groaning in utter exhaustion. He introspectively checks his internal organs, finding them in a state of revolt. The abrupt shifts in his size have wreaked havoc, disrupting the delicate balance of his blood flow and breathing. In this moment of weakness, the effects of the giant's strength wear off, returning him to his normal stature. Concerned onlookers rush to his side as he slips into a coma. Before losing consciousness, he manages to reassure them, explaining he'll be out for 5 days. He adds that the Minotaur no longer poses a threat and there's no need for alarm. He then slips into a coma. With the Minotaur finally subdued, panic sets in as everyone realizes the ship is in grave danger. The threat of imminent sinking looms large. A frantic rush to the deck ensues. Seawater rapidly floods the lower levels. Suddenly, the ship lurches violently, sending waves of fear through the panicked crowd. Is this the beginning of the end? Meanwhile, the Minotaur, driven by a sense of gratitude for the Crown Prince's earlier kindness, scoops up the unconscious prince and places him gently atop its massive head, a desperate attempt at salvation. The onlookers are stunned into silence. Has the beast turned on them? Is this a kidnapping? Fear grips them all. 6 agonizing days pass since the Crown Prince's disappearance. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. Damien sits chained to a chair, his gaze fixed on a lone rat scurrying at his feet. Lost in thought, he contemplates the strange reality of his situation. Could this all be a dream? A luxury he hasn't allowed himself in years. His introspection is shattered by the arrival of the inspection squad. The interrogation begins. The tension in the interrogation room was thick, stemming from Raquel's abduction by the Minator. The interrogator's voice dripped with sarcasm as he prodded a seemingly exhausted Damien. "Are you sleeping, Captain?" Caught off guard, Damien stammered, grasping for a plausible excuse. I haven't slept in days," he mumbled, his voice heavy with fatigue. The inspector's patience snapped. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice boomed. 6 days, Captain. It's been 6 days since the Minator kidnapped Raquel." News of the harrowing event reached the Emperor the following day. His Imperial Majesty, fueled by urgency, required 2 full days to reach the city. The interrogator's accusing gaze swept over Damien. "And in all this time," he ceded, "you've done nothing." "Not a single clue," he pressed, his voice laced with contempt. "No trace of where the Minator has taken the crown prince. No sign of the accomplice who aided the Minator's escape." Abruptly, the interrogator shifted his line of question. He leveled the accusation, claiming their actions were deliberate, driven by a malicious intent to harm the prince. Damien met the accusation with a sardonic taunt, pointedly inquiring if the interrogator truly believed that every single person in the crown prince's entourage was a conspirator, colluding with the Minotaur to orchestrate the kidnapping. Fury boiled within him at the realization that the interrogator was seriously entertaining such a preposterous conclusion. However, the interrogator seemed more preoccupied with expediency than truth, focused on neatly wrapping up the case. He informed Damien that this ludicrous theory conveniently answered the question of who was responsible for the crown prince's abduction. His intention was clear: to lay blame on everyone, implicating the mayor and the entire royal escort as accomplices in the kidnapping. This fabricated narrative would allow for a swift and effortless closure of the case. Damien ground his teeth in frustration, recognizing the interrogator's sole motivation was to close the case quickly and avoid any further complication, fueling his suspicion of their involvement in the prince's disappearance. The interrogator, with a sly glint in his eye, attempts to manipulate Damien into a confession, offering a deceptively merciful swift death as a reward for compliance. Damien, enraged, vehemently rejects the offer, condemning the interrogator to hell. Undeterred, the interrogator, a sinister smile playing on his lip, reveals that he possesses alternative, more persuasive methods of extracting a confession. Suddenly, Damien is thrust into a cage, suspended precariously in the air. To his horror, he discovers Agnes and the mayor imprisoned in similar cages nearby. Below them, a menacing fire has been ignited, its flames licking at the air. The pungent aroma of oil fills the air, filling Damien with the terrifying realization that they are to be burned alive. Once again, the interrogator appeared, persisting in his attempts to coerce a confession from the trio, accusing them of being the culprit. Damien, defiant, declares that if they seek information from him, he will offer the truth, and nothing but the truth. With a furious outburst, he accuses the interrogator of deliberately hindering the search for the crown prince, using the investigation as a mere pretense. In a seething rage, he asserts his unwavering determination to find the prince himself. Upon hearing this dire command, the inspector, without hesitation, orders his subordinate to ignite the pyre. Meanwhile, within the confines of his cage, Damien grapples with the injustice of his impending fate, desperate to avoid such a meaningless death. Before anyone can react, before a single muscle can twitch, the ground trembles as the Minotaur charges towards them, its rage palpable. Then, in a moment of breathtaking astonishment, a colossal figure intervenes, snatching Damien's cage from the Minotaur's path and hoisting it high into the air. Perched atop the magnificent beast, reigns the crown prince, who, with an air of authority, demands an explanation for the caged prisoner. It appears the crown prince has finally awakened from his 6-day slumber on the island, only to find himself face to face with Eurus, his former adversary. But Eurus's gaze no longer holds animosity. Instead, it reflects an unexpected affection. After a brief, yet meaningful exchange, the two reconcile their differences, forging an unlikely friendship. The crown prince ponders the curious coincidence of his presence soothing Eurus's pain. However, he chooses to keep this observation to himself, preferring to cultivate Eurus's willing loyalty. He then extends an offer of assistance to Eurus, promising to repay the favor, and that chest pains will soon follow. Treatment should begin immediately. He initiates an acupoint scan, quickly determining that the angina is still in its early stages, and can be addressed later. His attention then shifts to the gallbladder. He inquires whether Eurus experiences a feeling of fullness after eating. Receiving an affirmative response, he elaborates, explaining that the gallbladder is overloaded, requiring it to be emptied. He proceeds to outline the necessary procedure, but his explanation is met with a blank stare from a thoroughly confused Eurus. Recognizing the communication barrier, the Crown Prince simplifies his language, instructing Oris to apply pressure to a specific point with his finger. He then demonstrates, signaling for Oris to clench his fist and strike his own solar plexus. Hesitation from Oris is met with gentle encouragement from the prince. Oris complies, and by observing the reaction, the prince deduces that there's an obstruction. The culprit is finally revealed, a large piece of cholalithiasis, gallstone. Relieved to have recovered this crucial piece, the Crown Prince inquires about Oris's discomfort, concerned about his bloated condition. Oris responds cheerfully, alleviating the prince's worry. The prince expresses his relief. Grateful that the situation isn't serious, he rejoices, now claiming ownership of the Minotaur as well. He urges Oris to return with him immediately, emphasizing the urgent need to rescue his comrade. Oris hesitates, expressing his fear of a renewed confrontation. The Crown Prince offers reassurance, guaranteeing Oris's safety during their return journey. Suddenly, he notices the flag of the inspection squad, a force that answers directly to the Emperor himself. This confirms the wisdom of their earlier decision to return. Back in the present, Raquel furiously demands to know who leads the inspection. The interrogator, a devilishly calm figure, casually claims responsibility. The prince bristles at the interrogator's nonchalant demeanor, adding insult to injury. The interrogator has the audacity to question the Crown Prince's legitimacy, simply for bringing a Minotaur into the city limit. Bewildered expressions paint the faces of everyone present, their minds grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Raquel interjects sharply, pointing out the ludicrous implication that a doppelganger is masquerading as the Crown Prince. The interrogator concedes the possibility, suggesting that powerful forces could be at play, seeking to harm the imperial family. This suspicion is amplified by the Crown Prince's recent disappearance. The demand is made, the supposed Crown Prince must verify his identity. Outrage flares within Raquel, igniting his fury. He counters with a challenge: if his identity is to be scrutinized, then the true nature of his companions must also be examined. To underscore his point, he gestures towards Damien, who courageously threw himself between the Crown Prince and the raging Minotaur, buying precious time. Damien's valiant struggle against the beast serves as a testament to his unwavering loyalty and devotion. Simultaneously, Oros had shattered Damien's cage, allowing him to escape the confine. Raquel then turns his attention to Agnes, who swiftly reacted, preventing him from plummeting from the second floor. Were it not for her intervention, he might well be lying lifeless at this very moment. She too is finally released from her confinement. As she steps protectively in front of him, he acknowledges her remarkable courage and selfless sacrifice. He then turns his attention to Sergio, his loyal knight captain, the first to bravely rush to his aid amidst the chaos. His gaze sweeps across the remaining guards, his words painting a vivid picture of their unwavering dedication and the valiant efforts they displayed during the fierce struggle. Overhearing this heartfelt praise, the royal guards begin to murmur amongst themselves, speculating that he could indeed be the true Crown Prince. However, confusion clouds their minds as they grapple with the mystery of his supposed survival. Meanwhile, a palpable wave of dread washes over the interrogator's face. He had been utterly certain that the Crown Prince was dead and gone. Desperate to salvage the situation, he hastily lays blame upon everyone in his own party, attempting to swiftly close the case. This is his customary method of operation, a well-worn strategy. For whenever a person of importance meets an untimely end, a scapegoat must be found and swiftly punished. Suddenly realizing the gravity of his error in questioning the prince's identity, he prostrates himself, begging for forgiveness with abject terror in his voice, having dared to doubt the royal lineage before him. However, the Crown Prince remains utterly unmoved by the interrogator's theatrics. He turns his attention instead to the mayor, who chose to stand by his city and protect its citizens, rather than fleeing in the face of danger. He approaches the cage where the mayor is held, and declares that the mayor exemplifies the true meaning of nobility and the unwavering fulfillment of duty. He then rounds on the interrogator once more, his voice filled with righteous anger, and exclaims that, while the interrogator wastes time with accusation, the head of the investigation squad dares to question the Crown Prince's, very identity. He delivers a scathing warning, reminding the interrogator that it is his people, the unwavering citizens who stood by his side through thick and thin, who have granted him the right to be Crown Prince. He cuts off any attempt at an excuse, already anticipating the flimsy justifications the interrogator would offer. He draws a parallel to a similar incident in Korea, where such blatant disregard for justice had also occurred. Finally, he delivers his verdict, declaring that the interrogator will be held fully accountable for this farcical investigation he has conducted. The consequences will arrive tomorrow. Gathered on the shore, the the townsfolk buzzed with the latest news and gossip. The primary topic of their hushed conversations? The investigator, currently facing accusations of sabotaging the search for the missing crown prince. The whispers spoke of severe consequences, hanging or a life sentence in the bleakest of prison. The conversation then shifted to the crown prince himself, and the incredible rumors surrounding his ability to tame the fearsome minotaur, a beast now said to obey him without question. A young boy, eager for attention, piped up with a fantastical tale. He claimed to have witnessed the crown prince grow to the immense size of the minotaur itself, engaging in a ferocious battle. And that wasn't all, the boy insisted. He vividly described the prince fiercely driving thorns into the minotaur's thick hide. His outlandish story, however, was met with widespread disbelief and scoff. Undeterred by the boy's tale, the whispers turned to a new rumor, one spreading like wildfire through the capital, the possibility of the crown prince ascending to the throne. The very idea had the people buzzing with speculation and intrigue. Meanwhile, observing the lively scene from his window, stood Damien. Turning to his master, he voiced the question that hung heavy in the air: how could anyone possibly tame a minotaur? Raquel offered a cryptic response, revealing a surprising truth: the beast was never truly tamed. As Raquel began to explain, he unveiled a deeper secret, explaining that the entire ordeal was a misunderstanding from the minotaur's perspective. Noticing Damien's bewildered expression, Raquel elaborates further, explaining that as the rosebush grew and its thorns pricked the minotaur, the creature's pain gradually subsided, leading it to believe that Raquel was its savior. For a brief period, they discuss how this fortunate misunderstanding works to Damien's advantage, potentially allowing him to reap considerable reward, a prospect Damien finds himself quite amenable to. However, despite this, Damien feels a pang of embarrassment knowing he didn't truly defeat the minotaur. This motivates him to resolve to train harder and become stronger. Shifting the conversation, Damien informs Raquel that he expects further compensation, having also completed the task assigned to him by the crown prince. He expresses his satisfaction upon hearing that Damien has successfully gathered a variety of medicinal ingredients. Damien explains that his success is due to Cremo being a larger port and a bustling commercial hub. Then, he drops a bombshell on the prince, revealing that his father, the king, has unexpectedly returned to the capital. Upon receiving news of his son's safe return, the prince inwardly recoils at his father's callous indifference. Despite his disapproval, he recalls his father's earlier pronouncement and reluctantly accepts his own powerlessness in the situation. Pushing aside these troubling thoughts, he focuses on the immediate task at hand, instructing Damien to gather all the necessary medicinal ingredients. As the supplies arrive and he prepares to begin, he announces his intention to craft the potent golden minotaur pill, utilizing the mayor's kitchen as his makeshift laboratory. Moments later, he's in the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune as he meticulously chops and prepares the ingredient, much to Damien's growing annoyance. With the golden minotaur pills finally crafted, he decides to test their efficacy on himself. Upon swallowing a pill, his internal system immediately registers its potent effect, revealing a surge of invigorating energy coursing through his revitalized organ. The taste, however, leaves much to be desired, causing his stomach to churn in protest. In return for this momentary discomfort, he is rewarded with a significant boost, 500 additional HP to his overall health. And as an unexpected bonus, his latent tonic concoction analysis skill activates. A sense of pride washes over him, for he crafted this pill himself. After carefully reviewing the extensive list of the pill's potential benefit, a wave of satisfaction hits him. It not only effectively treats cardiac disease, but also promotes natural, restful sleep without any adverse side effect. Reading over these results, he's ecstatic, practically overflowing with joy. The following day, he seeks out Urus, eager to check on his well-being. He presents the pills to Urus, explaining their potential to alleviate his chest pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Urus consumes all the pills. A surge of energy courses through him, a direct result of the pill's potent effect. Their effectiveness is amplified by a remarkable 10% after he utilizes them to heal the minotaur, who is now under his care. And that's not all. He receives a life bonus of 7 days, and a significant boost of 600 HP to his own vitality. Later, he reclines leisurely upon the minotaur, contemplating his future and deciding to rely on his mentor's guidance from this point forward. The next day, a massive crowd congregates in Cremo City Plaza, anticipating the award distribution ceremony. It's a celebration to honor those who bravely assisted him on that fateful night. That morning, Raquel makes a grand, unforgettable entrance, riding majestically atop Urus. Observing the young prince, the crowd murmurs their approval, speculating that he is destined to be their next king. Oblivious to their hushed discussion, Raquel commences the ceremony. As he begins, a memory surfaces. The last time the young prince received this level of attention was during the harrowing fight against his own brother. Determined to shield the boy from any fear or anxiety, Raquel initiates the ceremony by addressing the prince's bodyguard. He commends their extraordinary bravery and unwavering loyalty displayed that fateful night when they valiantly fought against the fearsome Minotaur. To further acknowledge their valor and sacrifice, he announces that he will bestow upon them his prized golden medicine. With a self-satisfied smirk, Raquel mentally praises the mayor for so cleverly resolving his predicament. The scene abruptly shifts to 2 days prior. Raquel is relaxing with Eurus when the mayor approaches. The mayor proposes holding an award ceremony to publicly honor those who risked their lives that night. He suggests that the ceremony will not only recognize their heroic effort, but also serve as a brilliant opportunity to promote Raquel's renowned medicine. To illustrate his point, he presents Raquel with a sample of the medicine he intends to distribute to his subordinate. The mayor, a shrewd and perceptive man, immediately discerns Raquel's ulterior motive. He quickly grasps the essence of Raquel's plan and anticipates his desired outcome. With a knowing glint in his eye, the mayor suggests presenting the medicine as a prestigious reward. Confident that such a gesture will pique the curiosity of the noble elite, he goes even further, proposing the creation of a truly exceptional, a premium edition of the medicine, bearing the esteemed name of the crown prince himself. Understanding the importance of spectacle, the mayor emphasizes the need for a grand ceremony, one that exudes opulence and prestige. This elaborate display, he reasons, will not only attract a wealth of future customers, but also significantly elevate the perceived value of the medicine. Energized by the plan, the mayor departs with haste, requesting 2 days to meticulously orchestrate the ceremony to his exacting standard. At the grand ceremony, Raquel beams with satisfaction, impressed by the mayor's effort. He begins by eloquently acknowledging the valor and unwavering dedication of his subordinate, the brave souls who fought valiantly that fateful night. With a subtle shift in tone, he seamlessly transitions to extolling the virtues of his remarkable medicine, carefully crafted from the rare and potent gallstone of the fearsome Minotaur. He promises that this elixir bestows upon its user the legendary stamina of the Minotaur itself, while simultaneously offering a cure for a myriad of ailments. To further solidify his claims, he dramatically presents his own robust pet, a living testament to the medicine's potency. He continues, adding that even those plagued by insomnia will find blissful slumber with the aid of this miraculous medicine. While smoothly weaving in further accolades for his diligent subordinate, he shamelessly pivots back to extolling the virtues of his remedy. He then unveils a limited time offer, announcing an unbelievably low price of only $9.99 Megan. Witnessing this blatant salesmanship, Agnes and Damien exchange knowing glances, recognizing the unmistakable tactics of a con artist. It's clear he's laying a honeyed trap to lure in unsuspecting customers. Their eyes shift to Sergio, who, surprisingly, appears genuinely enthusiastic in his support of the crown prince. To capitalize on the fervor, Raquel steps forward, presenting the crowd with a flurry of pamphlets, further advertising the supposed miracle cure. Despite bearing witness to the shamelessly transparent promotion, many in the crowd remain captivated, eager to purchase the medicine. Some even contemplate borrowing money to afford the exorbitant cost. Observing the overwhelmingly positive response, a cunning idea sparks within him. He decides to subtly leverage the situation to promote his own traditional medicine clinic. Feigning a cough to capture attention, he addresses the eager crowd, while seamlessly transitioning to announce the existence of his own establishment, the esteemed Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic. As he speaks, a flurry of activity erupts as his numerous subordinates raise placards and distribute pamphlets, expertly advertising the clinic's services. Even Minotaur, ever the loyal aide, enthusiastically joins in the promotional effort. The prince continues, highlighting the clinic's innovative approach to medicinal treatment, proudly proclaiming the introduction of groundbreaking new therapies. He pauses, engaging the audience. Has anyone heard of these advancements? 2 hands tentatively rise from the crowd. A visible wave of relief washes over the prince at the sight of the raised hands, grateful that his promotional efforts aren't solely reliant on his own word. Deciding to further enhance his advertising strategy, he injects a touch of theatrical flair. He launches into an eloquent speech extolling the beauty and paramount importance of the magnificent city of Crema. He underscores its vital role as the northern port and bustling commercial hub of the region. With heartfelt sincerity, he emphasizes the crucial link between the health of its citizens and the continued prosperity of Cremo. His impassioned words resonate deeply, stirring the emotions of the audience with his genuine display of concern. With a dramatic flourish, he extends an open invitation to all, urging them to visit his clinic for even the slightest of health concern. He concludes with a personal guarantee, promising to examine each patient himself. However, sensing their lingering hesitation, he decides to employ a more persuasive tactic. With a flourish, he announces free treatment coupons for the first 100 individuals who step forward. Agnes immediately protests, pointing out the inherent contradiction. The clinic was intended to be free of charge from the very beginning, but as a wave of people surges towards him, a giddy excitement washes over him at the sight of his bonus life. A multitude of potential patients. He quickly immerses himself in his work, diligently consulting with each person, distributing coupons, offering insightful medical advice, and radiating enthusiasm. His generosity extends even further, covering travel expenses and accommodation for those in need. Having distributed all 100 coupons, a beam of pride illuminates his face, reflecting the undeniable success of his impromptu advertising strategy. Witnessing his unrestrained joy, Agnes finds herself on the verge of tears. The realization that he's covering even travel expenses dawns on her, carrying a heavy implication. They will likely have to sell everything they own to fulfill his extravagant promises. Lost in his enthusiastic endeavors, he's oblivious to the passage of time, 9 grueling hours. His weary organs silently plead for respite, and the world around him begins to blur, a hazy testament to his exhaustion. But a wave of dizziness washes over him. He fights it, knowing he can't afford to lose his composure and collapse in front of everyone. Instead of fainting, however, he stumbles, his knees buckling, and he lands on the ground with a nervous chuckle. Concerned onlookers rush to his aid, while he inwardly curses his body's frustrating lack of stamina. Just then, his system interface flashes, informing him of the unexpected consequence of his action. Witnessed by the entire population of Cremo, his near collapse, coupled with his evident exhaustion, has touched their hearts. They see his unwavering dedication. Moved by his selfless commitment, the people of Cremo bestow upon him a new title, a recognition of his unwavering service. A new power, a new metric, is added to his traditional medicine skill, Great Doctor Points, or GDP. This unique reputation value reflects the impact he has on society. Specifically, whenever his medical practice significantly benefits the community, or when people are deeply touched by his skill and tireless effort, he will earn 101 GDP. He grapples with understanding this new point system, unsure of its practical application. As if sensing his confusion, his system helpfully provides further information. He discovers a potential use for these accumulated points, purchasing a lie voucher. This voucher holds a remarkable power. It grants him the ability to tell a single lie that anyone will unequivocally believe. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he stumbles, but Damien rushes to his side, helping him regain his footing. As he steadies himself, more information about the lie voucher floods his mind. He learns of its limitations. The target of the lie must be specifically chosen beforehand. Furthermore, each voucher is single-use, expendable after a single deception. He also discovers that the voucher's potency may be diminished against certain individuals. Mythical creatures and those closest to him might be immune to its effects. Suddenly, he requests a piggyback ride from Damien. Damien, ever the pragmatist, agrees, but only for a price. Moments later, he finds himself facing the mayor, who is visibly emotional. The mayor expresses disbelief at the crown prince's imminent departure. He urges Raquel to rest before embarking on the arduous journey ahead. Raquel dismisses the mayor's concern with a casual wave of his hand, claiming he'll sleep comfortably in the horse carriage. The mayor protests, insisting on the carriage's lack of comfort. Undeterred, Raquel ends the conversation with heartfelt words, showering the mayor with praise and gratitude for his unwavering support and service. He then turns and heads towards his waiting carriage, casually extending an invitation to the mayor to visit his clinic, along with Captain Roberto. A look of confusion washes over the mayor's face. Raquel's subtle suggestion refers to a shared affliction between the mayor and Captain Roberto, the unfortunate predicament of partial baldness, a condition, Raquel assures him, he can readily treat. He promises to attend to their follicular woes upon his arrival in the capital city, his own hometown. As Raquel enters the capital, a ripple of surprise passes through the onlookers as they notice the Minotaur accompanying it. A knight, spurred into action, rushes towards the approaching carriage. His eyes widen in momentary surprise as he spots the Minotaur seated beside the prince. He recovers quickly, shaking off his initial astonishment. With a determined stride, he approaches and presents himself before the carriage. Gently rousing the crown prince, he delivers an envelope into his hand, relaying a message sent directly from the emperor. After offering a formal and respectful greeting, Raquel accepts the envelope, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach as a sense of foreboding washes over him. He breaks the seal and unfolds the letter, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of worry and curiosity. The letter contains a royal summons, demanding his presence in his father's court. A wave of unease washes over him as he finishes reading the missive. Despite his apprehension, he forces a grin. He dismisses his lingering anxiety, rationalizing that he can always rely on the life-saving voucher should the situation take a turn for the worse. We then find him standing before his father, offering a respectful greeting. He remains bowed, impassively awaiting his father's acknowledgement, barely concealing his impatience. Finally, his father deigns to address him, immediately launching into a tirade about his son's irresponsibility and incompetence, emphasizing the danger he placed upon his fellow traveler. His father's words sting, particularly considering his own near-death experience during the recent fiasco. His father then abruptly shifts the subject to the confirmed attack at the mayor's residence. Having confirmed the incident, his father once again berates him for not prioritizing his own safety and escaping quickly, an oversight that placed his bodyguards in a precarious position. He even has the audacity to lecture him on the importance of taking precautionary measures before a dangerous situation even arises. The relentless scolding and reprimands are clearly beginning to irritate him, especially given the unpredictability of the situation. Even after soliciting his opinion, his father continues to berate him for his incompetence, an incompetence that nearly cost his companions their lives. Meanwhile, Raquel seethes at his father's callous disregard for his well-being. His father's anger fuels his tirade, emphasizing the shame of failing to protect a mere 10 people, especially considering he's poised to inherit the throne and eventually rule over millions within the empire. He stresses that this is about the future. Raquel, however, understands the underlying truth in his father's harsh words. He recognizes the validity of his father's point. His father then instructs him to reflect upon this lesson, a command Raquel finally accepts. Offered a chance to speak, Raquel expresses his desire for a genuine conversation, a true exchange, with his father. He then makes a simple request. He asks his father to quit smoking. He adds that his father's health is paramount, because the weight of the entire nation rests upon his shoulder. A smug smirk spreads across Raquel's face, relishing the feeling of having given his father a taste of his own medicine. He continues, adding with a pointed tone, "The prosperity of the imperial family hinges entirely on your well-being, father." The emperor's mind flashes back to the chilling prophecy within the novel, where the emperor succumbs to a fatal heart attack brought on by relentless stress and excessive smoking. The prophecy foretells that following Raquel's demise, the empire will crumble into ruin. Above all, Raquel is determined to prevent his father from suffering the same fate as his own. The emperor reminds Raquel, "The day you first urged me to quit, I did. Is there anything else?" His words hang in the air, a subtle challenge. "Do you have anything more to say?" Stunned by his father's response, Raquel stammers, "No, nothing else, Your Majesty." He requests permission to leave, bowing his head slightly. As Raquel turns to depart, the emperor offers a final piece of advice: refrain from consuming the flesh of summoned beasts. He explains, it could prove detrimental to your health. After his son's departure, a soft expression washes over the emperor's face as he contemplates his son, his paternal concern evident. Turning his attention to an advisor, he inquires about the progress of Raquel's groundbreaking pill. The advisor respectfully informs the emperor that they have strategically utilized the information network to disseminate news of Raquel's miraculous miniature golden pill far and wide. The emperor, intrigued, presses further, seeking an assessment of the news impact. The advisor reports that nobles residing along the border region have displayed significant interest in the pill's potential and are actively seeking to learn more. A subtle smile graces the emperor's lips, pleased with the positive outcome. Meanwhile, Raquel and Damien are making their way back to the side palace. Raquel walks with a measured pace, each step seemingly calculated. Intrigued by Raquel's deliberate movements, Damien questions his purpose. Raquel offers a nonchalant response, claiming he's merely returning. Suddenly, Garden, overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down his face, rushes towards them. Startled, Raquel attempts to intercept him. While playfully addressing his doctor with a light-hearted jest, he playfully questions if Raquel was this eager to see him. Raquel, in turn, playfully chides him for leaving her to handle everything alone. As a reward for his return, and to perhaps appease him, Raquel decides to prepare a restorative tonic. She expresses her gratitude for his diligent work in caring for the patients during his absence. Their conversation then shifts to the unsettling incident at Crema. Mid-sentence, Garden is startled by the sudden appearance of the Minotaur behind him. Raquel, amused, compliments Garden's convincing display of surprise. She suspects Garden might already be aware of the Minotaur's presence, having perhaps deduced its arrival. Meanwhile, Damien is increasingly convinced that no one in this place is quite normal. As they walk towards the entrance, Damien inquires if there's anything Garden hasn't already told him. Garden mentions a series of peculiar inquiries he's received. People have been asking about a medicine that, officially, doesn't exist. To emphasize the point, Garden shows Damien a stack of requests, all from individuals eager to purchase these elusive, miniature pills. He notes that the nobility seem particularly interested in acquiring them. Damien gazes out the window at the throngs of people journeying to the clinic, all driven by the hope of obtaining this mysterious medicine. A calculating gleam enters his eyes as he observes them. He instructs Garden to organize the eager crowd, arranging them in a queue according to the meticulously prepared list. Today, he's overseeing the sale of his highly sought-after, special edition medicine. 10 days pass in a flurry of activity, culminating in the complete sellout of his precious pill. Basking in the glow of his success, his moment of triumph is shattered when Garden delivers unwelcome news. The Emperor has summoned him. Anxiety gnaws at him as he frantically tries to decipher the reason behind his father's sudden request. Guards escort him through the opulent halls of the main palace, leading him to a different chamber. He's taken aback. This isn't the grand audience chamber he expected. A chilling realization dawns upon him. This could be the Emperor's private chamber. Upon entering, his eyes fall upon the Emperor, and a knot forms in his stomach. A wave of dread washes over him. As a horrifying truth becomes clear, the Emperor is suffering from the same debilitating affliction that plagued his father. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit corner of an internet cafe, a younger Raquel sits hunched over a glowing screen. He's engrossed in a game. But his frustration mounts with each successive loss. Irritation radiates from him. His friend attempts to interrupt, pointing out the incessant ringing of his phone, but Raquel waves him off dismissively. Only after the final, crushing defeat does he finally acknowledge the persistent calls and reluctantly answer. A wave of dread washes over him the moment he arrives, his expression contorts in horror. Panic seizes him, his voice rising in frantic urgency, barely able to maintain his composure, as he finds his father on his deathbed, snapping back to the present. He struggles to push past the resurfaced trauma and attend to his father in this critical state. But there's no time for grief or personal anguish. The Emperor requires his immediate attention. Quickly assessing the Emperor, he diagnoses a possible stroke. Observing the erratic behavior of the Emperor's muscles and nerve signal, the very signals responsible for controlling the body's movement, firing erratically and out of sync. Turning to the Emperor's personal physician, he anxiously inquires about his father's condition. To his utter shock, the doctor reveals that the Emperor has been experiencing fainting spells since the previous night. Pressing for the cause, the doctor explains that the Emperor overindulged in alcohol during dinner the night before. Assuming mere intoxication, he advised the Emperor to rest. Upon checking on him the following morning, however, he found the Emperor in this alarming state. A wave of anger washes over Raquel upon hearing this. The doctor, she realizes, has squandered the crucial golden hour for treatment, the precious time window in which the Emperor's condition could have been stabilized. The symptoms, as Raquel understands them, point towards a possible stroke. But one nagging question plagues her. What triggered this sudden medical crisis? The Emperor, she distinctly remembers, had assured her he'd given up smoking. Reassured, he confirms that the Emperor has quit smoking and is diligently attending to his health. His thoughts then drift to the implications of the Emperor's eventual demise and the unfolding succession narrative. Originally, the second prince was poised to ascend the throne, but now, fate has decreed that he himself will become the Emperor. A sobering realization strikes him. He has a mere 200 days left to live. Even as Emperor, the weight of the empire will rest upon his shoulders, demanding his every waking moment. The relentless demands of leadership will leave no time for tending to patients, hastening his inevitable demise. With a surge of urgency, he immediately begins investigating the root cause of the Emperor's stroke, fervently hoping to rule out the devastating possibility of a cerebral hemorrhage. He knows there are two primary types of stroke. The first, a catastrophic cerebral hemorrhage, occurs when a blood vessel in the brain ruptures. The second, caused by thrombosis or atherosclerosis, results from a blockage in a cerebral artery, cutting off the vital supply of oxygen to the brain. Cerebral hemorrhage carries a significantly higher mortality rate. As he continues his examination, a palpable tension hangs in the air. His hope clings to the possibility of a less dire diagnosis. Finally, after a tense period, he confirms that it is a systemic stroke, the lesser of the two evils. This affliction has rendered his father paralyzed, completely immobile. Now, he must meticulously examine his father's veins to locate the blockage. As he carefully traces the intricate network of veins, a chilling discovery stops him cold. One of the blood clot appears unnatural. It lacks the distinct lines of ZN, a crucial indicator of normal clotting. A wave of tension washes over him. This This is no ordinary clot. The anomaly deepens his suspicion. His gaze shifts to the attending physician, a look of distrust clouding his features. He resolves to investigate this further, but later. His father's immediate well-being takes precedent. He must transport his father to his clinic for more specialized treatment. His urgent thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of Archbishop Raquel. The Archbishop introduces himself with a solemn air, inquiring if the prince's presence signifies an attempt to heal the emperor. The Archbishop confirms his purpose, adding that he has come to offer prayers for the emperor's recovery. However, the emperor's condition is far too critical for mere prayer. More drastic measures are needed. With the prince's consent, he unleashes his divine power. To demonstrate the potency of his divine healing, he employs the acupoint scan technique. The results are astonishing. The scan reveals the emperor's cells are regenerating at an accelerated rate under the influence of the divine energy. Relief washes over him. The emperor's cells are regenerating. There is hope, a feat deemed nearly impossible under normal circumstances. The extensive damage to the emperor's brain cells presents a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, desperate to save the emperor's life, the young doctor kneels beside the archbishop and joins him in fervent prayer. After a period of intense supplication, the archbishop signals the end of their prayer. He immediately checks the emperor's condition, his expression grave. He announces that while there has been some regeneration of blood cells, this progress is unfortunately temporary. The underlying cause, a persistent blood clot, remains, threatening the emperor's fragile recovery. Removing this clot now becomes the paramount concern. The young doctor meticulously weighs his treatment options, each fraught with potential complication. The most perilous risk is reperfusion injury, a dangerous condition, where restoring blood flow to an area previously deprived of oxygen can paradoxically cause further damage to the tissues, particularly in cases of prior ischemia. The areas affected by atherosclerosis are particularly vulnerable, as the restored blood flow can hinder, rather than help, cellular recovery. Having reached a decision, he abruptly instructs Roberto to summon the palace maid. With a look of intense focus, he inquires about the prince's magical abilities, specifically whether the prince possesses the ability to wield lightning magic. Before the captain can even offer a relieved sigh at the prince's negative response, a chilling declaration hangs in the air: "I'm going to freeze the emperor." Moments later, the palace mage arrives, standing before the tense prince and the emperor's personal physician. Upon learning the outlandish request of the prince, the mage was visibly shaken, hesitant, and deeply concerned. The sheer audacity of the request left him speechless. He understood the inherent danger, but Raquel, with unwavering seriousness, explained that the emperor's condition mirrored a previous case involving Prince George. This perilous procedure was the emperor's only hope for recovery. Without it, his health would deteriorate rapidly, leading to dire consequences. The mage listened intently, considering the gravity of the situation, yet suspicion began to creep into his mind. Could Raquel have ulterior motives? A troubling thought emerged. Was Raquel orchestrating this to seize power for himself? Could this be a play for the throne? He quickly dismissed the notion. Raquel's demeanor didn't betray any lust for power. His life had been dedicated to healing, not political maneuvering. He was a man of medicine, not ambition. His focus had always been on his patient's well-being, not on the intricacies of courtly politics. After careful deliberation, the mage decided to place his trust in Raquel and adhere to his instruction. When the necessary components were presented to Raquel, he expressed his gratitude, a palpable sense of urgency in his voice. He received a collection of thorns, his hands trembling slightly. In his other hand, he held a minotaur's golden pill, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly light. His objective requires the potent force of sacred blessing magic. He turns to the archbishop, requesting the divine intervention of sacred blessing magic once more. This time, he needs the blessing to last for the next 4 hours. However, the archbishop offers a regretful apology, explaining that such a powerful magic can only be bestowed once a month. Regret washes over Oscar. If he had known this limitation, he could have prevented the archbishop from using the magic earlier. Seized by a sudden inspiration, he asks the archbishop to teach him this extraordinary magic. The prospect of wielding sacred blessing magic himself fills him with excitement. Imagine the possibilities, combining divine magic with his already impressive traditional medicine skill. Such a potent combination would undoubtedly lead to an even greater life bonus. Meanwhile, the archbishop is delighted to learn of Oscar's desire to become a believer. He explains that mastering sacred blessing magic requires more than just technique. It demands unwavering faith and a heart filled with genuine sincerity. Acquiring sacred blessing magic is a journey of spiritual devotion. After elaborating on the prerequisites for learning this sacred art, the archbishop concludes with a sobering statement. True mastery requires unwavering faith, cultivated over a period of no less than 30 years. Faced with such a lengthy commitment, Oscar abandons the idea of learning sacred blessing magic. He turns to his father, ready to begin the much-needed treatment. He gently guides his father into a seated position, preparing to begin the critical treatment. Time is of the essence. He must act swiftly to mitigate the devastating effects of reperfusion injury. His first priority is to drastically reduce his father's metabolic rate. By slowing down the body's processes, he can minimize the risk of sudden, damaging cellular changes. This meticulous approach will help to limit the structural damage to the cells caused by the reperfusion injury. To achieve this crucial metabolic slowdown, he must lower the emperor's body temperature significantly. He initiates hypothermia therapy, a delicate procedure that involves carefully freezing his father's body just enough to induce the necessary drop in core temperature. The resulting decrease in body temperature will effectively slow the metabolic rate, buying precious time. After carefully monitoring his father's vital signs, confirming that both heart rate and breathing have slowed to the desired level, he instructs the mage to meticulously maintain the current temperature. His attention now turns to the prepared medicine, a liquefied form of the potent golden minitor pill, and the uniquely potent thorns left behind by the gosu. The most perilous stage of the treatment commences, the removal of the life-threatening blood clot. There is no margin for error. Even the slightest mistake could prove fatal. With unwavering focus, he begins the delicate procedure, carefully observing as the clot begins to dissolve. But time is still against him. He must move on to the next acupoint quickly, before irreversible damage spreads to other vital areas. With precision, he targets the Jingui point, a crucial acupoint located at the very beginning of the pulse. This precise manipulation redirects the flow of energy and blood from the Chengui point, allowing it to spread throughout the entire stomach meridian. The onlookers are stunned into silence, observing the unconventional treatment he administers to his father. Unperturbed by the palpable tension in the room, Oscar focuses intently on his delicate work. Patiently, he monitors his father's pulse with his acupoint scanning technique, waiting for the precise moment when the pulse is receptive. He witnesses the life-giving mana coursing through his father's body, but the blood flow needs to be meticulously directed. The crucial target, the anterior-inferior cerebellar artery. A sudden surge of blood, coupled with the existing reperfusion injury, could cause the fragile walls of the damaged brain cells to rupture. To prevent this catastrophic outcome, he proceeds with the utmost caution. He repeats the scan, detecting faint ripples of a mana reaction. A wave of relief washes over him as he senses the blood flow slowing to a manageable 20%. Hope flickers within him. He has exhausted his skills. Now, the Emperor's fate rests solely on the strength of his own life force and destiny. A silent prayer escapes Oscar's lips, hoping desperately to avert a tragic repeat of his past life. The loss of his father weighs heavily on him. He yearns for the simple comfort of holding his father's hand one last time. The pain of that missed opportunity lingers, a constant reminder of his regret. He vows not to let history repeat itself. This time, there will be no regret. Lost in his thoughts, he's startled by his father's weak voice, filled with gratitude. A heartfelt thank you for his unwavering efforts brings a bittersweet ache to his chest. The poignant realization that he's not his father's biological son deepens his resolve. Even without a blood tie, his commitment remains unshaken. He will dedicate himself fully to the Emperor's care, ensuring that when his time comes, he can rest peacefully, free from suffering. He wants to ease the Emperor's burden, aware that his own strength is nearing its limit. Exhausted but determined, he steps outside to breathe in the fresh air. As he walks, a pang of regret surfaces, the memory of not answering his own father's call sooner. The weight of that past mistake settles heavily upon his heart. Yet, amidst the sadness, a glimmer of solace emerges. This time, at least, he didn't falter. This time, he was there. He hadn't repeated the heartbreaking error of his past. The falling rain mirrors the tears streaming down his face as he grieves for his father. Finally, after a much-needed release of emotion, he composes himself. This is just one victory in a long battle. He knows he has only cleared a single hurdle. He must remain vigilant, prepared for any potential setbacks the Emperor might face. With renewed determination, he resolves to develop a comprehensive rehabilitation plan to address any future health crises the Emperor may endure. His fervent hope is for his father to survive just one more month, allowing him time to perform a sacred blessing magic, a potent spell capable of complete healing. A timely notification from his system brings a surge of hope. Due to his unwavering dedication and unique treatment approach, he can now offer his father a genuine chance at recovery, beyond mere stabilization. But that's not all. Oscar inadvertently achieves a monumental feat. He introduces the groundbreaking concept of reperfusion injury to the Lauratian continent. His discovery is so significant, it's destined for the annals of medical history. Future generations of medical students will learn from his insight. Enshrined in textbooks for years to come, much to the chagrin of those facing exams on the subject, he'll be both revered and resented, a medical legend cursed by every student cramming for their final. As if that weren't enough, he also receives a substantial reward, 121 GDP points. point. A wave of gratitude washes over him for these unforeseen accolades. His moment of quiet satisfaction is abruptly shattered by the arrival of the royal physician, who shamefacedly admits his failure to effectively treat the emperor. Raquel, consumed by fury, promptly suspends the incompetent doctor, berating him for his inability to diagnose the emperor's true condition. The doctor's ignorance has cost precious time, squandering the crucial golden hour for effective intervention. Taking matters into his own hands, Raquel declares he will personally oversee his father's care. He then turns to his subordinates, issuing a series of swift commands to remain by his father's side, given the physician's demonstrated incompetence. He commands them to maintain absolute discretion, forbidding any mention of the emperor's health. He instructs them to remain on standby, explaining that the emperor requires further rest. His gaze lingers on them, thoughtful and assessing. A nagging suspicion remains, there are other reasons, beyond the immediate situation, why he cannot fully trust them. The next morning, he is awakened by a subordinate approaching his bedside. The subordinate reports that news of the emperor's illness has somehow spread beyond the confines of his chambers. Rumors are circulating that the emperor has caught a cold and is currently resting. He thanks his subordinate, adding that he must finalize his report. A pressing matter demands his attention. The subordinate hesitates, then delivers more unsettling news. An envoy from the Amboa kingdom seeks an audience with the emperor. He is utterly stunned by this unexpected development. The news triggers a chilling recollection from the novel he'd read. The Amboa's kingdom, the very kingdom responsible for the downfall of his imperial family. A kingdom established 150 years prior, its power growing exponentially with each passing day, until it instigates a devastating war. A war that will engulf his family in the years to come. He struggles to comprehend the purpose of the Amboan envoy's visit. What could they possibly want? His subordinate informs him that the summons originated from the emperor himself, requesting an audience with the envoy 5 days prior. Upon hearing this, he immediately surmises that the summons must be related to Guinness. Voicing his suspicions to his subordinate, his conjecture is swiftly confirmed. The emperor's intent is clear. He desires Guinness to be held accountable for the recent events in Cremo. His subordinate, seeking a swift resolution, proposes a simple solution: feign concern for the emperor's health and dismiss the envoy. This suggestion is met with a furious outburst. He sinks into his chair, contemplating the precarious situation. Dismissing the envoy due to a minor illness, he realizes, would be a grave misstep, potentially sparking damaging rumors. Such an action would inevitably lead to speculation about the emperor's true health, exaggerating the severity of a simple flu. He must meet with the envoy personally. The delicate situation, if mishandled, could be readily exploited by enemy nations, potentially instigating a war in the coming years. With a resigned sigh, he declares that the meeting will proceed, but on his terms. The scene transitions to the guest room, where the envoy is found enjoying a cup of tea. However, beneath the veneer of calm, the envoy seethes with anger towards Guinness, whose actions in Cremo have not only caused widespread chaos but also endangered the crown prince's life. The envoy recognizes the gravity of the situation, acutely aware that it could easily escalate into war. Fortunately, he's no ordinary individual. He's a seasoned diplomat, a master of negotiation. His skills in diplomacy are renowned. He exudes confidence, certain he can navigate any challenge or accusation thrown his way. Prepared for anything, his daydream of a momentous meeting with the emperor is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the crown prince. The prince offers a hurried apology for his tardiness. The envoy is taken aback, utterly bewildered to find himself facing the crown prince instead of the emperor. Despite his surprise, he understands the critical need to maintain composure. Meanwhile, the prince strategizes, formulating a plan to navigate this delicate situation with a balanced approach. Knowing the importance of courtesy, he gestures for the envoy to take a seat. As the envoy sits, the prince mentally prepares himself, aiming to steer the conversation toward his own area of expertise, and from there, seize control of the meeting. Avoiding war is paramount. The meeting commences, and before the bewildered envoy can utter a single word, the crown prince blurts out, with a painfully forced and insincere expression, that the envoy appears to be in poor health. The prince then requests the envoy to extend his left hand. The seasoned diplomatic expert is utterly perplexed by this unexpected and seemingly irrelevant request. Nevertheless, he complies, extending his hand. Raquel observes intently, drawing her own conclusion, mentioning a heavy head upon waking in the morning. He then rambles on, listing other minor ailments the diplomat supposedly suffers from, creating an increasingly awkward situation. The envoy, visibly uncomfortable, attempts to extract his hand from the crown prince's grasp and proceed with the meeting. However, Oscar persists, relentlessly pointing out these commonplace health concerns, while the envoy, fully aware of the crown prince's thinly veiled delaying tactic, finds himself frustratingly trapped in the charade. Time is of the essence. The envoy needs to meet with the emperor urgently. He arrived prepared to present crucial negotiation point, but the crown prince's frivolous conversation is leading them nowhere. Finally, exasperated and left with no other recourse, the envoy sternly reminds Oscar that his purpose is to facilitate a meeting with the emperor. Oscar, with a mischievous glint in his eye, inwardly mocks the envoy's naive belief that he can control the direction of their conversation. Undeterred, Oscar declares his own importance, proudly proclaiming himself a representative of the Amboa's kingdom. With feigned concern, he questions how they could possibly disregard the health of such a high-ranking official. He adds, with faux sympathy, that should the envoy collapse during the meeting, it would be a devastating blow to the imperial family's reputation. He can't allow that to happen. Stepping closer, he asks in a low, dangerous tone, should that happen? Left with no alternative, the envoy hastily agrees. Raquel then bombards him with a litany of health advice: quit smoking, abstain from alcohol, and engage in vigorous exercise for at least 30 minutes daily. Finally, he drops a bombshell, declaring that by adhering to this regimen, the envoy can avoid suffering the same fate as the emperor. This startling revelation leaves the envoy visibly shaken. He anxiously inquires about the emperor's health. The crown prince, with dramatic flair, explains how the emperor succumbed to a severe case of influenza brought on by the immense stress of ruling the empire. This, he continues, led to a drastic increase in the emperor's smoking and drinking habit, ultimately confining him to his bed. Now, the emperor struggles to regain his appetite, a lingering effect of the debilitating flu. Upon hearing this grim tale, the envoy asks if this is the true reason the crown prince was dispatched. The crown prince confirms his suspicions, adding that the emperor extends his sincerest apologies for not being able to, requests to reschedule the meeting for a later time. He's taken aback by the crown prince's unexpected honesty and forthrightness in revealing the situation. The envoy struggles to find fault, realizing he can't simply dismiss the matter, especially since the crown prince himself has personally come to apologize. The prince's transparency and willingness to take responsibility for the situation are disarming. The envoy understands the seriousness of the situation, recognizing that he can't afford to damage relations with higher powers. By refusing to accept the crown prince's explanation, he's caught in a dilemma, torn between his duty and the undeniable sincerity before him. He looks at the crown prince and recognizes that he's dealing with someone extraordinary, someone beyond the typical political maneuvering. Then, the crown prince leans in, whispering something in the envoy's ear, and then shows him something discreetly. This gesture and the whispered words prompt the envoy to express his admiration for the prince's thoughtful consideration. Finally convinced, it seems the crown prince's final words have sealed the deal. That last piece of information proves to be the deciding factor. The envoy, now satisfied, accepts a letter to deliver to his king and departs the palace. Damien, observing the entire exchange, inquires about the crown prince's persuasive method. The crown prince simply replies that the envoy was swayed by the genuine sincerity of his intention. Though his ever-loyal bodyguard sees through the charade, knowing the prince far too well, the crown prince, now wearing an excessively sweet and almost saccharine smile, turns to Damien. He informs Damien of a top-secret operation, a mission of the utmost importance, admitting a VIP into the traditional medicine clinic. Damien, clearly perplexed, tries to discern what kind of patient could warrant such an elaborate performance. The prince, with a flourish, reveals the patient's identity, the emperor himself. He instructs Damien to return to the side palace immediately to prepare. Damien, ever vigilant, inquires whether his personal squad should be placed on emergency standby. The prince confirms, answering in the affirmative before continuing. He then offers a perfunctory apology for interrupting Damien's training with this sudden mission. Damien, however, brushes off the apology, reiterating that his primary duty, above all else, is the protection of the imperial family. Raquel observes all of this, knowing full well that, after the disastrous events at Cremo, Damien recognized his shortcomings in combat. He has since dedicated himself to rigorous training, pushing himself to his limit. Raquel knows that the day Damien becomes the most formidable warrior in the world is fast approaching. Lost in thought, he's suddenly interrupted by Damien. Damien informs him of his imminent departure to the side palace. With a nod of acknowledgement, he turns and heads in the opposite direction. As he walks, Damien reflects on his rigorous training. Despite his dedication, he knows he's not yet strong enough. His thoughts then shift, and he begins to ponder a new question. What will he do once he finally surpasses his limits? Meanwhile, Raquel makes arrangements for his father's admission to his clinic. He can't allow his father to remain in the palace any longer. the air is thick with suspicion. He suspects nearly everyone is scheming against the emperor. Moreover, he needs to remain close to his father to administer treatment until the archbishop is prepared to perform the blessing magic. Moving his father is crucial. Leaving him in the palace would only fuel rumors of the emperor's grave illness. A sinister grin spreads across Rakiel's face as he eagerly anticipates welcoming another VIP patient into his clinic. He's confident that the effects of his letter will soon begin to manifest. Meanwhile, in the distant kingdom of Amboya, news reaches the king of Benjamin's arrival. His early arrival throws Benjamin into a fit of frustration, knowing the immense difficulty of navigating a meeting with the emperor. After the customary greetings to the king, Benjamin explains the precarious situation unfolding in Magentano. He reveals that instead of meeting with the emperor as planned, he was granted an audience with the crown prince. The scene transitions to Benjamin's meeting with the crown prince, who casually suggests that the king should simply be made aware of the developing situation in Cremo. The envoy confirms the seemingly innocuous statement. Then, the crown prince drops a bombshell. He requests that Princess Adeline remain within their borders for a period of 6 months. This audacious demand infuriates the envoy, who interprets the request as a thinly veiled attempt to hold the princess hostage. He knows compliance is out of the question, as his kingdom is fiercely independent, not a vassal state subservient to the empire. A sly grin spreads across the crown prince's face, clearly pleased with the unfolding of his plan, having already consumed a lie voucher. Now, he fabricates a lie, feigning a sincere interest in forging a peaceful relationship with the Amboyan kingdom. His system confirms Benjamin's susceptibility to the deception. Benjamin, now completely misled, suspects the crown prince might be developing an affection for their princess. Initially, he recoils at the mere thought of the princess residing beside him for 6 months, potentially reciprocating the crown prince's affection. However, he quickly shifts his perspective, contemplating the potential advantages. He envisions a powerful alliance forged through marriage, and fueled by this avarice, his ambition intensifies. He dreams of etching his name into the annals of history as the architect of a vast and formidable empire, all stemming from a strategic union between the princess of Amboas and the crown prince of Magentano. Lost in this grandiose fantasy, he imagines himself as history's greatest diplomat. His reverie is shattered by the thunderous roar of the king of Amboa, who bellows at him, demanding to know how he dares to propose such an outrageous insult, treating their proud nation as nothing more than a subservient vassal state. By suggesting they offer their princess as a hostage, he then rounds on his own envoy, incredulous that he could remain silent after hearing such a preposterous demand. But Benjamin, on the other hand, completely taken in by our hero's fabricated tale, argued that Oscar's suggestion holds merit, that fostering a peaceful relationship between the two nations is in everyone's best interest. However, the king abruptly silences him, exasperated by his naive pronouncements, especially since negotiations with Magentana have been effectively discarded after his unsettling meeting with the crown prince. Benjamin persists, imploring the king to at least peruse the letter from the crown prince before reaching any definitive conclusion. The king is utterly baffled. How could his seasoned diplomat, a man known for his unwavering neutrality, suddenly appear to be siding with Raquel? But the moment he lays eyes upon the letter, a letter potentially imbued with the subtle magic of the live voucher, he too falls under its sway, agreeing to send his own daughter to Raquel. He finds himself captivated by the grand vision laid out by our audacious protagonist and promptly summons his daughter. The court is abuzz with a mixture of curiosity and anxiety, witnessing this sudden and dramatic shift in the king's demeanor. The king sinks heavily onto his throne, his thoughts consumed by Raquel, a woman renowned for her persistent ill health. But a look at the letter's contents reveal a surprisingly pleased reaction to Raquel's proposal for his daughter's hand. The truth, however, is a cleverly fabricated lie, orchestrated with a lie voucher. Adeline is immediately outraged upon hearing she must remain in the Magentano Empire. She deems the request utterly unjust and unacceptable. Her protests erupt, questioning how the king, her own father, could agree to such terms. She accuses him of acting rashly, making a hasty decision without proper consideration of the consequences. Therefore, she vehemently refuses to accept his decree. Observing the letter in her father's grasp, a chilling realization dawns upon her. The letter must contain some form of blackmail or coercion. Perhaps her father's enemies have discovered a critical weakness, or a dire threat has been levied against him. Desperate to uncover the truth, she demands to know the letter's content. The king attempts to placate his distraught daughter with empty assurances, claiming his decision is for the greater good of their future, and that one day she will understand and appreciate his sacrifice. But the princess remains unconvinced and deeply suspicious. The king, however, remains deaf to her pleas and protests, firmly ordering her relocation to Magentano. He decrees her stay for a period of 6 months, commencing immediately. The guards attempt to drag her towards the gate, but their efforts are futile. She is the smiling angel of Ambila, a title earned not through gentle kindness, but through formidable combat prowess. Her reputation precedes her, a warrior of unmatched skill. With a characteristic smile gracing her lips, she effortlessly repels the guards' attack. The smile, a constant companion in battle, is the source of her moniker, the smiling angel of Ambila. She sends the guards crashing into the wall, then turns her attention to her father, who, along with his remaining guards, now regards her with a mixture of awe and fear. But as she faces him, she finds herself ensnared within a glowing magical circle. Mages swiftly bind her with shimmering magical chains, confining her within a cage. She is then imprisoned within an ornate carriage, known as the Dawn Horse Carriage. Its name signifies its purpose, to deliver its occupants to their destination by daybreak. Ironically, while the princess's carriage will indeed arrive at dawn, it won't be for another 10 days. A subordinate offers counsel, suggesting that she carry herself with the dignity and pride befitting the princess of Ambila. She readily agrees, refusing to display any vulnerability. Her gaze falls upon Oscar, her expression filled with disdain. She remembers him as a frail, sickly individual, a stark contrast to her own strength. But there's a noticeable change in his demeanor. Raquel extends a warm welcome, attempting to put Adeline at ease. But Adeline's response is a cold introduction, pointedly refusing to shake Raquel's hand. A wave of disappointment washes over Raquel. It's an all too familiar scenario, reminiscent of his experiences in Korea, where disinterest from women on blind dates was a recurring theme. He quickly dismisses the thought. There are more pressing matters at hand. He has a plan to execute. Gesturing towards the dining table, he leads Adeline to a waiting breakfast. As they settle in, he explains that he'll be showing her the side palace, her residence for the next 6 months. Lost in thought, Raquel contemplates his strategy, using Adeline to avert the impending war. His mind races, recalling details from the novel about the devastating conflict. The novel depicted Adeline as a vibrant, intelligent princess, possessing the wisdom to guide her nation towards a peaceful future. Yet, the mystery surrounding her untimely death remained unsolved. Following her demise, a distant relative of the king seized the throne, driven by an insatiable lust for power, ultimately plunging the kingdom into a disastrous war with Magentano. The resulting devastation was catastrophic. To prevent this bleak future, Raquel knows he must keep Adeline alive and aid her ascension to the throne. His ultimate goal, to prevent the impending war by striking at its very root, a plan inspired by his knowledge gleaned from the novel he'd read. Based on the symptoms described, he suspected the princess might be suffering from biliary atresia, a condition further complicated by gallstone. This suspicion was strengthened by a chilling detail from the novel. The author had battled the same illness. A plan began to form in his mind, a combination of medicine and surgery to treat the princess. Noticing the princess begin her meal, he offered a preemptive apology, acknowledging the digestive difficulties she might experience after such a long and arduous journey. With genuine concern, he presented her with a special tonic prepared by Garden. However, a tragic misunderstanding unfolded. The princess, mistaking the tonic for poison, was instantly enraged by the perceived insult. In a furious outburst, she slammed her fist on the table, her voice ringing with indignation as she demanded to know how dare they mock her so brazenly. The force of her blow sent cracked spiderwebbing across the table's surface. Her anger escalated as she declared that forcibly bringing her here wasn't humiliating enough. Now they dared to add insult to injury with this mockery. As if to further inflame the situation, he began to mock her as well. At that moment, Raquel interjected, asserting that he fundamentally misunderstood the situation. She explains the gravity of her presence, stating that her journey to this place represents a monumental decision, not just for herself, but for her entire kingdom. This revelation leaves him visibly shocked. She continues, clarifying that while she will honor his request and remain for 6 months, she will not be a puppet dancing to his tune any longer. Attempting to de-escalate the situation, he insists there's been a misunderstanding, but she swiftly interjects, denying any misinterpretation on her part. He pauses, then leans forward, his voice a low challenge, "You're afraid." The accusation strikes her like a physical blow, leaving her speechless and petrified. Irritation flickers across her features as she struggles to formulate a response. Before she can speak, he cuts her off, defensively proclaiming his innocence. He argues that he's offered her nothing but hospitality, a meal and medicine to alleviate her fatigue. He feigns bewilderment, questioning her apparent fear of simply leaving the table. Her anger simmers, visibly intensifying. He continues, goading her with the suggestion that if she fears being poisoned, he'll happily share the tonic. He instructs Garden to bring him a dose as well. With a dramatic flourish, he downs his own tonic in one gulp, challenging her to believe that he, the prince of the empire, would stoop to poisoning her during an official meeting. Such a blatant act would be sheer folly. He then launches into a theatrical display of understanding, claiming he realizes her apprehension stems from the fear of appearing vulnerable, cleverly playing on her known disdain for cowardice and her aversion to being perceived as timid. Taking the bait, she sits down with a forced air of composure and instructs Garden to bring her the medicine. However, she adds a condition: she will only consume his medicine if he agrees to her terms, which she will state after drinking. He counters with a sly remark, suggesting that she should experience the medicine before making any hasty decision. She eyes the tonic with suspicion, thinking that no matter how she tries to rationalize, it looks and smells like nothing but poison. Mustering her courage, she lifts the glass and gulps down the tonic in one go. The taste is utterly repulsive. Raquel quickly offers her a piece of candy, explaining it's a customary treat to counteract the bitterness of the medicine. He adds, with a touch of enticing detail, that the candy has a delightful plum flavor. The princess's mouth waters at the sight of the tempting candy. Her pride initially prevents her from accepting, but she finally relents, taking the offered sweet. He then tempts her with a grape-flavored one as well. The flavor explodes on her tongue, a taste of pure heaven. But, gathering her remaining pride, she rises from her seat and declares that she has finished with both the medicine and the dessert and wishes to depart. He inquires, surprised, if she's leaving so soon. She retorts sharply, asking if there's any reason for her to linger. He answers in the negative, adding that the Lord Chamberlain will escort her to her chamber. As she makes her way towards her room, she silently wishes to avoid any further encounters with him during her 6-month stay. Later, we find Adeline engaged in rigorous training with her knight. She beams with satisfaction at the results of the day's exercises. Turning to her knights, however, she notices their evident exhaustion. Puzzled by their fatigue, she inquires why they are so tired, as she feels no such weariness. One knight explains that their 10-day journey has taken its toll. Nothing more. His simple statement triggers a thought in Adeline's mind. Why isn't she feeling the same fatigue that plagues her knights? Suddenly, a realization dawns upon her. Could it be the tonic she consumed earlier? Yet, the thought feels too sudden, too improbable to readily accept. Her attention is drawn to a group of children and elderly individuals, making their way towards a specific area within the side palace. She dismisses the notion that they could be palace workers. They appear unwell and are heading in the direction of the crown prince's quarters. Overcome with curiosity, she discreetly follows the ailing individuals, determined to uncover the situation. There, she spots the crown prince himself, attentively diagnosing a patient's ailment and advising against the consumption of oily foods and alcohol. He continues providing detailed instruction, then moves in her direction. She swiftly conceals herself, breathing a sigh of relief at her narrow escape. Just then, Raquel appears seemingly out of thin air, demanding to know the purpose of her presence. Words fail her, she's completely flustered. He points out that this is the consultation room, and proper procedure requires filling out the necessary paperwork. With a serious tone, he inquires whether she has even bothered to queue properly. But his words seem to fall on deaf ears, as she understands nothing. With a serious tone, he reveals that this is a place of healing, where patients are treated with impartiality and without prejudice. He emphasizes that she, like everyone else, must adhere to established protocol. He then firmly instructs her to begin by completing the consultation form and waiting her turn in line. 2 hours pass, and she finally stands before him. Feigning indifference, she presents him with the completed consultation form. He'd anticipated her compliance, as she insists that she is not one to abuse her authority or show favoritism. He expresses his satisfaction at her presence, admitting that he, himself, requested her examination. Confusion washes over her at his unexpected statement. Turning to her with a deadpan expression, he asks if she hasn't considered the true reason he brought her to this place. His pointed question forces her to reconsider his initial motivation. Her mind races back to the beginning, believing it was a deliberate humiliation stemming from the incident in Crimea. Meanwhile, Oscar observes her contemplative expression with a hint of smug satisfaction. He patiently waits, allowing her to grapple with the unsettling realization of her own symptom. Lost in thought, he imagines a scenario where Gardenia informs Damien of his affliction, a rare, debilitating illness brought on by an obsessive love of money. Damien, in his denial, vehemently refutes the diagnosis, refusing to acknowledge his illness. But the following morning, a grim reality unfolds as Damien collapses, lying in a pool of his own blood. This chilling image reinforces Oscar's belief that Gardenia must come to terms with her symptoms independently. He understands that a direct approach, offering treatment out of the blue, would likely be met with resistance and a refusal to cooperate. With a deliberately impassive expression, he delivers a devastating blow. You have 2 years to live. Terror washes over Gardenia's face, her composure shattered. Visibly shaken, she stammers, accusing him of cursing her. Oscar calmly offers a fabricated explanation, masking the truth. He attributes this knowledge to the imperial family's formidable intelligence network, an all-knowing entity privy to the deepest secret, even those of the Amboa's royal family. He claims they detected the early, subtle sign of the grave illness that threatens her life. Having listened to what she perceived as utter nonsense, Adeline's temper flared. She had been on the verge of seeing him in a new light, impressed by his apparent dedication to his patient. However, this ridiculous joke, as she saw it, was utterly unacceptable. She could hardly believe her ears. Was he mocking her? Indignantly, she demanded an answer. "Are you making fun of me?" she shouted, her voice laced with anger. Oscar attempted to calm the storm he had inadvertently created. "I assure you," he said earnestly, "my only intention is to help you, to cure your illness." Sensing her skepticism, he continued, "Let me prove it. Allow me to demonstrate my method." With a flourish, he summoned Babak. "Babak, my friend," he said, gazing fondly at his summoned companion, "I have a special task for you today." Adeline, meanwhile, was utterly dumbfounded. He had summoned a monster. Oscar quickly introduced Adeline to Babak. "Adeline," he explained, "Babak is invaluable to my work. He assists with analyzing the medicinal herbs at my clinic." He paused, then added, "But today, his role will be quite different. With Babak's help," he announced, "I will perform a comprehensive acupoint scan." He will be conducting, Oscar clarified, an acupoint scan. "With Babak's unique abilities, we can pinpoint the source of your ailment." 3 days prior, Oscar had found himself lying in bed, utterly drained. His erratic sleep schedule had finally caught up with him, leaving him feeling completely depleted. A rumbling protest erupted from deep within Oscar's gut. His large intestine was in open revolt. The other organs quickly joined the chorus of discontent. "Quiet down," Oscar pleaded internally. "I need to sleep." He tried to explain to his mutinous organ about the impending arrival of the princess in 3 days. He attempted to voice his concern, but his internal audience wouldn't let him finish. Jumping to conclusions, they assumed he was about to announce his intention to propose. Caught up in the excitement of a perceived impending wedding, his large intestine, in a gesture of exuberant support, granted him a bonus 1000 HP. But the moment Oscar clarified his intention, explaining that he planned to cure the princess, not marry her, the intestine immediately demanded a refund. Seizing the opportunity, Oscar resorted to blackmail. "If you want any peace and quiet," he declared, "you'll help me solve this problem." He needed a way to make the princess aware of her affliction. His goal was for her to recognize her own symptom, and accept that she was indeed ill. After a moment of internal deliberation, his heart chimed in, suggesting he level up his pulse reading skill. His liver then offered a brilliant solution. Using the enhanced pulse reading skill, he could show the princess a detailed report of her own health. He's perplexed, unsure how to demonstrate his finding. Checking his own pulse reading skill, he finds it registers at a meager level 1, displaying 25 HP. A realization dawns upon him. He can upgrade his skill by expending his own HP. He's already purchased the next level, but after reviewing the skill description, he decides further enhancement is necessary. He continues investing his HP, pushing the skill level higher and higher until it finally reaches level 10. Now, he can not only accurately read a pulse, but also visually display the results to his patient. And that's not all. This significant upgrade has unlocked a secondary skill, the ability to project diagnostic images onto an external screen for clearer patient understanding. Returning to the present, he activates the external screen, revealing a clear image of the princess's gallbladder. Skepticism clouds her features. She struggles to believe him. To alleviate her doubts, he instructs her to press on her stomach. As her fingers apply pressure, a corresponding movement ripples across the projected image. Seeing is believing. The undeniable visual proof convinces her that the image truly represents her gallbladder. He offers a reassuring nod, understanding her astonishment. He acknowledges that witnessing one's own internal organs can be a jarring experience. But the princess's initial wonder quickly gives way to sadness. The gravity of her situation begins to sink in, a somber understanding dawning in her eye. Meanwhile, he explains the gravity of her condition, detailing how the gallstone lodged within her bile duct will eventually lead to a complete blockage. This blockage, he continues, will prevent bile from passing through the duct into the duodenum, forcing it back into her liver. The backed-up bile, he warns, will trigger a cascading effect, causing her liver, spleen, and pancreas to deteriorate. He concludes with a somber expression, stating frankly that without treatment, this condition will prove fatal. Instead of immediately agreeing, she challenges him, demanding to know his reasons for wanting to treat her. He reveals that her health is crucial for maintaining the fragile peace between the imperial and royal family. Her destiny, he explains, is to become queen, and she must be healthy to lead her country effectively. Intrigued, she agrees to the treatment but inquires about his method. His response is unexpected. He abruptly attempts to punch her in the stomach. With lightning reflexes, she intercepts his fist, breaking his hand in the process. He cries out in pain, insisting he was merely demonstrating the treatment. Thoroughly confused, she questions the logic behind such a brutal method. To further illustrate his point, he punches his own stomach, instructing her to replicate the action. She remains skeptical, unable to grasp how such a seemingly self-destructive act could possibly cure her. Secretly harboring doubts about his true intentions, she fears it might be a thinly veiled attempt on her life. Pressing further, he asks if she possesses the ability to discharge mana while striking herself. She confirms that she can, her answer laced with a hint of apprehension. He then begins to elaborate on the procedure, explaining the concept of an external impact wave. This, he clarifies, is the technique he intends to utilize to treat her afflicted gallbladder. He instructs her to discharge mana from her fist, explaining that he will then guide that released mana using the intricate Azrahan core technique. Confused, she struggles to grasp the complexities of the procedure. Raquel, having prior experience practicing this technique with Damien, steps in to clarify. She further explains that as the woman directs her mana towards her stomach, he will skillfully manipulate the flow of mana, guiding it directly towards the gallstone, lodged within her gallbladder. This targeted approach, he adds, will allow him to effectively dislodge and remove the gallstone. Seeking assurance, she requests her freedom following the treatment as a condition for her cooperation. To her surprise, he readily agrees to her demand. His immediate compliance shocks her, leaving her momentarily speechless. He calmly explains that once her treatment is complete, there would be no justifiable reason to detain her further. Meanwhile, she remains stunned, having fully expected to be held captive. Unbeknownst to her, lost in her thought, he suggests they move to a more private consultation room, away from the gathering crowd. Inside the adjacent room, he directs the princess to turn, requesting to examine her back to pinpoint the precise location and size of the gallstone. She complies without hesitation. After a thorough examination, he instructs her to make a fist and place it firmly against her stomach. With her fist in position, he prepares her for the next step, a controlled strike to her abdomen. He guides her to shape her mana into a sharply focused needle. As she channels the mana needle through her fist and into her stomach, he inquires about her ability to maintain focus on a single point. She confirms her concentration with a confident affirmation. With focused determination, she strikes her stomach. To her astonishment, she experiences no pain whatsoever. It feels as though the gallstone has mysteriously shifted from her stomach to another location. He then directs her attention to the CT scan image, clearly displaying a now fractured gallstone in her gallbladder. Encouraged by her progress, he instructs her to repeat the process. After several repetitions, he finally stops her, as the gallstone has completely disintegrated. Despite her exhaustion, Raquel commends her for her remarkable effort and success, bringing a gentle smile to her face. He concludes the treatment, explaining that the fragmented gallstone will naturally pass from her body. Confusion washes over her. She was certain there was another stone remaining. She assumes he must be preparing to break it, but as she turns to him, he's as pale as a ghost. Sudden realization dawns. He absorbed the excess mana she discharged. Panic sets in. She shakes him urgently, her voice filled with concern. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," he manages weakly, his thoughts race. Her mana, far stronger than I anticipated. He struggles to assess his own condition. "Why push yourself so hard?" she demands, her voice laced with worry. "Because, you're my patient," he whispers, his voice barely audible. She stares at him, bewildered. He repeats himself, emphasizing each word. "As long as you are under my care, you are my patient." His words leave her stunned. With a final, strained breath, he murmurs, "I need to rest," before succumbing to exhaustion. She calls out to him, her voice filled with increasing alarm, but he doesn't respond. Later, Garden finds him asleep in his bed, a worried frown etched on his face. He reassures Adeline, he's alright, no fever, breathing is normal. Adeline's brow furrows with concern, but why hasn't he woken up? He explains his sudden collapse, attributing it to a naturally frail constitution, further exacerbated by pushing himself beyond his physical limit. Overwhelmed with guilt, she attempts an apology, but Garden gently shakes his head, stopping her. He reveals that Raquel had anticipated this possibility, forewarning him that he might faint. Reassuring her, he advises her not to dwell on it. Observing her lingering confusion, he elaborates further, explaining that such selfless acts, prioritizing others above himself, are a common occurrence for Raquel. Garden expresses his own concern for his master's well-being, echoing her worry. As she listens, her initial harsh judgment melts away, replaced by the realization of her own shallowness in doubting someone as genuinely kind-hearted as Raquel. Witnessing this transformation, His system confirms that while his actions may have stemmed from selfish desire, his unwavering devotion has profoundly touched Adeline's heart. Moreover, this display of genuine sincerity and unwavering devotion will have significant positive repercussions in the future, potentially even averting the looming threat of war. A genuine patient-doctor bond has now formed between him and Adeline, ensuring she will never again question his medical expertise or treatment. With a softened expression, she reaches out and gently takes his hand. Witnessing this scene, a surge of protectiveness washes over him, his heart aching for her. He's tormented by the thought that she might be deceived by Oscar's charming facade. Simultaneously, a peculiar sensation washes over him, a sudden surge of inner strength, as if his very being rewards him with a boost of vitality. Let's just say, in gaming terms, his empathy grants him plus 15 HP. Meanwhile, Garden observes Adeline gently holding Raquel's hand. A telltale green glow materializes above his head, a symbolic representation of the burgeoning connection and the potential for a blossoming relationship between Adeline and Raquel, once Raquel has fully recovered. Garden seeks her out. Upon seeing him, she immediately inquires about his well-being. He reassures her that he was never in any real danger, and then, with a touch of curiosity, asks her what he said before losing consciousness. Raquel playfully teases him, highlighting his unexpected emotional outburst, and cheekily reminding him that she is now officially his patient. Flustered by her teasing, Garden quickly cuts her off, a blush creeping onto his cheek. He declares that, now fully rested, he will dedicate his afternoon to her treatment and recovery. With a determined glint in his eye, he vows not to succumb to unconsciousness again. Raquel, in turn, expresses her complete trust in his ability. She assures him that if he deems the gallstone removal necessary, she will place her unwavering faith in his judgment and treatment plan. With sincere gratitude, she offers him her heartfelt thanks, leaving him feeling a familiar pang of embarrassment, a reminder that his altruism serves a hidden purpose. In the days that follow, Oscar diligently continues Adeline's treatment, employing the Azrael core technique to absorb the potent impact of her external mana. As a result of these rigorous sessions, Oscar not only elevates his Azrahan core to a new level but also expands its capacity, unlocking additional mana slots. After days of relentless effort, he successfully obliterates 15 of Adeline's mana gallstones, leaving him utterly drained, resembling a mere carcass. He has now ascended to level 6 in the formidable Azrahan core technique, commanding an impressive 15 liters of mana capacity within his expanded mana slot. Expressing his gratitude for her cooperation, Oscar thanks Adeline. He informs her that only a single gallstone remains to be destroyed, their arduous journey nearing its end. Almost casually, he adds that the sheer force of her mana impact was exceptionally potent from the beginning. Adeline responds with a grimace, confessing that his offhand comment makes her feel utterly dreadful. Oscar counters, suggesting she should instead be expressing her gratitude towards him. Misinterpreting his words, Adeline blushes, assuming he expects some form of reward for his services. He quickly clarifies his true intentions, revealing that his desire extends far beyond personal gain. He seeks to prevent a devastating war between their kingdoms. Adeline's expression transforms at this unexpected revelation, prompting Oscar to inquire about her sudden change in demeanor. She confesses, with a hint of wonder in her voice, that she has never encountered anyone quite like him in her entire life. Oblivious to her subtle implications, he excuses himself, needing to attend to a patient's discharge. The patient in question is none other than his own father, the Emperor. In a private chamber, with the Archbishop in attendance, the Emperor is about to receive a sacred blessing. Moments after the Archbishop's blessing, the Emperor stirs, rising to a sitting position. Too weak to speak, he gestures for paper and pen. His strength failing, he writes a message instead of speaking. The contents of the message leave him utterly stunned. The Emperor inquires about the date his son chose for his meeting with the princess, adding cryptically that word had reached him, even in his sickbed, of the prince's visit. The prince, however, is completely baffled by his father's word. To clarify, the Emperor specifies that he is referring to the Princess of Amboa. The prince stammers, attempting to explain that he doesn't recall the specifics of what he promised Amboa's envoy. He adds that while he may have persuaded the envoy to send the princess, proceeding with marriage negotiation is a reckless act, especially considering his future role as emperor and the lack of any prior consultation on such a significant matter. Oscar, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes, observes the reactions of everyone within the palace and realizes the collective assumption that something romantic must be transpiring between him and the princess. After a moment of contemplation, he concludes that mentioning the non-existent war would be utterly preposterous. Instead, he exclaims, acknowledging the emperor's accusation of mischief, admitting to having exploited the emperor's vulnerable state by bringing the princess there, only to face ultimate rejection. The emperor erupts in fury upon hearing of this rejection, incensed that his elaborate scheme proved futile. In a dramatic outburst, he commands the archbishop to heal him once more. Meanwhile, Oscar attempts a discreet escape, hoping to evade his father's impending lecture. However, before he can succeed, his father intercepts him, launching into a protracted lecture on his responsibilities as crown prince. Simultaneously, the emperor's astute subordinates observe a subtle twitch in his right nostril, a telltale sign that the scolding is merely a facade. His genuine pride in his son is unmistakable. Oscar, however, just wants this awkward charade to end. He's not the emperor's son, after all, and doesn't deserve such unwarranted affection. Putting an end to the uncomfortable scene, Oscar assures his father that he understands everything, and politely excuses himself, explaining that a patient is waiting. The emperor grants him leave to depart. Before leaving, Oscar reiterates his warning, reminding his father to be cautious, and emphasizing the recent attempt on his life. He urges the emperor to remain vigilant, a plea to which the emperor agrees. Meanwhile, a knight from Amboas races towards the Magentano Empire, carrying urgent news for the princess regarding the escalating situation in her homeland. Back at the side palace, Oscar humorously complains to his patient about enduring 500 blows, each one strong enough to knock him unconscious, all thanks to the sheer force of Princess Adeline's mana during her treatment. Undeterred, the princess insists on one final strike to complete the treatment. Oscar readily agrees. Finally, after much effort, he successfully guides her mana to shatter her gallstone. Success at last. The system chimes in, congratulating him on their accomplishment, him enduring those 5 formidable, externally induced shockwaves. As a direct result of this ordeal, he has unlocked the legendary Azrahan martial technique known as indestructible. This extraordinary technique allowed him to become virtually impervious to harm for 5 minutes each day. His previously exhausted organs rejoice at this newfound ability, invigorated to the point of granting him a boost of 22 HP. Turning his attention back to the princess, he informed her that the danger hasn't passed completely, her treatment is far from over. He reasons that developing a gallstone at such a young age predisposes her to developing another one in the future. He instructs Garden to prepare the Ingenho decoction, a crucial medicine the princess must take consistently for 2 weeks. Furthermore, he needs to monitor her closely to ensure her body tolerates the decoction well. At this moment, he receives a life bonus, a reward for successfully saving the princess's life. Beyond the reward, he's driven by a deeper purpose, ensuring peace. By saving her, he has secured her ascension to the throne, preventing a potential war. A sense of contentment washes over him, and he allows himself to entertain the thought of finally enjoying a life of prosperity. But fate, it seems, has other plans. Just as he begins to relax, a messenger bursts dramatically through the door, bringing urgent news concerning Adeline. A messenger arrived bearing urgent news from her distant hometown. To their collective horror, the messenger delivered a grave proclamation. Jibilian, a royal cadet hailing from the kingdom's western reaches, had instigated a full-scale rebellion against the crown. Jibilian, fueled by discontent, believed the current royal family to be weak and unfit to rule, a sentiment stemming from their perceived surrender to the crown prince's outrageous demand. The extradition of the princess herself. A palpable wave of despair washed over Oscar as he processed the devastating news, despite his tireless efforts to avert this very catastrophe. Meanwhile, the princess, her voice laced with concern, inquired about the current state of affairs. The messenger, his face grim, confirmed the princess's worst fears. The war had already begun, and the Central Army, desperate to stem the tide of rebellion, was attempting to establish a defensive line at the formidable Valo fortress. The cost of the conflict was already staggering, with casualties far exceeding initial projections. Upon hearing this grim report, a sinister spark ignited within Oscar, a perverse excitement blew at the prospect of countless injured soldiers, each a potential vessel for extending his own life. His internal organs, sensing his macabre enthusiasm, surged with a newfound vigor, granting him a chilling 100 HP boost. He acknowledged the stark reality: the rebellion was beyond his control. His only recourse now was to exploit the chaos and carnage for his own benefit. With this chilling resolve solidifying within him, he turned to address the princess, and with heartfelt sincerity, expresses his deep sorrow over the devastating events unfolding in her homeland. He grants her permission to return, but insists on accompanying her, driven by a compelling need to personally heal the wounded soldiers as the army's physician. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she offers heartfelt thanks, her sincerity catching him off guard and causing a blush to creep onto his cheek. To shake off the unexpected embarrassment, he briskly instructs her to finalize their departure preparation. The scene transitions abruptly to a bustling army camp where a lone carriage has just arrived, and a rather portly ghostly figure emerges, struggling to disembark. Grumbling audibly about the camp's less than luxurious accommodations, the man's identity is revealed. It is none other than the pampered Crown Prince Raquel, clearly missing the opulent comfort of his usual royal carriage. At his side stand his two loyal confidants, Damien and Garden. Garden, ever the pragmatist, continues to urge the prince to reconsider and return to the safety of the empire. However, when he addresses Raquel with the customary "Your Highness," Raquel swiftly interjects, reminding him to maintain their fabricated identity. He instructs Garden to address him as a young Master Rihan instead. The narrative then briefly flashes back to a few days prior, as they were putting the final touches on their departure plan. The princess observes Raquel entering the room, cleverly disguised as the unassuming Ron Belkin. When ordered to move, the princess questions the disguised man's authority, failing to recognize him beneath his clever disguise. He boldly declares himself as the crown prince, but his claim is met with disbelief, prompting the princess to call for his arrest. In a desperate attempt to prove his identity, he subtly alludes to their shared, confidential treatment session. This intimate detail, known only to them, triggers a flash of recognition in the princess's eyes, confirming his true identity as the crown prince. Gardan arrives on the scene, lending further credence to the claim, firmly assuring the princess that the man before her is indeed the crown prince. Arji then reveals that this new, clandestine identity was granted to him by his own father, the emperor. A flashback ensues, revealing Arji seeking his father's permission to embark on a perilous journey to Amboise. He informs the emperor of the raging civil war engulfing Amboise, and outlines his audacious plan to infiltrate the enemy's military operation, disguised as a military doctor. The emperor questions his son's motives, asking what he hopes to gain by aiding Amboisian soldiers. Arji explains his strategic intentions, to observe their military tactic, analyze their command structure and administrative processes, all while maintaining the relative safety of his position as a doctor. The emperor's response is a subtle twitch of his nostril, hinting at his underlying thought, a clear indication of the pride he holds for his son. Confident in his father's unwavering support, he knows permission will be granted. As his father relishes the opportunity to test his son's mettle, he reveals his intentions to the princess, confiding that he has altered his appearance through the magical artistry of the palace maid. He clarifies that this transformation is merely an illusion. The princess meticulously examines his documents, which identify him as a fallen nobleman with medical training, boasting top scores, and currently en route to Amboise. Damien, inquisitive about the clinic Gardan and Raquel are leaving behind, poses a question. Gardan assures him that Agnes possesses the necessary skills to manage the clinic in their absence for several months. He explains that they have strategically circulated a rumor regarding Raquel's illness and need for rest. Observing a shift in Damien's expression, Gardan inquires about the cause of his concern. Damien voices his apprehension regarding Agnes's compensation, specifically inquiring whether she is receiving appropriate bonus pay for her increased workload. The question leaves Gardan in a state of visible discomfort, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, Damien reflects on the demanding nature of a doctor's profession. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrive in Ambo. With Adeline's crucial assistance, Raquel is assigned to the rear camp designated for the wounded. Before departing to commence his duties, he entrusts Adeline with the vital recipe for engine hotine, a potent medicine, and instructs her to take it regularly. Upon entering the designated camp for the wounded, Raquel is taken aback, discovering he is the sole medic present. He is then met with a horrifying sight, the appalling condition of the wounded soldiers. A man, seemingly tasked with the responsibility of caring for the injured, inquires about Raquel's identity, mistaking him and Adeline for superior officers. Raquel introduces himself as the newly arrived military physician, but the caretaker displays a disconcerting ignorance regarding his appointment. Concerned, Raquel inquires about the current state of the camp, to which the caretaker responds with chilling indifference, stating that everyone inside is dead. He even callously glances inside as if to confirm the absence of any survivors. Horrified by this revelation, Raquel demands an explanation. The caretaker, as heartless as he appears, offers a disturbing justification. He explains that they must make space for the next influx of wounded soldiers, and the only way to accomplish this is by allowing the current occupants of the camp to perish. He even goes so far as to complain about the inconvenience of disposing of the body. Raquel is deeply displeased with this outcome, recognizing that there's absolutely no chance of Oscar receiving a life bonus from this predicament. Determined to rectify the situation, he requests the caretaker to escort him to the camp's commander. Meanwhile, the aforementioned commander is indulging in a glass of fine wine within the opulent confines of his luxury tent when a sudden attack shatters the tranquility. Reacting with surprising agility, he narrowly avoids the blow and whirls around to confront his assailant. He finds himself face to face with Damien Damien and Raquel, their expressions grim. Damien, ever eager for action, inquires, "Shall I give him a proper thrashing?" Raquel, with calculated coldness, replies, "Make it hurt. Enough to be worth 2 months' salary, but avoid any fatality." With that chilling directive, Damien unleashes a relentless barrage of blows upon the hapless commander, who desperately attempts to reason with his attacker, insisting that he is the highest-ranking officer in charge of the camp. However, Raquel silences his protests by revealing official documents that expose his true identity. He is not who he claims to be. Raquel declares that he is an undercover royal inspector, dispatched to expose and apprehend the corrupt commander.